Chapter 4068. The first is more. Boy, do you think you are here to answer your question honestly? Who are you, Supreme? King Emperor mocked. It doesn't matter if you don't say it now. When you are suppressed, there will be time to ask you slowly. Jian Wushuang did not follow the Emperor Rain King. I saw him waving his hand, and the 3 town monuments in the void around him instantly. Dazzling golden light erupted. On the town monument, 3 huge golden gods and ghosts condensed together, and the already powerful suppressive force has soared again. The law of repression is precious. Emperor Yuyu's eyes narrowed. The law of repression is extremely precious, and its repressive power is extremely powerful. Now he has more than half left and can barely resist this repression. Once reinflicted and into a weak stage, Jian Wushuang can completely control the repression of the law. Suppress him completely, life and death are under the control of each other. You want to suppress this seat. You dream. The Emperor Yu growled, struggling hard in the magic circle of heaven and magic. However, the magic devil's heavenly formation, which is a powerful repressive magic circle performed by the 3 town monuments at the same time, and then by the sword Wushuang himself, this Emperor Rain King can't escape the repressive power of this magical devil's heavenly formation. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also decisively shot. Wow, wow, wow. I saw a sword of light, all Xian Aoma Dynasty Emperor Rain King beheaded. These sword lights, with strong cosmic laws, unpredictable, and fast speed. The Emperor Rain reluctantly can only resist 1 or 2, but the rest is still standing on his body, relentlessly. After 1 sword, 2 swords, and just a few swords, the power of Emperor Rain has been annihilated by more than 80%, and the breath has become extremely weak. In this case, it is extremely difficult for him to resist the repressive power of the gods and magic heavens. But at this moment, the mutation suddenly occurred. Boom! A pale palm appeared out of thin air. This palm was infinitely enlarged in the void, and almost for a moment it forcibly ripped a hole in the heavenly array of gods and demons town, and soon caught the Emperor Rain King. The entire town of gods and demons shook madly, and the 3 golden ghosts on that monument in the town also fainted slightly, and the whole array nearly collapsed. Huh! Jian Wushuang frowned. With his current strength, he fully controlled the magic town Tianfa array displayed by the 3 statues of the town Tianbei, but was forcibly torn apart, and even almost collapsed. The strength of the other party is not trivial. Once the old figure has appeared in the circle, he is standing beside the Emperor Rain King. Elder! Seeing the people, he was already very weak, and the Emperor Rain King, who was almost desperate in his heart, was overjoyed, and his eyes were flashing a bright light again. Big Elder! Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. He knows many of the highest level materials in the Thunder Palace, and the 3 who have the most strength and the highest status are the 3 ultimate level masters. The elders of Thor's palace are one of those 3 ultimate masters. Does the ultimate level dominate? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, but his heart was very surprised. When I shot, I had completely blocked the surrounding time and space. Although this Emperor Rain King was in a desperate situation, he could not call for help. Yes, and even if he can ask for help, the senior men in Thor's palace cannot arrive so soon. But the elder, how did he know that Emperor Yuyu was in crisis? And how could he get here in time? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but in fact, not only him, even the Emperor Rain King, was shocked at the moment. Elder, why did you come here? King Diyu asked. When the old man saw you in the palace, I already saw something wrong. The old figure said, I have a long time in the Thunder Palace in Jiuyao, and there are many enemies, but these enemies there are only a handful of ones who have reached the 5th level. Under the strength of my Thunder Palace, these enemies usually hide, and it is not bad for me to go to the Thunder Palace to actively kill them. Who has the courage? Do you dare to avenge my Thunder Palace directly? And this time, a strong man without any fame suddenly shot and destroyed the Blood Thunder Cliff. And it happened that your disciple Jinhuang was also there, which is a coincidence. So, when you hurried out to take revenge for your disciples, just in case the old man followed him quietly, unfortunately the old man's speed was a little slower, only to save you, but failed to enforce the two. The elders also rescued. The elder of Thunder Palace sighed. Regardless of the 3 Emperor Rain Kings, or the elder of Thunder Palace, all reached this secondary astral world through the cosmic passage. But the same cosmic channel, once activated, takes a while to start a second time, and this is the time to wait for a while to delay the elder of Thunder Palace. In addition, Jian Wushuang's strength is too strong, and the speed is too fast. When the elder of Thunder God Palace really arrived, the 2 law enforcement elders were dead, but the simple Emperor Rain was still alive and had not been completely suppressed. The elder, this is the man who killed Jinhuang, the 3rd and 8th law enforcement elders. And if the elders did not arrive in time, I am afraid that I will die in his hands. Suppressed. King Diyu stared at Jian Wushuang hard, gritted his teeth, and cut his teeth. The elder of Thunder God Palace. His gaze has already focused on Jian Wushuang. Dominated by the 3rd series, the murky eyes of the elder of Thunder Palace narrowed slightly. Elder, don't look at him as a 3rd-level master, but his strength is very terrible. The 3rd and 8th law enforcement elders were beheaded by him with just 2 swords. His battle force is definitely the most extreme of the 5th series, even stronger than me. Emperor Yu said, "It can be seen that if he does not have enough strength, he is not so brave enough to count the 1st law enforcement elder of my Thunder Palace." The elder of Thunder Palace became cold. "Although I don't know who you are, but since you dare count my Thunder Palace, then leave your life today." "Oh, very confident." Jian Wushuang's mouth was awkward. Boom. The elder Thor's shrine shot straight, and he didn't move too much, just a simple flip. Buzzing instantly, a lot of divine power, with the power of endless rules quickly condensed above the void, and in the blink of an eye formed a giant jade-like hand. This towering giant occupies most of the sky, and Jian Wushuang is under the cover of this big hand. He raised his head and could very clearly sense the breath of destruction in that big hand. Chapter 4069, 2 more arrived today. This is the ultimate dominating strength. Jian Wu's eyes had a hint of surprise. The ultimate level dominates. He has contacted before. Like the magic flame, in his peak, he was an ultimate master. And in the big pupil domain, he met Jin Yuxing and Qin Yan, who are also the ultimate level masters. However, after contacting Gue, he has never really played against the ultimate master, and it can even be said that he has never seen the ultimate master dominated. This led to some deviations in his judgment of the ultimate level of dominance. He thought that the ultimate dominator was compared with the 5th-rank dominator, that is, the gap in divine power, and one more rule. The gap between the two is almost the same as the gap between the 4th-level master and the 5th-level master. But now really see the ultimate level dominate the shot, Jian Wushuang, but instantly understood that this is not the case. The ultimate level of is far more powerful than the 5th grade. Not to mention the power of divine power, just the rules of heaven and earth. The 5th level dominates the 8 rules, and the ultimate dominates the 9 rules. But we must know that Junyan is the level of heaven and earth. The fusion of the 9 rules is the most extreme and topmost rule for all practitioners in the universe. Once the 9 rules are merged, it means that he has still reached the highest achievement in the rules of heaven and earth, and there is no possibility of improvement. After reaching this step on the same rule, the strength of the practitioner will also undergo qualitative transformation. This metamorphosis includes various aspects, but the power of the 9 rules merging alone is outrageous. The seemingly random palm of the Elder of the Thunder God Palace has brought infinite pressure on Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly, and the Wu Wei divine sword in his hand burst into majestic power. An extremely violent breath condensed in his hands as well. This breath seemed to be able to cut through the sky and cut through this huge universe. Wow! The huge sword light is cut out directly with Jian Wushuang's highest understanding of the origin of Kendo universe and the perception of the laws of the universe, and most importantly, the two are perfectly combined. Jian Wushuang has achieved the ultimate combination of his application of the laws of the universe and Kendo over the years. His strength also broke out to the extreme, only to show his strongest sword. This sword is exactly the same. The same swordsmanship, after tens of thousands of years of improvement, is no longer what it used to be. Boom! As the world shook, the surrounding void seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of these two terrorist forces, crumbling. The mountain where the Blood Thunder Cliff was originally was almost lost by energy in the blink of an eye. Before the Blood Thunder Cliff was destroyed by the flames of flames, there is still a ruin left, but now there are no ruins, only the bare mountain wall. In the impact of the two Xeon powers, I saw that the crystal giant that shrouded more than half of the void was broken from it. The entire palm was divided into 2 halves, which was obviously forcibly split into 2 halves. The swordless figure appeared beside the magic flame. "Let's go," Jian Wushuang said, and then he and the flames rushed towards the void around the perimeter. At half a moment, the void slowly returned to peace, and the power of the sky dispersed. In the top void, the old figure, that is, the Elder of the Thunder Palace, still stood there, looking calm, and beside him, the Emperor Yuang was anxious. "Old Elder, the kid escaped. Don't you go after him?" Yuang sank. "Do you think the old man doesn't want to kill him?" The Elder of Thunder Palace gave a cold glance at Emperor Yu. The Emperor reigned for a moment and noticed the cold eyes of the Elder of Thunder God Palace, and he could not help shivering. He then rang. Although he is also one of the highest levels of Thor's palace and has a pivotal position in Thor's palace, compared to the Elder in front of him, he is still a heaven and a ground. The Elder of Thunder Palace, the ultimate level of domination, is one of the strongest dependencies of Thunder Palace. After all, the ultimate dominator is the strongest combat power of the entire Jiuyao starfield. The entire Jiuyao starfield is only about 20, and the Thunder God Palace is only 3. These 3 ultimate masters, any of them are the true pillars of Thor's palace, cannot fall. But like the Emperor Yu himself, although he is the chief of the Temple of Law Enforcement and the first law enforcement elder, in fact, if he is dead, the Thunder Temple can easily find someone to replace him. But the elders cannot be replaced, and the elders do things. Should he teach them? "Mr. Elder, wouldn't you even kill him?" "King Emperor, you became very well behaved this time, and respected him. Even his title became you. Well, although I do know what the kid is from, he is really strong. Although he is dominated by the 3rd rank, but the divine power is not weaker than that of the 5th rank. The most important thing is that he's still after comprehending the laws of the universe. Even the perception of the laws of the universe has reached a very high level, far beyond my imagination. By virtue of the perception of the laws of the universe alone, he can already be called in the 5th grade master. It is invincible. Even if compared with the ultimate level of dominance, it is not much worse. You haven't seen the old man's palm that was cut in half by his sword. Although the old man didn't really use his full strength, but I can be sure that even if I go all out, I will never kill him. He wants to kill him. Unless there are 2 or 3 ultimate masters shooting at the same time, there is hope. Elder Shen said, "That kid, how amazing." Emperor Yu looked surprised. He did not expect that the elder's evaluation of Jian Wushuang turned out to be so high. In addition, the sword Wushuangjiai sword was able to directly cut the crystal giant's brilliant hand into 2 pieces. This strength is also really dear. Go back first, and when you go back, you will tell the story of the event. The old man must know why this person should be counted on you. The elder said, "Yes." King Diyu nodded respectfully. Soon, the elder and Emperor Rain returned to Thunder Palace. In the vast void, a cosmic boat stopped silently. In the cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang sat with cold frost, and the magic flame stood beside them. Failed. I didn't expect the well-designed traps. The Emperor Rain King was already a lingering concubine. Ma Shan was able to suppress him completely, but he was allowed to escape. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands with a reluctance in his eyes. Chapter 4070. The first is more. I miscalculated, Jian Wushuang secretly said. I thought that letting the flame of magic fire on Blood Thunder Cliff at most can attract the Emperor Rain King, but did not expect the Emperor Rain King to come, but that Thunder God Palace, the Elder, is he behind? The appearance of the Elder of the Thunder God Palace was indeed unexpected for Jian Wushuang. However, this incident can't be regarded as his miscalculation. After all, the reason that the Elder of Thunder Shrine will come is actually an accident. If it weren't in the Thunder God Palace, the Elder just happened to meet the Emperor Rain King, and if he noticed that there was a slight error, there would be no ultimate level of master to come here. For Jian Wushuang, this is just an accident, and it cannot be said to be a miscalculation. What really counts is actually his judgment of the ultimate level of dominance. I thought that as long as I combined the application of the laws of the universe with Kendo and reached the first level of the Zishua secret, it would be enough to fight the ultimate level to dominate the battle, but now it seems that is not the case. Sword unparalleled again. He just had a brief confrontation with the Elder of Thunder Palace. Although it was only a fight, Ku Jianshuang could already feel the huge power gap between himself and the other. The ultimate level of is much more powerful than the 5th level domination, and it is also much stronger than expected by Jian Wushuang. Although the confrontation, it seems that he directly cut the huge palm that the Elder of Thunder God's palace slashed into 2 halves, but in fact Jian Wushuang himself knew very well that he did his best and exerted himself. The strongest swordsmanship and all kinds of powers have also reached the extreme. The Elder of that Thunder Palace, however, just shot at will. Head-to-head confrontation. If the Elder of Thor's temple shots with all his strength, I will not be his opponent. Maybe I can really compete with him only with my whole cards. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. On the whole cards, the sword array he created, the mystery of dragon extermination, and the original magic universe endowed by the laws of the universe, these are all sword unmatched whole cards. It's just that these whole cards are not easy to cast, but once they are cast, his strength will be enough to surge in a short time. Under the previous situation, with the Elder of Thunder Palace, even if I tried my best, I was afraid there would be no way to take the Emperor Rain King, and after this battle, the Emperor Rain King would definitely be very careful in his next actions. I want to hit him again. I'm afraid it's unlikely. Jian Wushuang muttered. I am afraid that it is not only the Emperor Rain King. After this war, the Emperor Rain King will definitely inform the high-level powers of the Thunder God Palace when he goes back. The highest levels of the Thunder God Palace will certainly be extremely vigilant next, and will be careful everywhere beware of him. If he wants to shoot at the top of the Thunder Palace, it will be 10 times more difficult than before. Fu Jun, Lung Wushuang looked at Jian Wushuang, and she knew that Jian Wushuang's heart should be very unwilling now. It's okay. Jian Wushuang shook his head. After this war, in a short period of time, I couldn't find another chance to shoot against the strongest person in the Thunder Palace, let alone I waited for a while and set the Supreme first. The immortal mystery was refined for the fourth time, and I will naturally have a way to deal with this Thunder Palace. Jian Wushuangdo. Cold as Frost nodded slightly. Next, Jian Wushuang found a hidden place in Juyao Starfield and settled down temporarily. Jian Wushuang directly started the retreat. What he did is naturally the fourth most important thing in the Supreme Immortal. Previously, many treasures needed to practice the fourth weight of the Supreme Immortal Mystery have already reached his hands. What he has to do now is to enlighten him carefully, and with the help of these treasures, he will make the Supreme Immortal the Fourth is really refined. This process is not difficult, it just takes some time. In a flash, 3,000 years have passed. In the closet, the transformation of Jian Wushuang's deities has reached the final stage. Finally, with the sudden explosion of Jian Wushuang's deity, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened sharply, and a hot, brilliant light burst out. Haha, it's done! Jian Wushuang laughed with surprise. After 3,000 years of enlightenment in the secret room, with the help of many treasures, the ultimate immortal mystery is finally cultivated to the fourth level. In fact, before Jian Wushuang only practiced the second and third weights of the Supreme Immortal Mystery, it took more than 10,000 years to add up. This fourth weight is more difficult than the first three, but the reason why Jian Wushuang only took 3,000 years the success of the training is mainly because after Jian Wushuang's breakthrough reached the domination, the vision, and the speed of enlightenment are much faster than before. Whether it is enlightenment or cultivation, the speed is naturally faster. Sure enough, once the fourth aspect of the Supreme Immortal Mystery is refined, my body will undergo a huge transformation. After transformation, the strength of my body should be comparable to the general rule of inferiority. Jian Wushuang looked around at himself. The spirit body is very excited, feeling the arrogance of his body and the huge power hidden in the body. Before being made into the third weight, his body is comparable to the universe's strongest treasure, which is still enough. But the universe is the most powerful, and the rule is the most precious, that is exactly one heaven and one earth. Now, the fourth refining of the Supreme Immortal Mystery is enough to be comparable to the body of the general rule of inferiority, which is more than 100 times stronger in the strength of the body. The stronger the body, the more terrifying the defense and defense capabilities, and even the power contained in the body is more amazing. Apart from that, now, Jian Wushuang can clearly sense that the power of the divine body alone is coming out. I am afraid that it is close to the power of the fifth series. And under the amplitude of the willpower given by the law of the universe, this divine power can be directly amplified 10 times. That is, the sword power of Jian Wushuang itself has also been greatly improved, and the overall strength is again greater than before. Improved a bit. I am now qualified to dominate the wrist with the ultimate level. Jian Wushuang smiling. In the past 3,000 years, he confronted the Elder of Thor's palace only once, and then left immediately because at that time he saw that there was a large power gap between him and the other party. But now, he has become the fourth weight of the Supreme Immortal Mystery. His divine strength has skyrocketed, and his overall strength has been increased again. If he encounters the Elder of Thunder Palace, there may still be a certain gap in strength, but at least Jian Wushuang is now really confident to face it. Moreover, the most terrible end of the increase in the strength of the divine body is the ability to protect the body. The body is comparable to the treasure of the rule of inferior goods. How defensive is this defense? I am afraid that even if the attack of the ultimate level dominates, the damage to the sword unparalleled body will not be too much, let alone the sword unparalleled surface. There is a rule of inferiority to treasure armor. M. Chapter 4070 Supreme Fourth Immortal Body, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4071. Two more arrived today. The quality of the armor of the treasure warframe alone is already arrogant enough. Generally, the ultimate level of dominance of the attack is bombed on the treasure of the treasure warrior, and its power can be transmitted to the body through the treasure warframe. It is already pretty good, and the remaining 10% of the might. And then meet Jian Wushuang that is comparable to the sublime rule of the treasure armor body. It is estimated that it can barely shake it. But don't forget, Jian Wushuang is the perfect life. His divine power is vast, and the bearing capacity is much stronger than ordinary practitioners. The combination of the top-class rule arcana warframe and the godlike body that is comparable to the top-class rule arcana. It is no accident that the general ultimate level dominion will not hurt me at all, and only some of the strongest of the ultimate level dominion or some top-level existence can it really hurts me. As for killing me in the ultimate master, I am afraid that even those who are more anti-sky, who have understood some of the laws of the universe, will be able to do it. Jian Wushuang smiled. The ultimate dominator is already a strong one in the universe, and the number is not much. The ancient and profound large star fields, such as the Joyao star field, all add up to about 20, and the ultimate master, who understands the laws of the universe, is extremely rare. Even in the deepest part of the universe, there are not many such masters. However, the Joyao star field is only close to the depths. After all, it is not the depth of the universe. Jian Wushuang, I have seen the data of the ultimate masters of the Joyao starfield for a long time, and know that in the entire Joyao starfield, there is no ultimate master who understands the laws of the universe. Even though the most powerful palace master of Thor's palace, although he is regarded as the top level in the ultimate domination, there is still a big gap compared with those ultimate masters who understand the laws of the universe. That is to say, in the current Joyao starfield, no one can kill him unless it is a hidden ultimate master or a hidden supreme power. The ability to protect the body is so good that Jian Wushuang's confidence is naturally enough. If I want to get what I want from Thor's palace, I have to find a way to compromise Thor's palace. But now I only have strong body protection ability, but in terms of attack and kill, I am only close to the ultimate dominator. This strength alone am not yet ready to compromise Thor's palace. It seems that I have to prepare for it. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Soon he walked out of the secret room, stayed cold and frosty, and came to Jyoti Pavilion shortly after. Bloodsword friends. Fei Xue, one of the directors of the Jyoti Pavilion, continued to receive the three swordsmen. Supervisor Fei Xue, I have some venom in your hand. Look at it. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took out the jade bottles. Each of these jade bottles contained a drop of venom, a total of 9 drops. In fact, there were 12 drops in total, but 1 drop was used to kill Lei Stellar, and the other 2 drops were refined on the way to Jian Wushuang's rush to the road, hiding his Wu Weeping Sword. Since it is already the refining venom, the sword Wushuang naturally did not take it out. Venom. Fei Xue took these jade bottles, opened the corks, and observed them for a while, then laughed. Bloodsword boy, these venom products you brought out are very high, and they should be from a poison master who is the ultimate master. And the value of such a venom is pretty good. I can give you a price of 1,000 cosmic source stones. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Na Bammer, which was originally in the Purple Star domain, gave the same price. I bought all 9 drops of venom. In addition, I need a few drops of higher level venom. Jian Wushuang said, Huh, Fei Shui couldn't help looking at Chao Jian Wushuang in amazement. A higher level of venom? Bloodsword boy, what do you want? What I want to do is not yours. You just need to give me the venom. Jian Wushuangdo. Of course. Fei Shui laughed again. But the 9 drops of venom you brought out, in fact, the grade is already very high, and the value is extremely amazing under normal circumstances. A single drop of these venoms is enough to easily kill the ultimate master of the 5th level, even if it is the master of the ultimate level. If it is eroded by this drop of venom, at least it will have to be severely damaged. And the higher level venom is the kind of master that even the ultimate hierarchy once eroded, no doubt. Yes, that's what I want. Jian Wushuang said lowly. He was so determined that he wanted to start against Thor's palace, and he must compromise it. Since he wanted to compromise the Thunder Palace, Thunder Palace must be scared, but his own strength is not enough, so he can only hope in this horrible venom. Once he has 2 or 3 drops of this venom, and the refining is integrated into the Wu Weeping Sword, it is equivalent to mastering several big killers. The ultimate level of the Thunder Palace is dominated, and he may be inadvertently kill. This is what really scares Thor's palace. Bloodsword boy, although I don't know the purpose of these venoms, I have to tell you in advance that such a drop can kill the venom dominated by the ultimate level. Most of them are made by the venomist of the supreme level, and this kind of venom wants to use the same extremely difficult, let alone kill the enemy, a little careless, but he died first. Fei Shui solemnly. I know that. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew this already, but wasn't too much trouble for him. After all, his soul was invincible. In the process of refining this venom, he would not really die. Nothing more. Well, since you already know, I won't say much. Now I can find the venom that can easily kill the ultimate master in my 9 Emperors house. There are 3 kinds of these 3 venoms. 2 are made by the poison master of the highest level, and 1 is made by an incomparable ultimate master of the poison master. Although he is only the master, but he refines the ability to make venom is not worse than those of the most extreme poison divisions. Fei Shui Dao, what are the prices of these 3 venoms? Jian Wushuang asked. The venom refined by the first 2 extreme poison divisions is a drop of 8,000 universe source rocks. As for the venom refined by the ultimate master poison division, it is much cheaper, only 5,000 universe source rocks. Blizzard Road. How expensive? Jian Wushuang took a breath of air. Expensive? In fact, it's already cheap. Fei Shui laughed. Bloodsword boy, you know, that is the venom that is made by the Supreme Poison Master. Each drop contains a supremes. If you work hard, this drop of venom can easily kill the ultimate masters standing at the top. If it is not because the venom itself is too aggressive and too difficult to use, the value of these venoms is more than that. Chapter 4072. I will change it today. Jian Wushuang can also understand. After all, a drop of venom made by the Supreme Poison Master himself is enough to easily destroy the ultimate level master, and it is normal to be more expensive. If it weren't for the harsh and difficult use of venom, the price would probably be more expensive. 1 drop of 8,000 cosmic source stones. I just bought 9 drops of venom, and I only got 9,000 cosmic source stones. Even if I added the many resources left on me, I couldn't buy 2 drops of such venom. It seems that only the second best. Jian Wushuang secretly said, Supervisor Fei Shui, 1 drop of the venom from the 5,000 source stones. Give me 2 drops. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes, 2 drops of venom, a total of 10,000 source stones. Fei Shui said. Jian Wushuang immediately sold the source stone from the 9 drops of venom that he had just sold, and then took out 1,000 source stones from his accumulation and handed them to Fei Shui. Bloodsword friend, there is one more thing I have to bring to you. Even if you think of a way to refine the venom, you can only use it easily. For example, you can integrate it into your own soldiers and then attack the way, causing the venom to erode on the opponent's body. But this method has a premise, that is, your soldier must contact the opponent's body. That is, you must really attack the opponent's body. Fei Shui said again, I naturally know this. Jian Wushuangdo. Fei Shui didn't say much, and immediately went down to prepare the 2 drops of venom. Soon, Fei Shui took 2 drops of brand new venom and sent it to Jian Wushuang. These 2 drops of venom are dark and inky. Although they are contained in the jade bottle, they can come into contact with the power of the sword's soul. At that moment, his body and mind are completely cold, and his soul is almost frozen. Sure enough, these 2 drops of venom are much more powerful than the venom I got from Jisoo. Jian Wushuang's eyes were dazzling. There is no doubt that these 2 drops of venom can be fatal to the ultimate master. With these 2 drops of venom, Jian Wushuang left Jyoti Pavilion, and then Jian Wushuang found another place and began to refine these 2 venoms. This level of venom is even more difficult to refine. You should know that the sort of the venom that was obtained from Jiu Su alone took a long time to refining a drop, and it also spent endless energy. Of course, the current sword Wushuang is definitely different from before. Not only has he made great progress in strength, the key is that he already has sufficient experience in refining venom. So now he is refining again. Although the level is higher, the time it takes is not too long. 2,000 years later, the 2 drops of venom sword were all refined and integrated into their Wu Cry Excalibur. On average, it was 1 drop for 1,000 years. The 4th weight of the Supreme Immortal Mystery has been refined, and these 2 drops of venom worth 10,000 Universe Source Stones have also been completely refined and mastered and become my killer. Now I can say that I have everything. Even if you give me more time, I can't improve my strength. It's time to go to that shrine. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes burst into fierce man's. He is definitely going to shoot at Thor's palace, and there is no doubt about that. It was only that shot 5,000 years ago. His strength was obviously not enough, but now it is almost the same. Fu Jun, what are you going to do this time? Are there any plans? Lung Rushuang looked over. The plan has been thought about for a long time. To be exact, there is no plan, just kill it. Jian Wushuang laughed. Kill it. Husband, you are trying to... Lung Rushuang showed surprise, and there was a hint of worry in Meiyu. Rest assured, after the 4th rank of the Supreme Immortal Mystery was made, except for the Supreme, almost no one killed me. As for this Thunder Palace, although there are 3 ultimate levels of domination, I can be sure of dealing with them. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently. Shuanger, you and Moyen will stay in the cosmic boat, waiting for my news. Jian Wushuangdo, nodded coldly. Jian Wushuang immediately set off for the Thunder Temple. Thunder Palace is one of the 4 strongest forces in these 9 starfields. It has a deep foundation and many powerful people. It is the ultimate level of domination. 5,000 years ago, although Jian Wushuang made a shot at Thor's palace, he only wanted to start from one of the top levels of Thor's palace. So he led the Emperor Rain out, but he didn't expect to end it failed. But now, Jian Wushuang made his second shot, so he didn't plan to cover it up. He wants to kill the Thunder Palace directly. Relying on absolute strength, let the Thunder Palace compromise and bow his head to him. Before actually going to the old nest of Thor's palace, let's get some chips first. Jian Wushuang smiled. Instead of heading directly to the old nest of Thor's palace, he went to the Purple Thunder Astral Zone under Thor's palace. The 9 stars are still in the first level astral stage of the evolution stage. There are a total of 8, and the 8 first-order astrals are controlled by the 4 strongest forces in the 9 Yao star field. The Purple Thunder astral realm is a first-level astral realm controlled by Thor's palace. You should know that the power of Thor's palace in the Joyao star field is very huge, and Her Majesty's attached astral circles are endless. Like the secondary astral circle, Thor's palace has dozens of feet. It is precisely because His Majesty has many secondary astral circles. So when the sword Wushuang destroyed the Blood Thunder Cliff, the Thunder God Palace did not take it seriously. But the first astral world is different. There are only 8 first-level astral planes in the Joyao star field, and only 2 of them are in Thor's temple. The importance of these 2 first-level astral circles to Thor's temple is extraordinary. But just today, Jian Wushuang came to the first-level astral Purple Thunder astral. There is a supreme holy place, the Purple Thunder Field, in the Purple Thunder astral realm. This Purple Thunder Field is occupied by the throne of the Thunder Palace. The Thunder Palace also sends many strong people to sit here all year round, and a heavy area is also arranged around the Thunder Field, a powerful law formation. This law formation is extremely solid. Unless it is dominated by the ultimate level, it is difficult for anyone to break the law formation. In addition, there is a cosmic channel connecting the Purple Thunder Star realm and the Thunder Palace Old Nest. Once there is any huge change in the Purple Thunder Star realm, the strong person of the Thunder Palace can come here to clear the siege as quickly as possible, which leads to, after a long period of time, no one can shake the position of Thor's temple in the Purple Thunder void above the Purple Thunder domain. A figure stood there indifferently. This figure is naturally the sword unparalleled. Chapter 4073. The first is more. Thunder Palace really pays more attention to the first-level astral realm. On the legal array alone, the Purple Thunder astral legal array is far more powerful than the original Blood Thunder Cliff's original legal array. I am afraid that there is no ultimate dominating power. Break this array. Jian Wushuang looks down at a woody land in front. This land is completely covered by the legal array. Through the legal array, you can see the densely packed buildings on the ground and the existence of a large number of cultivation. This land is the foundation of Thor's temple in this Purple Thunder astral realm. Fortunately, this array is not difficult for me. Jian Wushuang was smiling, but Wu Weiss Excalibur had already appeared in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Wushuang directly cut off the sword with anger. This sword Wushuang, instantly issued his strongest power, even with the power of his own body, and the sword technique is also the strongest attack on the open sky. Boom! The majestic sword light cut directly over the ancient law formation, and it instantly seemed as if a huge rock fell into the water, and the entire law formation began to tremble madly. Within the array, many practitioners under his Thunder Palace also looked up. What happened? Someone is attacking the law circle. This array was arranged by the Thunder God Palace. There is no way to regret the strength of the ultimate dominator, but now there is only one attack, and it is so trembling as if it cannot bear it. Is there an ultimate dominator in the attack? All the powerful men in His Majesty's Palace of Thunder were in a commotion, especially those who are at the top of the Purple Thunder Star. Hurry up, send a message to the palace, saying that there is an ultimate level of to come to your door, and they are required to send someone to rescue immediately. Fast, the elder or the palace master must come as fast as possible, otherwise it will be too late. Several fifth-level masters from Thor's palace in the French array have gathered. These fifth series dominate. The strength is very strong, even standing on the peak of the fifth series, but can catch God Reign King, but none. And at this moment, the hearts of these fifth series dominated the panic. The Thunder Palace is one of the strongest forces in the Joyao starfield, and almost no one dares to mess with it. The Purple Thunder is one of the 2 first-level astrals controlled by His Majesty the Thunder Palace, which can be said to be the most powerful of the Thunder Palace. Valued resources. Because Thunder Palace places so much importance on the Purple Thunder astral circle, there are almost no unsightly forces or strong men in the Jiuyao star domain who dare to come to the Purple Thunder astral circle for trouble. They are the masters who have been guarding the Purple Thunder realm, and they have been extremely comfortable, but whoever thought that someone had come to the door today? And the views of the movement are likely to be the ultimate masters. These fifth-level dominated, of course, panic, buzzing. The entire array was trembling madly, and it was on the verge of falling. However, in the end, this array was still the sword that could endure the sword, unparalleled, unexpectedly defeated. Jian Wushuang looked at the magic array in front of him in surprise, but then smiled again, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand was cut again. One sword is not enough, then another sword. Boom! The same mighty Jianguang relentlessly chopped on that law formation again. Originally, because of bearing the first Jianguang, the legal array that had reached the edge of collapse suffered the same attack again, and could not bear it anymore, and was torn apart by that Jianguang on the spot. The entire array was completely defeated, and the energy disappeared into the sky. The practitioners of the Thunder Temple, which were originally hidden under the array, no longer had any cover, and were completely exposed in front of Jian Wushuang. Those practitioners overlooking the Thunder God Palace have turned into a pot of porridge, and Sword Wushuang did not issue a sword again, but with a big wave of his hands, 3 towering golden stone monuments rose in an instant. Sanzuan Town Tianbei appeared at the same time, and almost immediately covered the huge building group below. With the development of the magical town of heaven and magic, the infinite repression force was immediately oppressed on those practitioners of the Thunder God Palace. This repressive force is terrible. Even the 5th-ranking dominator is extremely difficult to resist, and those 4th-ranking and 3rd-ranking dominators are even weaker under this repressive force, and it has completely lost its ability to resist. Some people even fell down on the spot after being suppressed. Haha, come in. Jian Wushuang smiled. In Sanzuan Town Monument, there are hidden independent spaces. This independent space is actually a prison for suppressing people. Now, the sword is unparalleled, and I saw that from the 3 town monuments, there is an old golden palm that extends out. These golden palms are incredibly fast and directly dragged a famous practitioner in Thor's palace. Repression in that independent space. Those practitioners of the Thunder God Palace cannot resist under the magical town of heaven and magic. In just a few moments, a large number of practitioners possessed by this land were suppressed by Jian Wushuang into the independent space in Jintian Monument. The only ones that haven't been suppressed are those 5th-level dominators. My divine power is only the 5th level in the end. Even if I control the 3 town monuments to cast the magic demon town, ICANT directly suppress the 5th level. Hands and feet. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his figure was swept away from the crowd ahead. At this moment, there are more than a dozen 5th-level masters of Thor's temple in this Purple Thunder astral world, but all of them are frightened. They were just watching the many practitioners under their command. They were directly suppressed without any resistance. Now, everyone else has been suppressed, and they are the only ones left. Okay. These 5th-level masters suddenly looked up. They all noticed that a figure in front of them was galloping. This is the 3rd level dominates. It's not the ultimate master who is attacking us, but a 3rd level master. Impossible. These masters are all stunned, but Jian Wushuang didn't bother to care about them at all. As soon as he got closer, he shot straight. I saw a sword shadow being cast out from his hands. 5,000 years ago, when he had never been made into the 4th level of the Supreme Immortal Mystic, he could easily kill the 5th-ranked peak. Now, there are more than a dozen fifth-level dominates, but those who reach the peak level are only 2 or 3. Although the number is a little bit, it is very easy for Jian Wushuang to deal with it. However, it took a while. The 10 or so fifth-ranked dominators were all killed by Jian Wushuang in the weakest stage, and then suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4074. Second War. More than a dozen dominated by the 5th series, and the 4th and 3rd series dominated a lot. As for the 1st and 2nd series, and the rules of those rules, even more countless, although I arrested there are a lot of people, but those who are truly qualified to let the Thunder Palace care are probably more than a dozen 5th-level masters, and a few 4th-level masters. But for a large force like Thor's Palace, losing this strong person should not be a big deal. It seems that the chips in my hand are not enough. I have to catch some Thor's Palace powerful members. Jian Wushuang secretly said, making up his mind. Jian Wushuang immediately left the purple astral realm and rushed towards His Majesty's other astral realms. And just after Jian Wushuang walked away, there was a dazzling light on the ground below, followed by a strong breath appeared in this world. These people are the strongest Thor Thunder Palace, rushed to the rescue as soon as they were rumored, the head of which is the elder of Thor Thunder Palace. People, why are you alone? The elder frowned, looking around. The power of his soul swept away long ago, but the vast void around him did not sense the slightest breath, including those that should have existed in this land, and none of the many practitioners under his Thunder Palace. Are you late? The elder immediately understood, although he was the first to receive the news. He came over here. He arrived here from Thor's Palace. It took a very short time, but there was no way. Jian Wushuang was too fast. With just 2 swords, the French formation of this land was defeated, and then many of the practitioners were directly suppressed by the repression of the rule of treasure. It took only a short-term effort from sword warriors to suppress all the strong men to leave. This elder did not catch up. According to the previous news, the person who started the operation is a 3rd-level dominator, but this 3rd rank dominates the power is extremely possible, and it will be able to put my Thunder Temple in the purple thunder in a very short period of time. All the strong repressed. This 3rd-level dominates. The elder looked cold. No accident. It should be the one who had dealt with Emperor Yu before. The elder of Thunder Palace has guessed that Jian Wushuang is doing it, but he can't do anything. After all, he doesn't know where Jian Wushuang is, and he doesn't have the sword command of Jian Wushuang. In desperation, the elder of Thor's Palace can only return to Thor's Palace with his people. But it wasn't long before he returned to Thor's Palace, and there was news immediately that Thor's Palace struck a 2nd-level astral plane and was attacked by a 3rd-level dominator. It was also within a short period of time that 2nd-level star, almost all the strong men in the Thunder Palace are suppressed by the other party. Subsequently, another secondary astral world was attacked again. In order to increase his bargaining chips with Thor's Palace, Jian Wushuang went to the astral areas controlled by Thor's Palace and shot at those strong players in Thor's Palace. He did not slay those strong men in Thunder Palace. None of them were killed. He just used thunder to suppress all the strong people in Thunder Palace and locked them in the independent space of Zhenshinbai. One by one, the astral world continues to suppress. Although the Thunder God Palace has already responded, it has also issued various orders to respond to Jian Wushuang's attacks. But the results are useless. Jian Wushuang definitely has the power to shoulder the ultimate domination, and Thor's Palace has only 3 ultimate dominators, all staying in the throne of Thor's Palace. In other words, as long as Jian Wushuang did not run to the old nest of Thor's Palace could not take him at all. As for the astral planes under Her Majesty's palace, although there are certain forces, these forces are basically a joke before the sword has no double sides, and he can easily sweep it down by himself, sweeping the second-level astral planes and suppressing Thor. Palace of those strong. In this way, Jian Wushuang swept across a first-level astral plane, 15 second-level astral planes, and the repressed Thunder Palace powerhouses are countless. Although Thunder Palace is thinking of various countermeasures, so far it has not threatened Jian Wushuang. After sweeping 15 secondary astral realms, Jian Wushuang finally stopped. 15 second-level astral planes, plus the purple thunder astral planes that were swept before, all the strong men in Thor's palace left in these astrals have been suppressed by me. Until now, the thunderous palaces have been suppressed by me. Among them, the 5th rank alone has more than 40 masters, and the 4th and 3rd ranks add up to hundreds, let alone the number of other masters and rule masters, and there are still many of them. Some highly qualified geniuses. Such a force shouldn't even care about Thor's palace, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. All these powerful men suppressed by him will become his chips. In his opinion, the chips he currently has may not be enough to make Thor's palace nervous or angry, but it can definitely make Thor's palace care. At least the Thunder God Palace did not dare to ignore this power. Once he was fierce and killed all the repressed powerhouses, he believed that the Thunder God Palace would jump quickly. It is enough to achieve this. With these chips, barely enough should be enough. Even if I continue to sweep down such an astral and astral world, although I can capture more of the Thunder Palace strong, but it is only the icing on the cake, and Thunder Palace is not stupid. It used to be that I started too fast, but now they should have responded, and they should be ordered to hide in those astral powerhouses, and will not give me the opportunity to continue to suppress. It's almost there. Next, it's time to go to Thor's palace and talk to the ultimate master of Thor's palace. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, and even when he set off, he went directly to the throne of Thunder God Palace. The Thunder God Palace, at this moment, has already fallen into a rage. The Thunder God Palace has been dominating the Jiuyao star domain for too long and too long. After a long time, the Thunder God Palace is high above the Jiuyao star domain. Except for the other 3 strongest men who can stand up to him, no one in Dallas of Jiuyao dares to challenge the Thunder Palace. Even if it is the ultimate master, it is generally not dare to provoke the Thunder Palace, because not only there are 3 ultimate masters in the Thunder Palace, but also the deep inside. There are all kinds of hole cards. It is capable of killing the ultimate master. Because of this novel, Thunder Palace can occupy such a vast territory, and His Majesty controls so many astral realms. But today, it is really provoked to go to Thor. Not only was it provoked, it was even humiliated. It was being pressed to the ground and rubbing up and down the Thunder Palace, naturally angry. Chapter 4075. Just getting this Soul Defense class rule is extremely valuable, but I have NT searched the Jiuzus Qiankuan. I hope it will surprise me. Jian Wushuang's, full of expectations, began to investigate Jiuzus left Qiankuan quit. The consciousness sank into the ring of heaven, and with a simple glance, Jian Wushuang's face couldn't help showing surprise. Good guy, these 9 whiskers are really rich. Jian Wushuang praised. It is very rich. In this time, the cosmic crystals are piled up like a mountain, and there are a lot of cosmic source stones. If all these are added up, it is estimated that there are 1,300 cosmic source stones. In addition, there are all kinds of treasures in this ring. Each treasure is not low in value. Like the rule of treasures, there are still 3 things in the ring. Of course, these 3 rules of treasure are just the general rules of attack. They are worth as much as the purple spear used by Joshu, but all of this adds up to amazing value. These 9 beards, even though they are a penancer, are only a master of the 4th level extreme level. How could they be so rich? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but admire. From the Soul Defense rule, to the treasure, plus the many treasures in this nine-bearers ring, all of them add up, and its value is probably nearly 3,000 cosmic source stones. 3,000 cosmic source stones. This is more than the vast majority of the fifth series dominated the net worth. There are a lot of poor fifth-level masters, but even a rule of attack is extremely difficult to get. Master, if I'm not mistaken, there must be many strong men who have been killed by Josu, and he should also have got some special opportunities. Otherwise, he would be dominated by a fourth-level player, and his net worth would not be so rich. Demon Flame said. Maybe. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. However, he did not know that Jiusu had indeed had a chance. He got a cave house dominated by the ultimate level and obtained a lot of benefits from that cave house. In addition, his own strength is very strong, and he has spent many years in various territories of the universe. There are indeed many strong men who kill and kill, including 2 fifth-level masters. These strong men who were killed by him there are quite a lot of net worth, plus what he got from the ultimate master. It is normal for him to be able to do so now. However, with these 9 beards being slashed by Jian Wushuang, his life gain was cheaper for Jian Wushuang. Before, I was quite worried that my financial resources were not enough. Even if I went to the Beauty Pavilion of Ziwei Starfield, I could not exchange for what I wanted, but now it should be enough. Jian Wushuang smiled. His eyes were looking after taking a look at the magic flame next to him. Magic flame, when I reach the Ziwei Starfield, I will go to Beauty Pavilion to exchange some special spar for you, so that your body can recover to 30% or 40% as soon as possible. Thank you, Master. Devil Flame was glad inside. Shuanger. Jian Wushuang looked at his wife again. This gray bead, you have refined it. Jian Wushuang handed your gray beads directly to the cold frost. Fujun, this bead is the rule of soul defense. Don't you need it? Cold Frost frowned. Ha! Shuanger, you should know that I am a perfect cultivator of life, and I have long been invincible in the soul. No one can deal with me from the soul. Naturally, the law of the defense of the soul is so precious to me. Use it, but you, in the future, you will be in the universe with me. You will inevitably encounter some danger, and only if you have enough self-protection ability can you not distract me. Well, I see. Cold as Frost nodded and accepted the gray beads. She also knows the reason that Jian Wushuang said. On strength, although her soul and soul have been transformed because of the relationship between the heart of the astral world, she has also inherited the mantle of the Misty Supreme, and her potential is great, but on strength, there are indeed many gaps between Jianshuang and Jianshuang. She wants to keep up with Jian Wushuang all the time. Then she doesn't say if she can help Jian Wushuang. At least she can't hinder Jian Wushuang. This is what Lung Rushuang thinks. With this gray bead, she can really improve her life-saving ability. Well, let's go on. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the huge spacecraft continued to exercise towards the galaxy ahead. The speed of the cosmic boat is still extremely fast, and even the Ziyuan Xing and other overlord stars in Hanoi, such as the Ancient Star and the Void Star, have planted their heels in Jianwu's hands, and even the previously recognized strongest Jusu all died in the sword without hands. Then this Siwei Xinghe, no one who can't open his eyes, come to their trouble. A flash, more than 400 years passed. The spacecraft finally reached the end of Ziwei Xinghe. More than 700 years. Have you finally come to the end of this Ziwei Xinghe? Jian Wushuang looked at the end of Xinghe in front of him. A vast universe of void appeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Ziwei Xinghe has traveled in the cosmic boat for more than 700 years, and it has also transmitted through the cosmic channel of the ancient Yuanxing, saving 200 or 300 years. Until now, Xinghe has been completely passed through. The end of Xinghe is Ziwei Star Field, which is also one of the two goals of this time. The Ziwei star field is a medium-sized star field. The area where the swordsman is located is at the edge of the universe and the most barren. The name does not enter the meteor field. It is too powerful. Jian Wushuang learned the complete information of Ziwei star domain from the Jyoti Pavilion. In the Ziwei star field, there are thousands of astral spheres alone. Although most of them are tertiary astral planes, there are still more than 10 astral planes. And Ziwei starfield, although it is still not in the depths of the universe, it is no longer a marginal zone of the universe. The secondary astrology here is more powerful than the Lord of the Clouds. The Lord of the astral realm is also much stronger than the demon star, according to the information obtained by Jian Wushuang. The secondary astral master in the Ziwei star realm is almost dominated by the fifth order. And Jian Wushuang's goal in the Ziwei star field, that is, that Xingluo dominated with her disciples as cold as snow, and Jian Wushuang had already obtained complete information. That star Luo dominates, comes from a secondary astral field in the Ziwei star field. The top force in the Thunder star field is the poisonous demons. The Lord of the 10,000 Poison Sect is the super strong enough to rank in the top 3 in the Lei Hengxing domain, and it is said that its strength is second only to the Lei Hengxing domain master. Chapter 4076. Second more. I saw a lot of Cyan divine power quickly gathering in the void. In the blink of an eye, a huge towering Cyan crystal jade palm was formed. This crystal jade palm contained 9 different rules at the same time, which perfectly blended together and made people tremble. With this Cyan crystal jade's palm slowly covering, the void below seemed to be unable to withstand such forces, and a faint crack had appeared, as if it would completely collapse at any time. Looking at the Cyan crystal jade palm under the cover slowly, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. The Wu-crying Excalibur in his hand was cut out instantly. The strongest power erupts instantly. Open the sky. Wow! The same result as before. The Cyan crystal jade palm was split in half by the majestic sword light, and a large amount of Cyan divine power escaped frantically around. Okay. The elder of Thunder God Palace frowned. This boy's strength seems to be a lot stronger than the last time. The elder of Thunder Palace really feels that Jian Wushuang's strength has improved. He played against Jian Wushuang the last time, although his giant hand was also split in half by Jian Wushuang's sword. But at that time, he didn't do his best, just hit it with one hand, and Jian Wushuang burst out with his full strength. But now, he has used all his strengths. The Cyan crystal jade giant hand he casts is much stronger than the palm that attacked Xiang Jianwushuang at first, but the sword is still split in half by the sword in front of Jianwushuang. There is no doubt that Jian Wushuang's strength is definitely stronger than before. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared on the side of Jian Wushuang. What suddenly appeared was, of course, the Blood Mine leader, who was in charge of a special unit in the Thunder Palace. This unit was an assassination unit. The main leader of the Blood Thunder Army is also good at assassination. His speed is incredible, appearing on the side of Jian Wu's body. The main palm of the Blood Thunder Army immediately burst out with a dark black sword. Jian Wushuang has already reacted, his body retreats slightly, and Wu Weiss Excalibur instantly crosses it. Clang! The two came into contact and flashed. Humph! The leader of the Blood Thunder Army snorted, but the dark black sword in the palm of his hand was like a poisonous snake. Hey! Laugh! 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 A sword followed a sword, stabbing at the fastest speed. Just for a short time, the leader of the Blood Thunder Army even stabbed hundreds of swords directly. Each sword was almost to the extreme, and the power was extremely terrible. However, the leader of the Blood Thunder Army did not expect that Jian Wushuang's sword speed was not slow at all. In this moment, Hundreds of swords were also stabbed at the same time, completely blocking his attack. Clang! With another metal-like sound, the main body of the Blood Thunder army floated toward the rear like a ghost. This boy. Shui Leijun looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. He is the ultimate master, and is mainly based on assassinations. His speed is what he is best at. At the blink of an eye, he stabbed hundreds of swords. This is definitely one of his killing tricks. This third series dominated the complete resistance. Blood Thunder, be careful, this kid is not weak. The Elder of Thunder God Palace appeared beside the leader of the Blood Thunder army and said, "I can see it." The leader of Shuilei army nodded slightly. He has understood the laws of the universe, and judging from his speed with which I can keep up with my swordsmanship, he has a high level of awareness of the laws of the universe. The fourth floor of the law of the sea is even possible. The fifth floor of the law sea, the Elder of Thunder Palace was also surprised. They are the ultimate masters, and naturally know what it means for a third-level master to be able to cross the fifth floor of the Sea of Laws. Don't hide yourself, shoot with all your strength, and kill him. The Elder of Thunder Palace sighed, and immediately a surge of violent breath rose from his body. His momentum soared instantly. Boom! The entire Elder of the Thunder Palace is transformed into a huge dark cloud, and the sword is unparalleled. As for the main body of the Blood Thunder army, it disappeared directly into the void. The next moment, pung, 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 only a horrible roar was heard one after another. Within the dark cloud cover, Jian Wushuang had already met the Elder of Thunder God Palace. Different from before, the Elder Thunder Palace had only used his frontal attack tricks and was defeated by double-clicking the sword, but now the Elder Thunder Palace directly came forward and slaughtered with the sword unparalleled. The main leader of the Blood Thunder army relied on his own figure to hide in the surrounding void, and from time to time he gave Jian Wushuang a fatal blow. The combination of the two ultimate masters is extremely terrible, especially the assassination and killing of the leader of the Blood Thunder army is too weird, and the speed is too fast. It is invincible. Changing to the general ultimate master. Facing the siege of these two men, I am afraid that they will be extremely embarrassed and will soon be put on the battlefield. But sword unparalleled but different. Although Jian Wushuang is not the ultimate master, and even his strength is not as good as the ultimate master to a certain extent, his advantages are not possessed by most ultimate masters. That is, his perception of the laws of the universe is too high, the perception of the laws of the universe is extremely high, and they are perfectly combined with kendo, which makes his swordplay become extremely mysterious. Not only can easily resist the front of the Elder Thunder the attack, even the assassination of the Blood Thunder army leader, he was able to reflect in time and easily resist. Even if it was one enemy and two, he did not fall into the slightest. Although these two are very powerful, the two can indeed defeat the general ultimate master. Unfortunately, they met me. Jian Wushuang also smiled. In fact, a strong man like him who has a very high understanding of the laws of the universe and can combine with kendo, the best way to defeat him is to directly break the law by force, relying on strong power to crush him. And now, like the elders of the Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder army, come to fight with him close to him and compete with him to fight against him, that is a joke. His sword skill is far more exquisite than that of the elders of the Thunder Palace and the Blood Thunder army. If it is not for the power, he is worse than the ultimate master, and the assassination method of the Blood Thunder army master is indeed enough. If he was terrible, he would have repelled the two. The Elder of Thunder Temple and the Blood Thunder army lord have also realized this. No, his swordsmanship is too mysterious. It is much more subtle than the attacks we have performed. Fighting with him close to him is just to find his own abuse. The Elder of Thunder God Palace said lowly, This kid's strength is indeed very strong. We can't win him at all, just by the two of us." While talking, they all looked intently behind them, and the Lord of the Thunder God Palace was there. Chapter 4077. 3 more arrived today. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace stood in the surrounding void from beginning to end, and never shot. After all, he is the strongest of Thor's palace. Even in the ultimate domination, he is extremely strong, and can even be called the top existence. He is the greatest support of Thor's temple, but because of this, he would not easily take shots, because once he took the shot himself, it showed that Thor's palace had been pushed to the extreme by the opponent. Moreover, it was only a third-level master who killed them at this moment. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace had to hold his own identity. The second time, he also believed that the Elder of the Thunder God Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army were enough to take the other party down. However, the facts completely exceeded his expectations. The Elder of Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army, the two ultimate dominators, joined together, and they have all burst out of their powers, but they can't help but control the third level in front of them. After seeing the Elder of Thunder God Palace asking for help from the leader of Blood Thunder Army, the Lord of Thunder God Palace looked pale and half-sounded before he finally sighed. "You two, stand back," said the Lord of the Thunder Palace. The Elder of Thunder God Palace and the leader of Shuele Army pulled away immediately. After leaving the distance with Jian Wushuang, they looked at Jian Wushuang with a trace of horror. Perhaps the people watching the battle around could not see it, but the two of them were very clear. Since the two of them shot together with Jian Wushou, they not only did not increase the pressure greatly, but became extremely relaxed, just like leisure. The court wandered, easily resisting their attack. Neither of them attacked the other side at all. On the contrary, the opponent's exquisite swordsmanship makes him and her feel great pressure all the time. "Master, this boy's perception of the laws of the universe is too high, and sword art is extremely profound. If his strength is not much different from him, he can rely on his understanding of the laws of the universe and easily play with me." The Elder of Thunder God Palace said, "Softly rowed." "I see it." The Lord of Thunder Palace nodded slightly, but his eyes were unusually cold. "A third-level master dominates me, but the two ultimate masters of Thor's palace are helpless." "Bloodsword, you are very good." The Thor's palace stared at Jian Wushuang. "Since this seat became the Thor's palace, here I can hardly find one in Joyao Starfield that I admire, but today I cannot admire you. There is no doubt that you are the most terrible genius I have seen in all these years." The Elder of the Thunder God Palace also looked very dignified with the main leader of the Blood Thunder Army. To the Lord of the Thunder God Palace, the two of them were also very agreeable. A third-level master can fight head-on with their ultimate master, and their two ultimate masters join forces. There is no way to take each other. Isn't that difficult? Even in the entire universe. I am afraid it will be difficult to find such a terrible tertiary third-ranking ruler, right? Those who compliment me, there is no need to say those things that compliment me. You either shot them in person or told me everything I wanted to know. Jian Wushuang smiled. That being the case, then it seems that this seat will have to take a shot in person to meet you. The Thunder Palace bland. Although the Lord of the Thunder God Palace said very plainly, he instantly warned Jian Wushuang. After all, the Lord of Thunder Palace is not the two before. Whether it is the Elder of Thunder God Palace or the leader of the Blood Thunder Army, although they are the ultimate masters, they are just the general ultimate masters. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace, however, is called the top level among the ultimate masters. Before Jian Wushuang decided to kill the Thunder God Palace, He carefully asked about the power gap between the ultimate masters of the magic flame, and the magic flame told him that the power gap between the ultimate masters and each level was very large. Generally, those who can reach the top level in the ultimate domination, their strength is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary ultimate domination. Lord of the Thunder God Palace, let me see how strong you are, the strongest person in the Thunder God Palace. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace did not speak anymore. He just looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. The next moment, a large axe appeared in his hand. This is a red golden axe. The axe is 5 meters long, and the body is surrounded by layers of golden thunder. These golden thunders are beating wildly in the void, and an extremely violent atmosphere is passed from this axe. Come out. The rule of top-grade treasure is even close to the top-grade rule treasure. Jian's eyes narrowed. He could see that the great axe that the Lord of the Thunder God Palace had brought out was not much worse than his Wu Cry Excalibur. Stop it! The Lord of the Thunder God Palace fluttered a word. As soon as the words fell, the light golden axe in his hand was chopped down. There is nothing fancy, and the Lord of the Thunder Palace did not even want to fight with Jian Wushuang in close proximity to compete in swordsmanship, axe, or killing skills. After all, he knows that Jian Wushuang has a great understanding of the laws of the universe, and swordsmanship is far more subtle than his axe. Qiliai Jinga's own advantage is also obvious. That is pure power. The ultimate master at the top level, he can easily kill the master of the 5th rank with a random blow. And now he is throwing an axe with all his strength. As the terrifying mighty power that sweeps through the earth is swept away, the countless powerful people watching the battle all show fear and awe. Even the 2 ultimate masters, the Elder of Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army, could not help but feel alarmed. The axe power of the Lord of Thunder God Palace is too strong, far more powerful than the Elder of Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army. It is more than 10 times stronger. The mighty axe shadow slashed directly at Jian Wushuang, and when axe shadow came down, it had completely blocked the void around Jian Wushuang and did not give Jian Wushuang any space to escape. Purely overpowering people. Humph! Jian Wushuang also appeared like lightning, and at this moment was also bursting out his strongest power. The majestic strength is constantly integrated into his Wu Cry Excalibur, and the strongest Kaitian style at the next moment is directly cut out. This sword, before, was able to cut off the cyan crystal jade palm that the Elder of Thunder God Palace fully concentrated. At this moment, this majestic sword light collided with the axe shadow that came back from the mighty. Pung! A low impact sounded the surrounding void, seemed to be shaking a little at this moment. Jian Wushuang only felt that a horrible force that completely surpassed himself passed on. His Kaitian sword-style sword art collapsed instantly, and the mighty golden axe shadow remained unabated, and it completely drowned him in an instant body shape. Pung! The axe shadow was split directly on Jian Wushuang's body, and the sword Wushuang was directly split into the ground below. A huge pothole also appeared out of thin air. Chapter 4078. The first is more. Too strong. A lot of strong men in the Thunder Palace, including the Elder Thunder Palace and the Blood Thunder Army leader next to the void, saw a twitch in the heart when they saw Jian Wushuang being split into the ground below instantly. Really terrible. Just now, the Elder of the Thunder God Palace and the 2 leaders of the Blood Thunder Army joined hands. They have no way to take a sword. However, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace just crushed Jian Wushuang with just an axe. At the same time, the ultimate dominator, the throne of the Thunder Palace, is definitely not just a little stronger than the elders of the Thunder Palace and the throne of the Blood Thunder army. The master named Bloodsword, is it dead? So terrible axe split directly on the body. He is only a third-level master. Even if he is not dead, I am afraid it will not be better. Tell him to provoke me at Thunder Palace. In my opinion, he's dead. Many practitioners of the Thunder God Palace talked about each other and looked at the pits on the ground below. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared from the bottom pit, and appeared in the blink of an eye, in the blink of an eye. Ha! It is indeed the Lord of the Thunder God Palace. This strength is much stronger than other ultimate masters. The hearty laughter echoed in this world, and looking at Jian Wushuang reappearing in the void, feeling the slightest weakening of Jian Wushuang's body, the eyes of the many strong men in Thunder Palace were straight. How come? If you don't die, why are you so active? His breath is not weakened at all. Didn't he just hurt him by that axe? Many of the strong men in Thor's palace have eyes widened, and their faces are incredible. This is impossible. The elders of Thunder God Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder army also issued a scream of appetite. They are the ultimate lords, and they all have the best quality rule armor of the treasure. But even if they both bear the axe that the Lord of the Thunder God has just received, they will definitely be injured, and the damage will not be light. And Jian Wushuang, although the combat power is not much weaker than them, but how can it be just a third-level master? A third level dominates. Shouldn't their body care ability be comparable to them? How could it bear that axe and be intact? This boy. The eyes of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace also narrowed slightly. In fact, the shock in his heart was not inferior to that of the elders of Thunder Palace and the Blood Thunder army, but Jian Wushuang, who reappeared in front of him, really did not look like an injury. Is this kid with some kind of special treasure, such as some powerful anti-elixir, which can instantly restore the injury? The Lord of the Thunder God could not help but think, but his look will soon recover again. See if you really have that great capacity. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace shot again, and raised the giant axe in his hand, but the moment when the giant axe was raised, the momentum was even greater. The aura of destruction condensed in that giant axe was also more intense. Humph! With the thunder of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace, the giant axe in his hand broke again. The same axe that crushes people with force, without any fancy. Some are stronger and more powerful. It's awful. The axe shadow is mighty, and once again falls in front of Jian Wushuang. But this time the sword unparalleled, but did not intend to use the sky to expand the sword style, but directly triggered the sword array. A special wave of energy spreads. Special swords surged wildly, forming a strong and tough sword domain. In a short moment of effort, the sword has gathered nearly 100 ground sword areas without double-sided fronts. And these ground sword areas are also perfectly combined in a special way to form a huge and complete Earth Guard sword array. Jian Wushuang's strongest body protection trick. The Earth guards the sword array. This sword array, with Jian Wushuang's continuous application of the laws of the universe, and then perfectly combined with Kendo, the power is much stronger than before. This sword array is definitely the strongest body protection method of Jian Wushuang. Boom! The axe carrying the mighty power finally came to the front of Jian Wushuang and directly bombarded the Earth Guardian sword array. At this moment, the entire Earth Guardian sword array began to tremble madly, and the heavy King Sword realm was successively defeated. With just a blink of an eye, the entire Earth Guardian sword formation collapsed for the most part, but the power of the giant axe was still extremely powerful and continued to impact. Finally, the entire Earth Guardian sword formation was defeated. The Earth Guardian sword formation was split open by the axe shadow. My Earth guarded the sword array, but was defeated. Jian Wushuang murmured secretly, but not surprised. After all, it is the ultimate master of the top level, and he has performed a trick, and it is normal to open his protective sword array. Only after the axe Shadow defeated the Earth Guardian sword formation, most of the power was consumed. Although the remaining power continued to pass through, it could pass through the weakening of the sword-to-body surface of the legal system to the treasure armor, and then truly pass to the sword-to-sword. There is not much left on the divine body. The sword deity's body is also comparable to the rule of inferior goods, and it is not a big deal to endure this blow. On the bright side, after Jian Wushuang accepted the axe, he was just split back a long distance, and then stood still again. Jian Wushuang still had a smile on his face. Lord of the Thunder Gods, did the axe just be your strongest blow? If your strength really is like this, then I am afraid that you will be disappointed today. Just this strength, don't talk about killing me. You can't even hurt me. Although Jian Wushuang's words sounded crazy, what he said was indeed the truth. The attack of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace did not hurt him. The many powerful men in Thor's palace are completely shocked at this moment. He didn't even get hurt. I took the axe of the palace master from the front just like nothing else. The breath has not weakened at all. Where is this blood sword from the monster? Not only are the powerful men of the Thunder Temple, but also the three ultimate masters of the Thunder Temple. The three masters of the Thunder Palace, the elder of the Thunder Palace, and the main leader of the Blood Thunder Army are all gloomy at this moment, especially the Lord of Thor's. If you say the first acts before, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace also doubts whether Jian Wushuang is posing or has been severely damaged, but it immediately restored the instant elixir or special treasure. But the second axe just cast, he can clearly see the process from beginning to end. There is no pretense, no treasure that can swallow any restoration power. Jian Wushuang took his axe purely stiffly, but was not injured at all. Mando's sword, Chapter 4079, Second More. How is this possible? How could he not be hurt? The elder of Thunder Palace almost roared out. The sword array he just casted should be a guardian sword array, which is very powerful, but the palace master S axe is stronger, and the palace master S strongest axe, although most of it is weakened by that sword array, but the remaining power was still really hitting him. He had the armor of the arcane warrior, but the power of that axe could not be completely blocked by the warrior of the law. The power of that axe, even if there is only 10% of the body passed to him, it is logically enough to easily kill the third-level master, no matter how bad it is. It will be okay to damage him, but the result. The leader of the Blood Thunder Army frowned. Only then did they realize what a terrible monster called Blood Sword Lord who provoked the door today. Obviously, it is only a third-level master, but the power of combat can even rival the ultimate master. Especially the perception of the laws of the universe is simply incredible. At the same time, his body protection methods are extremely extreme. Even the strongest axe of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace cannot hurt the slightest. Where did this monster come from? Said the elder of Thunder God Palace, and he looked faintly at Xiang Jianshuang. It was indeed frightening. Although the current Jian Wushuang seems to be not too powerful, it is important to know that Jian Wushuang is still only a third-level master. It's just that the third level dominates the level, letting his Thunder Palace do his utmost. What will happen if he breaks through in the future to reach the fourth, fifth, or ultimate level? At that time, his Thunder Palace in front of the Blood Sword Master, I am afraid it is no different from the ants. The Lord of Thor's palace. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded again. Is that axe really the strongest axe you have? Hearing the words of Jian Wushuang, the Lord of Thunder God Palace frowned, but was silent. It looks like it. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, Your Thunder Palace has stood in these 9 starfields for so many years. It is the Overlord's existence. With such deep foundation, there must be a lot of hole cards. These hole cards, or you can try it out and see if you can kill me. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace was silent again. There is indeed some hole cards in Thunder Palace. This is not false. But even if he really took out the strongest hole card, he didn't have the slightest assurance to kill the blood sword in front of him. Instead, he lost the strongest hole card in vain. Although I don't want to admit it, the Master of the Thunder God Palace knows very well that with the power of the Thunder God Palace, he can't kill the blood sword in front of him. Even if the Thunder God Palace is desperate to do everything, I have given you a chance. It seems that your Thunder Palace can't be grasped. In this case, then let me look at my means. Jian Wu's eyes suddenly became cold. What do you want to do? The Lord of the Thunder God Palace stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but his figure suddenly moved. As if ghostly, he swept directly to the side of the void, and in that direction, it was the Blood Thunder Army Master. Blood Thunder, be careful, reminded the main company of Thunder Palace. The Blood Thunder Army Master was already alert, but he saw Jian Wushuang killing himself, but the Blood Thunder Army Master was not afraid. Although Jian Wushuang is not weaker than him, he is not much stronger than him. 1-to-1, it is logical that Jian Wushuang cannot threaten him. However, soon the main look of the Blood Thunder Army changed. So fast, the main eyes of Xue Lei-jun became red. He saw that Jian Wushuang appeared in front of him and was ready to shoot, but whoever wanted the sword that Wushuang sung out was too fast. It's incredible, it's almost to the extreme, and it makes him the ultimate master, and it's too late to resist. Obviously, it was a sword technique under his eyelids. He saw that the sword was unparalleled, but he couldn't resist it. He couldn't keep up with the speed of the sword, unparalleled. How could this be so fast? The Legion's face was unbelievable, and he could only watch the sword Lung Jianguang that Jian Wushuang waved directly across his body. The leader of the Blood Lei army stunned. This sword seems to be very powerful. It is indeed very general. At the moment when the sword light passed by, the Blood Thunder Master almost didn't feel much. The power of that sword was very ordinary. I am afraid that it can reach the threshold of the ultimate master on his body, but he has the rule of precious treasure armor. This sword will not hurt him at all. Is it just fast? But the next moment, the leader of the Blood Thunder Army widened his eyes. Not good. The main eyes of Blood Thunder Army were red, as if they were about to bleed. At this moment, he was bearing an extremely horrific attack. This terror attack comes from the venom attack carried by Wu Weapon Sword. Yes, Jian Wushuang's sword is really just fast, and the power is very general. Normally, it would hurt the Blood Thunder Army Master, but if the venom in Wu Cry Excalibur is incorporated, it's completely different. Already, that venom, the moment it touched the main body of the Blood Mine Army along the Wu Weapon Sword, the venom immediately merged into the main body of the Blood Mine Army through the rule of Arcana Warframe. Blood Thunder Army's Arcane Warframe can resist physical damage, but it cannot stop the pervasive venom from eroding. The horrible power of that drop of venom suddenly burst out in the main body of the Blood Thunder Army. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the main Blood Thunder Army's mouth, the main throne of the Blood Thunder Army. At this moment, he was frightened too much, and his divine power was being consumed at an incredible speed. In just a moment's effort, his divine power was lost by more than 70%. Fortunately, after consuming more than 70% of the divine power, he finally suppressed the erosive force in his body for the time being. Blood Thunder! Blood Thunder! Both the Lord of the Thunder Palace and the elder of the Thunder Palace have come to the side of the leader of the Blood Thunder Army. Both of them are anxious. The leader of the Blood Thunder Army slowly opened his eyes. It's dangerous. I'm almost dead. The leader of the Blood Thunder Army knew very well that he had just walked on the edge of life and death and almost fell off. Blood sword. The Thunder Palace Master saw the miserable look of the Blood Thunder Army Master, cannot help but grit his teeth. Jian Wushuang also looked at it at this time. The Lord of Thunder God Palace, you may not know yet, I have 2 different venoms in my hand. The one that was just used for the Blood Thunder Army Master is only the lesser one, worth 1,000 source stones and 1 drop. Venom. But I still have a drop of 5,000 yuanshi in my hand. A stronger venom. You want to try it? As soon as the voice fell, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and a drop of darkness was like ink exuding the venom of fear, and appeared in front of him. Chapter 4080. I will change it today. There are indeed 2 venoms in the swordless hands. One kind was that which Ju Su obtained from him, at first a total of 12 drops. Although he used 1 drop and sold 9 drops, he left 2 drops to refining and integrate into Wu Weapon Hit It. It was this venom that he urged to deal with the Blood Thunder Army leader just now. Although this venom was also made by a poison master who is the ultimate master, it is also powerful enough to easily kill the 5th rank master. But if it is used to deal with the ultimate master, some weaker ultimate masters may fall. But as long as they are slightly stronger, they can still be forcibly resisted. The main leader of the Blood Thunder Army survived the attack of this venom. But this is also because Jian Wushuang did not directly kill the killer. If he wanted to kill the killer, he would use the second venom, which is the dark venom that he now took out. This venom is worth a drop of 5,000 cosmic source stones. Among the ultimate masters, unless it is a special existence who has understood the laws of the universe and is extremely powerful against the sky, as long as it bears the erosion of this venom, it is almost fatal. If Jian Wushuang had just used this venom, the Blood Thunder Army Master would never have survived. Not to mention the Lord of the Blood Thunder Army, even the Lord of the Thunder God Palace. If accidentally suffered from this venom, it is likely to die directly. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang took out this dark venom, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace, the Elder of the Thunder God Palace, including the Blood Thunder Army leader, who had been hit hard, were frightened. So that's... The Thunder Palace horror looked at the venom taken out by Jian Wushuang, and his heart still set off a huge wave. The Elder of Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army were even more frightened. This venom is definitely several times, or nearly 10 times stronger than the one that just eroded me. The venom that just eroded almost killed me, and if he uses this venom to attack me, I will die. The leader of the Blood Thunder Army trembled. This boy, no matter how much he is only a 3rd-level master, how could he be in control of such a terrible venom? The Elder of Thunder God Palace also trembled a bit. At this moment, the 3 ultimate masters of Thor's palace stand together, facing only Jian Wushuang. But the eyes of the 3 men looking at Xiang Jian Wushuang are full of deep fear. Even the powerful Lord of the Thunder God Palace is the same. What they feared was not Jian Wushuang itself, but the drop of venom in Jian Wu's hands. The venom, even the Lord of the Thunder God Palace, felt very palpitated. Master of Thunder God Palace, do you want me to continue to shoot? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The dark venom was in the palm of his hand, and her gaze at the 3 people in Thor's palace was full of fun. To be stubborn, naked begging. It is clear that they are going to be stunned, but the 3 ultimate masters of Thunder Palace have to pay attention. Blood Thunder, what was this boy's sword about just now? If such a sword comes again, will you resist it? Thunder Lord said quietly. I can't stop it, I'm not sure. The leader of Shu'ele's army shook his head directly. He just had that sword. The power is not strong, but the key is that the speed is too fast. The speed is incredible, the range of tolerance. And such a sword, combined with that terrible venom, is definitely the most terrifying attack, let alone me, the general ultimate master, who can block his sword. It is estimated that there are few. The leader of the Blood Thunder Army was very clear about the incredible speed of Jian Wushuang's sword. The Blood Thunder can't stop, then I'm afraid I can't stop the sword. The elder of Thunder God Palace also said they have to admit that Jian Wushuang's sword, combined with that special venom, threatens them too much. In fact, Jian Wushuang's actual performance before it was originally developed after he had acquired this special venom and could fully control it. That sword was called Huang Quan Moast. The power of swordsmanship is very general, but the speed of swordsmanship is definitely the fastest sword that Sword Wushuang can cast. He is the fastest sword that can be evoked by his own understanding of the laws of the universe and the perfect combination of kendo. He created this sword, not to rely on the power of swordsmanship to cause heavy damage to the opponent, but just to make the opponent too late to resist, so that his Wu Cry Excalibur can touch the opponent's body. As long as Wu Weiss Excalibur can touch the opponent's body, the venom contained in Excalibur can be immediately evoked, just as he had just dealt with the Lord of Blood Thunder. Neither the leader of the Blood Thunder Army nor the elder of the Thunder God Palace can stop the sword Wushuang's sword. Natural sword Wushuang can easily kill the two as long as they use the dark venom. This had to make the Lord of the Thunder Palace nervous. After all, although the Thunder God Palace has stood for so many years in Jiu's large star domain, its heritage is extremely deep, but there are only 3 masters at the ultimate level. These 3 ultimate dominators are no better than those ordinary masters suppressed by Jianshou Shuang. Even if all the suppressed masters die, they are nothing to Thor's palace. But the ultimate dominator, as long as one falls casually, this is a huge loss to the Thor temple. If it loses 2 places at a time, it will definitely be a heavy blow to Thor's palace, and it will even affect Thor's dominance in these 9 starfields. Blood Thunder, Elder, both of you quickly return to the palace. There is a law circle in the palace. He can't shoot at you. The Thunder Palace master whispered. Yes, the elders of the Thunder Palace and the leader of the Blood Thunder Army both nodded slightly, and then they retreated toward the rear of the Thunder Palace. Jian Wushuang naturally also noticed the actions of the 2 of them, even when he smiled. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace, you want the 2 of them to hide in the Thunder God Palace, so I can't help them, right? The Lord of the Thunder God Palace did not speak, but looked at Jian Wushuang indifferently. Haha, do you think this is useful? Even if I can't kill them, you can't kill me, even if I can't do anything about it. From today on, I've been staying outside the old nest of your Thunder Palace. You're Thunder, the strong man in the palace. As long as you dare to come out, I will kill one, and I will ask your strong man under the throne of Thor. For a long time, you will not dare to leave the nest. Hearing the words of Jian Wushuang, Thor's complexion was finally gloomy. Chapter 4081. One more today. That's right. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace has no fear of sword, unparalleled. Even if Jian Wushuang, as Huang Quan Maoan, is really incredible, the strength of the Thunder Palace Master can still be blocked, no matter how terrible the venom in the swordless hands is. It is still difficult to pose a great threat to the Thunder Palace Master. The Thunder God Palace, because of the existence of the Guardian Law, Jian Wushuang also cannot kill. But Jian Wushuang will not kill in, but the strong man in their Thunder Palace cannot stay in Thunder Palace all the time, right? Although there are some space passages in Thor's palace, they can leave in secret, but they have been blocked in front of the old nest in this way, but there is no way to take the other side. This is absolutely a shame to Thor's palace. If it spreads out, Thor's palace will definitely become a joke of Jiu's big star domain. The absolute supremacy of Thor's palace in the Jiuyao starfield will inevitably be shaken, and even the other three overlord forces will take the opportunity to start against Thor's palace. These are all things that the Lord of the Thunder God Palace did not want to see. Taking a deep breath, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace looked at Jian Wushuang again, but followed with a wave. A peculiar force permeated, directly covering the surrounding void, which was already shielding the surrounding space and time. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang smiled. Since the Lord of the Thunder Palace has shielded the space and time around him, it is naturally intended to really talk to him. Lord of the Thunder God, have you finally no longer overbeared and wanted to kill me directly? Jian Wushuang looked at the Lord of the Thunder God with interest. The Thunder Palace snorted only without speaking, and because of the shield of time and space, those who are strong in the Thor's palace can't hear him talking. Say, what do you want? The Lord of the Thunder God Palace stared at Jian Wushuang. My purpose. The elder should have told you long ago. I want to know the Xuanyi, who was rewarded by your Thunder Palace more than 100,000 years ago. Where is he? Jian Wushuang asked. He's dead, the Thunderlord directly said. Dead. Jian Wushuang frowned, but his eyes became cold. How did you die? Of course, it was beheaded by my Thunder Palace. The first day he killed my Thunder Palace. Of course, there is only one way to die. The Thunder Palace master said lowly, Killed by your Thunder Palace. Jian Wushuang smiled. This smile was a little ironic. Lord of the Thunder Palace, don't deceive yourself, although I don't know if he really died now, but am sure with your Thunder Palace, you don't have the ability to kill him. Thunder God Palace can't kill Xuanyi. To this point, Jian Wushuang is very confident. Specifically, he is confident in Xian Yi. His master Xuanyi was too mysterious, and the method was too incredible. If it is not for some very special reasons, even if he is only a general master, he cannot be killed by ordinary people. Although Thor's palace is the overlord of these 9 starfields, there are also many powerful men, and there are 3 ultimate masters. But Jian Wushuang really doesn't think Thor's palace can kill Xuanyi. Even in the early divine realm, his master Xian Yi was only the master level of the rule. If he had not been dragged down by the divine realm, he was constrained everywhere, and he could not completely let go of his hands and feet. I'm afraid there is nothing to do with him. The words of Jian Wushuang made the Lord of the Thunder God Palace silent for a while, but soon he looked up again and said, Yes, that Xuanyi means is very good. No matter the life-saving ability, and concealment means I don't feel that the General Master can own. I previously spent a lot of money on Thor's palace and couldn't kill him. Even trying to find his trace was very difficult. Even after offering such a big reward, it still failed to kill him. If he has been hiding in this way, I am afraid that even if it has been for millions of years and tens of millions of years, I have no way to take him from Thunder Palace, but if he chooses to hide, he will come to my Thunder Palace to die. It will be very easy for me to kill him at Thunder Palace. Proactive death? Jian Wushuang stunned. His master Xian Yi will take the initiative to come to Thunder God Palace for death? The Lord of Thunder God Palace, dare you lie to me? Jian Wu's eyes were sick, and you could, staring at the Lord of Thunder God Palace. Well, this is the case now. Do you think I will lie to you? If you don't believe it, I can make an oath to the origin of the universe. Thunder Lord shouted coldly. Swordless eyes narrowed slightly. The Lord of the Thunder Palace dared to make an oath to the origin of the universe. It should not be deceiving him. His master Xian Yi, did he take the initiative to run to the Thunder Palace? Why is this happening? Jian Wushuang asked again. I don't know the exact details, but when he took the initiative to seek death, he had proposed a condition. Thunder God Palace said. What conditions? Jian Wushuang asked. He has a woman named Aba, who was born as a slave. His hometown is within the second level of the astral plane in my Thunder Palace. He asked me to return this woman to her hometown, and as long as the woman is in the second level of the astral world, I have to make every effort to take care of her and prevent her from being harmed. That's it. Jian Wushuang stunned. That's it. As for the rest, I don't know anything about Thunder Palace. Thunder God's main road, Jian Wushuang's brow deepened. He had read the information before, knowing that the reason why his master Xian Yi would slay the Thunder Palace on the first day before Lei Yi was for a woman named Aba. Now that he respects Xian Yi, even for this eighth, he took the initiative to go to the Thunder Palace to die. What exactly is going on? Jian Wushuang wondered. Who killed you in Thunder Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. That Xuan killed his own disciple. Naturally, he killed him with his own hands. The Thunder Lord's voice was cold, but when I killed him, I felt a little weird. He was too calm, as if his life and death were completely insignificant, which made me wonder at one time whether he came to die as just a clone, but the deity is elsewhere. But when I killed him, I searched carefully, but I couldn't find a trace of his avatar. When the Lord of the Thunder Gods said this, his eyes were obviously with a hint of doubt. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. Avatar? There is no doubt that the one killed by the Lord of the Thunder God Palace will never be Zuani's deity. Or it can be said that Xian Yi, who has been living in Jiuyao Starfield, was not originally a deity. Even in the early days of Xuani in the realm of the gods, it is probably not the deity. In the beginning of the world, Xian Yi was also dead. So many people saw it. Xian Yi in the Jiuyao Starfield also died, so calmly. Chapter 4082. It's here today. According to Jian Wushuang's speculation, his master Junyi in the early world of the gods is likely to be a clone of a powerful person in the universe. In this Jiuyao Starfield, Xuani is likely to be an avatar, otherwise he won't die so calmly. Master of Thunder God Palace, since Xuani died in your hands, should the many treasures left by him be in your hands? Jian Wushuang asked. His Qinquan ring is here. I checked before. He is extraordinary and has some special treasures, but that's all. The throne of the throne of the throne shook a Qinquan ring directly to Jian Wushuang. After the sword Wushuang took it, the consciousness was simply swept away. The many treasures in the ring of heaven and earth are enough to be dominated by a fifth-ranked ruler. Even the rule treasure, but the real treasure is nothing. Jian Wushuang glanced at the Lord of the Thunder God Palace. Without doubt, there is one more thing. Since you have killed Xuani in Thunder Palace, why not make it public? Instead, you quietly revoke the reward, and the entire Thunder Palace keeps this matter completely confidential. Only a few people at the highest level know. This matter? Jian Wushuang asked again. From the perspective of Jian Wushuang, Thunder God Palace has offered a huge reward to kill his master Xian Yi. Now that Thunder God Palace has killed Xian Yi, it should naturally be made public. The performance of K Shrine is obviously not the case. Lord of the Blood Sword, what do you think of my Thunder Palace? Wouldn't my Thunder Palace have no face at all? The throne of Thunder Palace said coldly, face. Jian Wushuang wondered. That Xuani is just a third-level master. I have spent so much time looking for him and killing him at Thunder Palace. It has been unsuccessful for 100,000 years. This is a shame, but if the outside world knows my Thunder Palace failed to find out that Xian Yi, but instead that Xian Yi took the initiative to come to the door to die, and then I killed him in Thunder Palace, and then my Thunder Palace really became a joke. Thunder Lord's voice cold. That's why your Thunder Palace quietly revoked the reward and wanted to let it go. Jian Wushuang said, Yes, that's it. The Lord of Thunder Palace nodded. Of course, there is another reason, that is Xian Yi, although he is only the third-level master, but he completely made me see through. I once wondered whether there is a lot of history or background. And this Xuani died in my hands in the end. I naturally worried that the people behind this Xuani would come to me. So I wanted to cover this matter as much as possible, but it didn't take long before you came to your door. In the words of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace, there is obviously a hint of helplessness. After hearing what the Lord of Thunder Palace said, Jian Wushuang frowned. He already understood. When Xian Yi slayed Thunder God Palace on the first day, Thunder God Palace was extremely angry, and at that time he didn't even think much about it. He just released a reward before and made such a big noise. But later, with the contact of Xuani by Thunder Temple, Xuani felt extraordinary, especially after Xian Yi came to the door to seek death, the owner of Thunder God Palace, and Xian Yi could not see Xian Yi completely. This made the Lord of Thunder God Palace vigilant, and felt that Xian Yi had a large background. By that time, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace had actually regretted that there had been so much movement, but rewarded Xian Yi, but the arrow had to be sent on the string. The Lord of the Thunder God Palace still killed Xian Yi, but then began to cover up this matter. One was for his own face, and the other was that he didn't want to let this thing spread, shocking the forces or background that might exist behind Xian Yi. This explanation of the Lord of the Thunder God's Palace, sword unparalleled, is acceptable. The Lord of Thunder God Palace, Jian Wushuang, looked back at the Lord of Thunder God Palace in front of him. I can tell you now, Xian Yi, who was beheaded by you, he is my master, to be precise, my master. A clone. Master? The Lord of Thunder God Palace froze, but his heart was twitching. This blood sword, but the third level dominates the level, but his combat power is completely comparable to the ultimate level, and his perception of the laws of the universe, the terrible heights, are definitely the most terrifying super evils in the vast universe. Such evils are amazing enough in themselves. How terrible can they be to teach such characters? At this moment, the heart of the Lord of the Thunder God Palace was indeed frightened. His fright, Jian Wushuang naturally noticed it. I saw Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "The Lord of Thunder God Palace, what kind of character my teacher is, although this avatar that you beheaded is not important to him, but his identity and strength are there. Tell me about this. What happened, right? What do you want?" Thor Lord took a deep breath. It's very simple. Take out 30,000 cosmic source stones to make atonement, and that's all for now. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay. The Lord of Thunder Palace nodded without hesitation. So refreshing? Jian Wushuang was surprised. In fact, Xian Yi is his master, but whether it is really a clone or something special, Jian Wushuang does not know, and whether Xian Yi really has a large background, everything is a mystery. However, Jian Wushuang saw the Thunder Palace master's fear of his master's identity, naturally wanted to breathe out for his master, knocked the Thunder Palace master a bamboo stick, so he directly proposed 30,000 universe source stones as a gift. I thought the price was high enough, and the Lord of the Thunder God had to bargain to some extent, but the Lord of the Thunder God promised so easy. The 30,000 cosmic source stones directly agreed. It is indeed the hegemon, who has stood for so many years in the Joyao starfield. Thunder Palace is really rich enough. It seems that the price of the 30,000 universe source stones is still lower. Jian Wushuang smiled. But when I heard this, the main corner of the Thunder Palace could not help but twitched. 30,000 cosmic source stones. You have to know that generally all the net worth of the Ultimate Dominator is only about 10,000 source rocks of the universe. 30,000, which is equivalent to all the net worth of the 3 Ultimate Dominators. However, after all, The throne of the Thunder Palace is the top of the ultimate domination. The net worth is much richer than the general ultimate domination. In addition, the Thunder Palace has been standing for 9 years in Joyao. Of course, even if it can be taken out, this is an extremely large number for Thunder God Palace. There is no way for the Lord of the Thunder God Palace. He really thinks that Xuanyi has a huge history and has a large background. After all, a disciple who dominates the third level alone has made him helpless. If there is anyone behind Xuanyi, come forward, then his Thunder Palace cannot resist. So he can only compromise. Chapter 4083. The first is more. I'll tell you the truth. 30,000 source rocks of the universe. This matter will end. Jian Wushuangdo, you wait here. The Thunder Palace master immediately returned to the Thunder Palace and began to prepare for the 30,000 cosmic source stones. After all, the 30,000 cosmic source stones are not a small number. Although the Thunder God Palace can be taken out, it is also hurting. After a while, the Lord of the Thunder God Palace returned to Jian Wushuang before, and at the same time he brought a Qian Kuan ring to Jian Wushuang. 30,000 source rocks of the universe are all here. Thunder Palace said. Jian Wushuang glanced briefly and nodded slightly. Master of Thunder God Palace, where is the woman named Aba now? Jian Wushuang asked. She opened a tavern in the dust and rain world. Over the years, my Thunder Palace has always sent strong men to protect her secretly. After all, this seat promised that Xuanyi personally to protect her thoughtful, naturally not forward. Thor's Shrine said, You're smart. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately stopped staying, turning and leaving. Seeing Jian Wushuang finally leaving, the Lord of Thunder God Palace and a large number of strong men in Thunder God Palace exhaled heavily. This horrible guy finally left. The Blood Thunder Army Master also had a lingering fear. Although Jian Wushuang left, it has to be said that Thunder God Palace did carry a heel this time. After leaving Thor's palace, Jian Wushuang went directly to the dust and rain astral world, and cold frost naturally followed him. The dust rain astral realm is just an ordinary secondary astral realm controlled by His Majesty Thor's palace. In a city in this astral realm, there is a tavern. The pub is small in size and very simple, but there are many guests in the pub. And many of these guests are actually directed at the owner of this pub. Look, this lady is really pretty. It's more than beautiful. This face, this figure is just perfect. Unfortunately, she was born as a slave, and she always has a special mark on her hand that can never be erased. It would be more perfect without this mark. There were whispers in the tavern, and some fiery eyes from time to time looked at the plain robe woman in front of the pub counter. The woman was slender, and although she was wearing a simple plain robe, she couldn't hide her nearly perfect body, and then matched it with an all-encompassing face. It felt like a goddess fell into the dust. But this woman's appearance is undoubtedly enough to shock the world. I'm afraid that the entire dust and rain world can hardly find a second person who can match her in appearance. Because of this, the business of this tavern will be so good. The guests came to the tavern to see the boss. At this time, You're the owner of this tavern. A sudden murmur sounded suddenly. In the tavern, the sound of whispering stopped immediately, and the eyes of the guests immediately looked at the source of the sound. When they saw the person's appearance clearly, most of them showed a playful smile. It was a young man in a luxurious suit who made a squeaking voice. The young man was followed by 2 guards, who were so arrogant that they were the 2 masters. Being able to have the 2 lords as guards has fully demonstrated the extraordinary origins of this young man. And the beautiful woman who had been busy at the counter also looked up, slightly looked at the young man, and then lowered her head and continued to do her own thing. Well, I heard that in this tavern there is a terrific boss lady. Seeing today, it did not disappoint me. The young man smiled. Girl, my name is Hiyun. My father is Wan Yen. Your Majesty controls countless territories. A beauty like you should not be a boss lady in a tavern in this city. Instead, go back with me. I promise you to be windy. In this dusty world, if you want rain to rain, why not hurry? The young man Hiyun said with absolute confidence. He did have this confidence. His father, Wan Yen, was indeed a hegemon in this dusty world. But after this Hiyun's words were finished, the beautiful woman still kept her head down and was busy with her own affairs, and ignored him at all. This made the expression on Hiyun's face froze slightly, and his look was quite awkward, but after that he was angry. Girl, don't toast or not to eat and drink. The woman I want to get from Hiyun has never gotten. Hiyun's voice was cold, and the two guards behind him were staring at it coldly. Beautiful woman. Obviously, as long as the beautiful woman doesn't agree, they will shoot directly. But they did not notice that the guests in the tavern were looking at them with compassion, especially Na Hiyun. Boom! A powerful breath erupted suddenly. This breath directly reached the fourth level and instantly oppressed Hiyun and his two guards. The two guards, who were only the first level dominating level, immediately showed horror. The two were shivering and shivering. As for that, Hiyun is just the ruler. At this moment the spar was suppressed and lay directly on the ground. Go away, otherwise die. A cold drink sounded in the ears of the three Hiyun at the same time. Hiyun's two guards were so scared that the spirits flew away and immediately dragged that Hiyun away. After the three of them left, the breath slowly converged. When the guests in the tavern saw this scene, they were all surprised. That Hiyun just now is really embarrassing. Haha, he is also stupid. He didn't inquire about the identity of the boss before stealing people. She was let the Thunder Palace guard himself. Not to mention that his father was just a fourth ranker in the dust and rain world dominated. Even if the first strongest in the dust and rain world came, I dare not dare to pay her attention. If I remember correctly, this Hiyun should be the 21st person who has been scared in these years. The guests in the tavern chat and laugh at will. They all live in this town, so naturally they know a little bit about the identity of the tavern owner. They know that the origin and background of the owner of this tavern is not something that can be provoked by people in the dust and rain world. And just after Hiyun was scared away, three figures slowly came in at the door of the pub. After the three of them arrived, they went directly to the pub counter, in front of the beautiful woman. Chapter 4084. Two more arrived today. You are Abba? Jian Wushuang carefully looked at the woman in front of her. I have to say that this woman is beautiful, pure in appearance, not even under her own coldness. It's just that this woman was born as a slave, and although she has become the ruler, she obviously relies on treasures to pile up directly, resulting in a very ordinary temperament, even giving people a very humble feeling, naturally a little bit of taste. You know my name? The beautiful woman who had been busy couldn't help looking up and looked at Jian Wushuang in wonder. She doesn't actually have a name. Ah, bah. She was picked up when she was a slave, and she just called out. But not many people know her name in this world. My name is Jian Wushuang, and Xian is my master. Jian Wushuang said directly, Big Brother Xian? Are you a Big Brother Xian's disciple? BA's voice became obviously more urgent than before. Xian brother. Jian Wushuang frowned, but followed with a smile. I am indeed his disciple. If you are convenient, can you talk to me? This. But ABA showed embarrassment. Are you worried about Thunder God Palace? Jian Wushuang glanced at Abai. Ba is silent. Rest assured, Thunder God Palace will not disturb us. Jian Wushuang smiled. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. The deacon, Bai Yang, has met the Blood Sword Master. Do you know me? Jian Wushuang glanced at the poplar. Return to my lord. I have been instructed to protect the 8th girl secretly, and not long ago, the host of my house summoned me personally, saying that you will come here, Lord Bloodsword, and will receive me and meet all your requirements as much as possible. Aspen said, So it is. Jian Wushuang nodded. Girl ABA, this Bloodsword Master, is indeed Zuani's disciple. He also visited Zuni's palace because of Zuani's affairs. He also had some unpleasantness with mine, but now the conflict has been resolved, and now the Lord Bloodsword wants to talk to you, the 8th girl, then I will naturally avoid the Thunder Palace. Bai Yang was very humble. At the words of Aspen, Ba was surprised. Although this poplar has been protecting her in secret, but ABA knows that this poplar has always been very cold, and he only protects himself by orders, but never really looks down on himself. But now, this high-coal poplar is so humble and kind to her, Ba instantly realized that it was not her who changed this poplar's attitude, but now the sudden appearing Bloodsword Master, who is also a disciple of her elder brother. I'll follow you, Ba said directly. Okay, let's find a place to talk. Jian Wushuang smiled, then glanced at the poplar again. You stay here honestly. Yes. Bai Yang didn't dare to disobey. Soon Jian Wushuang took Ba away. After he left, the people in the tavern exploded. Who was that guy just now? I don't know who he is, but the poplar just claimed to be the deacon of the Thunder God Palace. But that is the Thunder God Palace. Even a deacon, usually a 4th-level master, can he serve? It is indeed dominated by the 4th grade, and it has been no accident that he has been protecting this 8th girl secretly. It should be him, like the He Yun before, not by the poplar in his eyes, even the one behind He Yun. Wan Yin, he probably didn't care, but he was just as respectful as the grandson when he faced the person just now. Well, it can make the deacon on the periphery of Thunder Palace so respectful. This is the real big man. The guests in the pub were admiring one after another, but this matter had nothing to do with them at all, and they were just talking about relish. In an empty void, not far from the tavern, Jian Wushuang waved his hand to completely shield the surrounding space and time. Girl ABA, I came to you this time, mainly to ask some things about my master. Jian Wushuang went directly to the topic. Master Bloodsword, since you're a disciple of Brother Xian, you should know more about Brother Xian than I do. Ba wondered. It's true, I'm his disciple, but when I worshipped him as a teacher, I wasn't in this star field at all, but in another relatively distant star field, and I was separated from him very early. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Is that so? Ba took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and wondered if he was in doubt. Girl 8, can I know what is the relationship between you and my master? Jian Wushuang asked. Me? I'm just a maid beside Big Brother Xian. Badeo. Servant. Jian Wushuang couldn't help wondering. He knew, however, that for the sake of this 8th, Xuani did not hesitate to kill Thunder Wing on the first day of the Thunder God Palace, for which he completely offended the Thunder God Palace. Later, for the sake of Ba, he took the initiative to go to the Thunder Palace to die. Just a maid. Is it worth his master to do so? I'm really just a maid next to Brother Xian. Even more than 100,000 years ago, I didn't know him at all. Only once, when I was in danger, Brother Xian just passed by and saved me. And the people who wanted to harm me at the time were the people in Thunder Palace who wanted to catch me in the first genius dedicated to Thunder Palace. And after Brother Xian rescued me, it didn't take long for the first day of the Thunder God Palace to come to me. I thought that Brother Xian should hand me over, but I did not expect that shoot and kill the first day of that Thunder Palace. Ba said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was even more confused. It was just that Ping Shui met, and his master saved this Bashan's hand, but he was still with him afterwards. And when the Thunder Palace only came to the door on the first day, still killing the first one directly. Girl 8, do you know that I respect him? Why do you do that? Jian Wushuang asked. I know. Ba nodded slightly. I didn't know it until later. It turned out to be very similar to that of Xian's wife. What? Jian Wushuang stunned. Wife? Does he have a wife? That's why, when Brother Xian saw that Thunderwing was misbehaving to me, he shot and killed him, and then took me to hide in Jiuyao Starfield. After nearly 100,000 years, but during the 100,000 years, most of my Brother Xian just looked at me quietly, but he hardly talked to me. For 100,000 years, what he said to me would add up to less than 10 sentences. Badeo. Just came back today. Update normally and start to make changes tomorrow without accident. Chapter 4085. The first is more. After Jian Wushuang had a brief conversation with Ba Yifan, Jian Wushuang knew that this woman named Ba really met her own master, only because he looked like his master's wife, and his master would rescue him. Nothing more. Girl ABA, do you know why my master asked him to go to Thunder Palace to die? Jian Wushuang asked again. I don't know. Ba shook his head. But when Brother Xian said when he left, all he had to do was done, there was no need to continue. Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank immediately. Has everything been done? No need to exist? This feeling is as if you have completed your mission and you can retire. But what did his master do in these 9 starfields? According to the information he received from the Jyoti Pavilion, his master has always been relatively low-key in acting in the Jiuyao Starfield, except for the conflict with the Thunder God Palace. He has not caused any major movement in the Jiuyao Starfield. What? The sword is incomprehensible. But when Jian Wushuang talked to Ba, no one knew that a huge storm was about to sweep across the entire Jiuyao Starfield. In the dark void surrounding the old nest of Thor's temple, an ancient and towering spacecraft came here. In the spacecraft, 3 figures gathered together. Is that the old nest of the Thunder Temple in front? The husky voice emanated from one of the shadows. Well, this reward from the Thunder Temple, let us find a trace of him. Speaking of which, we also thank you so much for this Thunder Palace. But recently, this Thunder Palace has quietly revoked the reward. Perhaps Thunder Palace has found him and killed it? Another low voice sounded. Joke, you guys aren't clear about the means of this guy. There is a Thunder Palace. Him, but this throne palace has cost so much to reward him, and now it has quietly revoked the reward. There must be some reason for this. For this specific reason, let's ask it in person, Byte 7, and you go with me. One of them stood up. This figure is more than 3 meters high, like a hill. Well, I'm extremely happy. The first figure to speak also stood up. Soon, the 2 figures left the cosmic boat, and before they ran away towards the old nest of the Thunder Temple, the old nest of Thor's palace, in Gio's large star domain, is an iron bucket. After all, the foundation of Thor's palace is there, and even the ordinary guards of Thor's palace can be defeated. This is also the first time that Jian Wushuang killed the front of Thor's palace, but it can only be blocked there. The reason is not to kill, but today I saw a burly man with a red gold body armor appearing in front of the towering law formation, his big hand directed at the palace guard formation below. The rich golden light exploded, carrying the mighty power of the earth, and instantly descended on the Guardian Circle. The Palace Guardian Array did not have any resistance ability, and it broke down and collapsed only momentarily. This sudden upheaval has surprised countless strong men in Thor's palace. The palace guardian was destroyed. How is that possible? How can I destroy the palace of the Thunder Palace? Who is it? Who destroyed it? Countless strong men in Thunder Palace raised their heads in horror. The three ultimate masters of the Thunder Palace, the throne of the Thunder Palace, the elder of the Thunder Palace, and the main leader of the Blood Thunder Army also looked at them in horror. There was a figure shrouded in rich golden light. The golden light shone on the sky, like a golden of war, and with the cold eyes of this golden of war, he looked down. The breath of terror that even the ultimate dominator suffocated was instantly spread, oppressing the audience. At this moment, the entire Thunder Palace was silent. Extreme, supreme. The throne of the Thunder Palace, terrifying. In fact, it is also very easy to understand that the throne of the Throne Palace cannot be defeated without supreme strength. However, the opponent just smashed the throne of the Throne Palace, and this strength must be of the highest level. But how could the supreme class strong come to the Joyao Starfield? And why did they come to their Thunder Palace? And without any word, they directly defeated the Thunder Palace Guard Array. At this moment, the eyes of the Golden of War in the top of the void just swept over the Lord of the Thunder God Palace. The next moment, the Golden of War waved a huge palm and lightningly arrested the throne of the Thunder Palace, the elder of the Thunder Palace, and the main leader of the Blood Thunder Army. The three of them wanted to escape in horror, only to find that their bodies couldn't move at all, and they could only watch the palm of the hand grabbing them all. The three powerful ultimate masters, especially the Thunder Palace Master, still exist at the top of the ultimate masters, but in front of the Golden of War above the void, they are like chickens without any resistance. Pung, with that big hand. The three bodies of the Thunder Palace Masters were instantly pinched and burst, and even the divine power of the three was annihilated by more than 90% at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the three ultimate masters were all in a state of extreme weakness, and only a breath was left. 7 entrusted to you. The Golden God of War made a low voice. Alas! In a strange laughter, an old man in black with a thin face and a bit of evil breath appeared next to the God of War. The old man in black still had a black snake on his shoulders, his eyes were cold, and he was staring at the three main people of the Thunder Palace who had no resistance in front. Go! The old man in black slightly pointed, and the black snake on his shoulder sprang out instantly. The speed was so much faster than the General Ultimate Master, this like a lightning bolt. The black snake instantly penetrated the heads of the Thunder Palace Master, Thunder Palace Elder, and Blood Thunder Army Master, and immediately swallowed the souls of the three men. After that, black returned to the shoulder of the old man in black, but his eyes were still closed. After a while, the old man in black looked up again, but the weird smile on his face had disappeared. Oops, that guy really was killed by the people in this Thunder Palace. What? The look of the burly man bathed in gold light suddenly changed. How could it be? How could these people kill him by relying on the Thunder Palace? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to kill, but what if the guy came to death on his own initiative? The old man in black murmured, Chapter 4086, Second War. Proactively come to death. The golden burly man sank. You mean, does that person know we've been here? That may not be so. The old man in black shook his head. However, we are one step late, and the man is dead. This is true, of course, and we have good news. What good news? The golden burly man looked over. He knew the means of the old man in black. Just after the black snake devoured the souls of the three main thunder gods, the black snake also devoured their memory at the same time, and this memory can be shared by the old man in black. Just a few days ago, there was a third-level master named Bloodsword because he came to this Thunder Palace and had a battle with Thunder Palace and finally forced Thunder Palace to compromise. Road. Third level dominates. The golden burly man stunned. Although Thor's palace doesn't have any weight in his eyes, he doesn't care about it at all, but it is also because he himself is supreme. But for a third-level master, Thunder Palace should be a behemoth, but this third-level master can force the Thunder Palace to bow down and compromise. In addition, the third-level master named Bloodsword claims to be his disciple. The old man in black said again, "Oh." The golden burly man frowned. If he thought that a third-level master had let Thunder Palace bow his head and compromise, it is a bit incredible. Now, knowing that the other party is that person's disciple, this golden and burly man could immediately accept it. He was well aware of the man's ability. If it was the disciple who was taught by that person himself, they would accept it no matter how bad it was. The third-level master named Bloodsword is still in the Joyao starfield and has not left yet. We still have a chance to catch him. The old man in black said, "In this case, it is not too late. Let Yinzhou set off immediately and catch the little guy." The golden burly man said, "Where is this Thunder Palace?" The old man in black looked down at the Thunder Palace that was already in a panic below. Thunder Palace? The golden burly man also looked down, but followed with a sneer, "Since the man appeared here, it is not only this Thor temple, but this star field. There is no need to exist. All traces of him must be erased. This star field is gone." Hearing the words of the golden burly man, the old man in black shrugged, and a strange smile reappeared on his face. Soon, a horrific attack directly affected the throne of Thor's palace, covering all corners of Thor's palace. In the Thunder Palace, even if the 3 ultimate masters who have died are left, there are still a lot of strong ones, and there are several strong ones in the 5th level, such as Emperor Rain. But now, under that overbearing attack, countless practitioners in Thor's palace, including those in the 4th and 5th series, have no chance to escape. They are all affected by this attack and instantly destroyed. For powder, in just a moment of effort, the entire Thunder God Palace became a piece of scorched earth. Numerous practitioners in the Thunder God Palace did not escape from the old nest. All of them died, and none remained. After the Thunder Palace was completely annihilated from the ancient cosmic boat, a large number of figures were swept away at the same time. These figures were all powerful. Most of them were dominated by the 5th level or above, even the ultimate level. There are many. Of course, the real terrible thing is that in this spacecraft, there are still 3 extreme powers. This large number of 5th level masters, including some ultimate level masters, was swept away in all directions under the personal leadership of the 3 supreme powers. Among them, there are 2 supremely leading teams that directly kill the other top powers in the Joyao starfield. It also took only a short time to uproot the top powers and completely wipe them out. And the other teams, under the leadership of the ultimate dominator, killed one by one like the 8 first-class astrals in Juyo's large star domain, and they were the first to bear the brunt. Disaster! This is a disaster for the entire Joyao starfield. And this disaster is completely devastated. Joyao starfield has almost no ability to resist. Many forces were annihilated directly, countless astral circles were forcibly crushed into dust, and billions of souls were also ruthlessly killed. And in that one killing team, there is a special team with less than 10 people. They are all composed of the ultimate dominator, but also a supreme strong, directly to the dust rain star world where Jian Wushuang is located. In the dust and stars, Jian Wushuang is still talking to Na Ba. Ba has completely told Jian Wushuang what he knows. After Jian Wushuang heard it, although he was still very puzzled, he also got some information. For example, he is master and has a wife. In addition, His master has a mission in Joyao Starfield, and it has been completed. In the end, his master was in the Joyao Starfield, and he was definitely just a clone. But just then, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly moved, and he turned his hand, and a messenger appeared in his hand. It seems that the Order of Supervisor Feishue of Joding Pavilion is extremely anxious. What happened? Jian Wushuang was surprised and looked into the content of the order. Bloodsword friends, there are a large number of mysterious powerhouses, including the supreme-level powerhouses, who have already killed in the Joyao Starfield and are now launching a killing ring in the Joyao Starfield. The strongest forces have all been wiped out. The Earth Star, where my 9 Emperors Pavilion is located, has also been wiped out. The 3 chief executives have killed 2, and only I have escaped. If you are still in the Joyao Great Star Domain, please run away. Unsurprisingly, the other party's purpose is to completely destroy the entire Joyao Starfield. In the interrogation by the supervisor of Feishue, there was unprecedented panic. After receiving this rumor, Jian Wushuang also felt a little dazed for a while. Those strongest forces in the Joyao Starfield, such as the Thunder God Palace and Fengshan Pavilion, have been destroyed. Even the Jiujian Pavilion branch has been destroyed, and the 3 chief executives have died too? Jian Wushuang knew this very well. What a shocking news. Just now, in the tavern, the outer deacon of the Thunder Palace, Bai Yang, also received a message from the owner of the Thunder Palace. How long has it elapsed before the Thunder Palace has been destroyed? There is also Jiudi Pavilion, but that is the superpower in the universe, Super Overlord. Who is it even Jiudi Pavilion dare to move? Chapter 4087. 3 more arrived today. Although it was incredible, Jian Wushuang did not doubt the truth of the news. After all, he was on the list of the 9 emperors, and his status was extraordinary. The director of Blizzard didn't dare to lie to him, and there was no need to lie to him. Now, the other party can give him an early warning because of his relationship with the list of 9 emperors. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think more, and he had no time to figure out what was going on. When Jian Wushuang waved his hand, the dark spacecraft immediately appeared in the void in front of him. Frost, Demon Flame, quickly enter the spacecraft. Jian Wushuanglian said, "Fujun, what's wrong?" Lung Rushuang, next to him, looked puzzled. "Don't ask so much before you go in." Jian Wushuang urged. Lung Rushuang no longer asked, and immediately entered the spacecraft with the magic flame. "Girl, ABA, you must go in quickly." Jian Wushuang said again. Ba nodded slightly, and also entered the spacecraft. When all 3 entered the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang's thoughts moved, and the spacecraft in front of him narrowed again, and was taken into his arms. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang immediately got up and started preparing to escape. But he was just leaving. Boom! Sky and earth shook. A suffocating and trembling power of terror passed from the void above. Not good. The sword has no double-sided color changes. He looked up subconsciously, but he saw that the entire world was completely dark and the endless darkness was slowly rolling down. Look carefully. There is still a huge gully in the darkness, as if it were the texture of the palm is average. This endless darkness, is it impossible? Is it impossible with one palm? Jian Wushuang thought in horror. And the fact is true. Jian Wushuang is now in the dust and rain astral realm. Naturally, it is not clear what the endless darkness covered by the void from the top is. But if you can see in the cosmic void outside the dust rain astral realm, what is covering the dust rain astral realm at this moment is one hand, a huge boundless black giant hand. The black giant hand had completely covered the entire dust rain astral circle and held the dust rain astral circle in the palm of his hand. Immediately, the black giant hand exerted a little force, just like crushing beans, and a secondary astral world was directly pinched and burst. The dust rain star burst instantly, and the countless mountains and rivers in the star were crushed, and countless souls were buried instantly without any chance of struggling. In the void outside the dust and rain astral space, a cold man with a dark sword on his shoulders stood condensing, staring at the void in front of him, watching the dust and rain astral space burst into cosmic dust. And the giant hand just came out of this cold man. This cold man, named Yen Jiu, is one of the 3 supremes who have arrived in Jiu's great star domain this time, and are currently in the process of killing. That is, the supreme who has come to grab the sword unparalleled. Okay. The cold man's expression suddenly moved. As the supreme strong man, his soul perception ability was far beyond the master. After the complete collapse of the dust rain astral space, he immediately sensed that many of the creatures in the dust rain astral space were almost annihilated. But only one person survived, and the breath emanating from that person was the 3rd level dominating level. The target is he. The cold man's eyes were slightly cold, and his body had been pulled out directly in the void, directly in front of this cold man. An ancient spacecraft has appeared, and Jian Wushuang is in this spacecraft, fully controlling the spacecraft to flee at the fastest speed. While fleeing, Jian Wushuang also saw the cold man chased from behind, his eyes full of fear and horror. Extreme. It turned out to be the Supreme. Jian Wushuang did not expect how he would be against the Supreme powerhouse so early, and it is clear that the Supreme did not happen to meet him. It was likely that he came directly to him. After all, just when the supervisor Fei Xue also said during the news, now the Joyao Starfield is launching a killing ring. The group who wants to completely destroy the Joyao Starfield, although there are many strong, but the highest level, also just a few. But how big is Juyo's large star field? And how many stars are there? Let alone say that there are at least 100 stars in the 2nd level. With so many secondary astral worlds, how could it happen that a supreme comes to his astral world? So Jian Wushuang guessed that the supreme goal 8 achievements was him. As for the reason, from the way these people act, Jian Wushuang can only think of one possibility. This possibility is related to his own Master Zhenyi. These people should come from Master Chong. And before they destroyed the Thunder God Palace, it is estimated that I knew my existence from the Thunder God Palace, so they came to deal with me. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked dignified. Extremely. Fujun, are you okay? Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang with anxiety because she saw Jian Wushuang's body covered with blood, and her breath was much weaker than before. It's okay. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but his heart was shocked just now. The cold man's shot directly exploded the dust rain astral world, making countless lives in the dust rain astral lost his life. And Jian Wushuang is also in the dust and rain astral realm. The cold man's attack naturally spread to his body, although it is only a part of the power of the microwave. But after all, the shot is the supreme strongman. At that moment, even if Jian Wushuang had an incredible ability to protect his body, the divine body was immediately damaged, and his divine power was annihilated by nearly 30%. Nearly 30%, just barely spread to him. In other words, if the supreme man only shot at him, it is estimated that he could kill him with one move. This is the supreme level of strength, and it is really terrible. Jian Wushuang trembled, and his gaze was always watching the cold man chased from behind. The cold man did not take out the cosmic boat, but he was supreme. Even if he was traveling by himself, the speed of bursting out in the cosmic void was not much slower than the cosmic boat. If chasing and escaping like this, Jian Wushuang is not very worried, but the cosmic boat hasn't swept far, and Jian Wushuang will be in the forward direction, and he will feel an extremely powerful breath. This breath, although not supreme, is definitely the ultimate dominating level. Oops. The sword did not change color. Realizing the ultimate dominating breath in front of the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang immediately understood that this was planned by the other party to surround him. The supreme shot must have thought of escaping from the dust and rain. So long ago he arranged for the ultimate master to be in the surrounding void to intercept him. No way, I can only fight. Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and Wu Wei's Excalibur had already appeared in his hands. Chapter 4088. The first is more. In the dark darkness of the universe, a barefooted old man stood silently. His gaze was like a poisonous snake, staring closely at the fast-flying cosmic boat at the end. Well, it was coming in the direction I was in. It seems my luck is really good. This barefoot old man is the ultimate dominator of the cold man who sacrificed his majesty. This time, there are 8 ultimate masters who come to capture Jian Wushuang. These 8 ultimate dominators are scattered in different directions around the dust-rain astral circle. So even if the dust-rain astral circle collapses, Jian Wushuang escaped from the dust-rain astral circle and could not escape from their interception. Now, swordsmen fled in this direction, and it was the barefoot old man who was responsible for interception. I heard the 7th Lord said before that this 3rd rank called Blood Sword dominates the identity. The Nineth Lord also ordered us to capture him, and we must not kill him. The 3rd Order Dominator is indeed very important. If I can capture him directly, it is also a credit. The barefoot old man sneered. He was ready to stop the spaceship and give the sword Wushuang captured. The spacecraft was extremely fast. It took only a few moments to reach the barefoot old man, and they were constantly approaching each other. Well, stay. The barefooted old man sneered, and his figure was forward. At the same time, in that cosmic boat, a figure also burst out. Want to resist? The barefoot old man smiled even more. The sword Wushuang rushed out of the cosmic boat, but his expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were full of amazing killings. He rushed directly to the barefooted old man, and his strength burst out instantly at this moment. Oh, a icy sword light swept out. The smile on the barefooted old man's face instantly freezes, and in his stead is a look of horror. How come so fast? This is the thought that erupted in the mind of the barefoot old man when he saw Jian Wushuang's sword. It's too fast. It's really too fast. After reaching the first level of the Zishu secret, Jian Wushuang's application of the laws of the universe and sword skill perfectly combined, and it took a long time to create a sword called Huangquan Maoan. The speed of this sword, even the ultimate dominator, is difficult to resist. Like in the Thunder God Palace before, the Blood Thunder Army leader of the Thunder God Palace could not resist the sword Wushuang. And this barefoot old man, his strength compared with the leader of the Blood Thunder Army, can only say that there is little difference. Even if it is stronger, it will not be too strong. But the key problem is that he can't stop the sword Wushuang. I saw the icy sword light passing directly through the barefoot old man. His eyes narrowed slightly the moment Jian Guang stroked his body. The laws of his body were the most precious armor, almost blocking the power of this sword. That is to say, the sword Wushuang did not bring him any damage. Is it just fast? The barefooted elder just thought of it, but suddenly an unprecedented painful rise came from the depths of his soul. Do not! The barefooted elder also screamed a stern scream. The next moment, the skin on his body turned black and gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his vitality was fading at an alarming rate. In just a moment's effort, the body of the barefooted old man directly turned into a dust, and only a few treasures remained with his fortune. Under Jian Wushuang's use of a drop of venom worth 5,000 yuan, only one face-to-face, barefoot old man who ultimately dominated the level died instantly. After killing the barefoot old man, Jian Wushuang did not delay it. He waved his hands to collect many treasures left by the barefoot old man, followed by the spaceship, and continued to flee forward. In the void, not far from the rear, the cold man kept following the cosmic boat. He was not in a hurry. After all, he had arranged His Majesty's ultimate master to block the sword. But even if it was this cold man, he never thought that he sent to intercept the ultimate master of Jianshou Wushou, and he was just killed by Jianshou Wushou. This is completely beyond the expectation of the cold man. A third-level master, one face-to-face, killed the ultimate master. Although some special things are used, it is still incredible. It is indeed the disciple of that person. The cold man's eyes were cold. The more Jian Wushuang turned against the sky, the greater the intention of killing in his heart. And without the interception of the strong ahead, it seems that it is not so easy to stop the spacecraft in which Jian Wushuang rides. I wanted to save some energy, but now it seems that I'm afraid it won't work. In that case, the cold man's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand waved, and the void in front of him also had a ship. The spacecraft appeared out of thin air. This cosmic boat is not as large as the one that Jian Wushuang rides on, but this cosmic boat looks extremely exquisite. The whole body looks like a plane, and the front part is extremely sharp like a sharp handle. The spear of, and it is worth mentioning that it is also a cosmic boat. The cosmic boat taken out by this cold man is much stronger than the cosmic boat of sword, unparalleled. Catch it! The cold man has arrived on the spacecraft. Under his control, this exquisite purple spacecraft instantly burst through the void with a terrifying speed and chased toward the spacecraft in which the sword was unparalleled. The speed of this purple cosmic boat is too fast, at least several times or nearly 10 times faster than the one in which Jian Wushuang took them. With such a terrifying speed, this cosmic boat chased all the way down, and after only a moment, it had already caught up. Hit it! The spaceship in which Jian Wushuang was riding was already in front of him, but the cold man controlled his spacecraft, but did not mean to slow down at all, but instead hit the spaceship in which Jian Wushuang was riding directly. Not good. In the spacecraft, the sword did not change greatly. Pang! A terrible impact sounded suddenly in the void of the universe. The black cosmic boat that Jian Wushuang was riding on was directly broken down by the impact. At the moment when the spacecraft collapsed, Jian Wushuang waved his cold and frost directly into the treasure of the repressive law with a wave of his hand, followed by the buzzing power of Jian Wushuang, burning wildly. Dragon mystery cast directly. Mystic burning mystery? On that purple cosmic boat, the cold man looked at Jian Wushuang, who was still fleeing wildly, but sneered, was it useful? As soon as the voice fell, the cold man slowly stretched out his right hand, pointing away in the direction where Jian Wushuang was. Chapter 4089. 2 more arrived today. A very random finger, and this finger is still a long distance away. However, at the moment pointed by the cold man's finger, Jian Wushuang only felt that the pores in his whole body were rising instantly, and an unprecedented shock came to his mind. This sense of amazement has not been encountered for many years. This feeling is as if he has already reached the edge of and will die directly in the next moment. Boom! A finger like when you appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang no longer cares about others. At this moment directly cast the magical powers of the universe, primitive universe, dragon mystery. These are the 2 strongest hole cards in Jian Wu's hands, but now he is playing without hesitation. And after performing these 2 secret operations, Jian Wushuang did not think about going to defeat that Wen-Yu-like finger, but immediately did his best to cast the earth to guard the sword array. I saw a burst of Earth sword field rising instantly under the blessing of the primitive universe and the mystery of dragon extermination. This Earth sword array became more tenacious. The heavy sword area formed a complete sword array defense, blocking the sword in front of Wushuang. But the moment that when Yes' finger was on the sword array, it was as if his finger had broken through a layer of window paper, one of Jian Wushuang's strongest means of protection. The earth guards the sword array, and it collapses instantly. That finger still carried the horrible power and continued to bombard the sword's body. The rule of the sword's body was the most precious armor, and it only weakened the power of this finger, and the remaining power continued, passed onto his body. Jian Wushuang, the godlike body that is comparable to the rule of treasure, is also fragile in front of this finger. Bang Rong, Jian Wushuang's body collapsed directly, but immediately followed the reorganization. After the reorganization, the breath on him was already extremely weak, 50%. This finger allows my divine power to directly annihilate more than 50%. Jian Wushuang's inner shock had already reached an unparalleled level. When the cold man crushed the dust and rain astral space before, he was affected and lost nearly 30% at once, but that was on the premise that he was not alert. But now it's different. Now this finger, he is doing all he can to resist. Even the 2 cards of Dragon Extermination and Primitive Universe have been put out, and he also relies on the Guardian of the Earth to resist, plus his godlike body that is comparable to the law. He is confident that even the ultimate masters who understand the laws of the universe may not shake him. But such a good means of body care, in the presence of the Supreme, was so fragile. The cold man obviously hadn't exerted all his strength, just a random finger. But with such a casual finger, he annihilated 50% of his divine power at once, plus 30% wasted before. The remaining divine power now is less than 20%, less than 20% of the divine power, and the cold man is still behind him. How to escape? Can it be done? I really have to plan it here today? The sword has no dullness, and my heart is full of unwillingness. But just when the cold man was about to shoot again, roar! A roar blasted loudly in the dark universe. The cold man's complexion suddenly changed. His gaze couldn't help looking to the side, where he didn't know, when a huge face appeared. This face, which is hundreds of thousands of feet tall and infinite, almost envelopes the entire void of the universe. A suffocating coercion also passed from this face. Extreme again? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed sharply. Your Excellency is so noisy in my Juyao starfield. Wouldn't it be too easy to talk about my husband's eyes? A cold voice passed from the huge face. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang instantly felt happy. He immediately understood that this face should be the supreme strongman hidden in the great star field of Juyao. Juyao starfield, but an extremely old big starfield. There are many powerful people who have been born, and supreme-level powerhouses. Juyao starfield has also been born, but most of these supremes left Juyao Great Starfield, went deep into the universe. As for the current Juyao starfield, whether there is a supreme, it has always been a secret. At least in the Juyao starfield, there have been dozens of chaos, and no supreme power has appeared. But now it seems that there is indeed a supreme in the Juyao Great Star Domain. This supreme has always been hidden and never appeared. But now, Supreme has led a large number of strong men to kill in the star field of Juyao, apparently shocking the hidden supreme. I didn't expect to be able to meet the supreme in such a star field. And looking at this might, you are probably not weak in the supreme. The cold man smiled and looked at the huge person in front of him. Face, but followed his words again. But unfortunately, we have already made a decision. The 9 starfields must be erased since you want to block. Then you will be together. Kill it. Don't say anything. The huge face made a loud drink, and the next moment the face continued to zoom in. the horror mighty and mighty, crushed directly to the cold man. The cold man's expression also began to become dignified. After all, the opponent is also a supreme, and the strength is still not weak. This cold man naturally does not dare to care, and cannot be distracted to deal with the sword unparalleled. The blood sword, I'll give it to a few of you. The cold, cold man whispered, and a shuttle in his hand appeared, and with his body looting, he had already killed the huge face. The next moment, the horrific bombardment shocked the world, resounded madly in the cosmic void. The bleak man was clearly fighting head-on with the owner of the huge face. As for Jian Wushuang, he immediately seized this once-in-lifetime opportunity and fled wildly into the distance. Behind him, there are also chasing troops, which are the ultimate masters of the cold man. These ultimate masters, who were previously in the void around the dust and rain world, were responsible for blocking Jian Wushuang, although the barefoot old man who blocked Jian Wushuang was directly killed by Jian Wushuang, but others are still alive and well, has now followed up. When the cold man battled the huge face, the ultimate masters went all out to hunt down Swordless. Now the sword is unparalleled, with less than 20% of the divine power remaining, the strength of which is sharply reduced, and a drop of venom worth 5,000 source stones. He also has only one drop and naturally cannot compete with these ultimate masters. However, the good news is that it is better to be pursued by these ultimate masters than by the cold man. Today I have a little cavern, but I still owe 2 more. Chapter 4090. The first is more. In the darkness of the dark universe, Jian Wushuang was fleeing quickly, and behind him there were 7 ultimate masters, chasing after all. Jian Wushuang has stopped the burning of divine power in the body. After all, there is not much divine power left. But even so, the distance between the 7 ultimate masters and him was not narrowed. A third level dominates, so much faster than us. Can we all be the ultimate masters and not even catch up with him? The 7 ultimate masters who pursued him secretly murmured. This is one of the benefits obtained by Jian Wushuang reaching the first realm of the purple blood secret, and the application of the laws of the universe has been greatly improved. Before Jian Wushuang's application of the laws of the universe, he could only attach them to his own attacks, but he did not know the various magical uses of the laws of the universe. But now, the sword is full of blessings of the laws of the universe, the speed is launched, and it is no less than the ultimate master. The 7 ultimate masters had a certain distance from Jian Wushuang. After chasing down and chasing down, Jian Wushuang still had a long distance from them. Can't chase like this anymore. Use a spacecraft. One of the ultimate masters said. As soon as his voice fell, a spaceship with a faint bronze light appeared immediately in front of him. This spacecraft was not too high, but it was much higher than the spacecraft that Jian Wushuang had taken before. The most important thing is that here is the dark darkness of the universe. The speed of the cosmic boat traveling through the dark darkness of the universe is much faster than the speed of the practitioners. Instantly, the 7 ultimate masters immediately entered the cosmic boat, and this cosmic boat emitting bronze light immediately burst out with an astonishing speed, chasing the sword unparalleled. Chasing and killing in a cosmic boat is much faster than Jian Wushuang fleeing. Suddenly the distance between Jian Wushuang and them narrowed. Suddenly, the original sword Wushuang fleeing straight ahead, but turned around swiftly, changed direction, and swept away towards the void in one side. He changed direction. Quickly, we also changed direction. On the spacecraft, the ultimate master who controlled the spacecraft also immediately turned the spacecraft and turned his head. However, the speed of the cosmic boat in the dark and empty space of the universe is indeed very fast, but it does not mean that the direction of the cosmic boat will turn so fast. If you think about it, it is more difficult for a cosmic boat of this size to change direction than it is for a practitioner to change direction. When the spacecraft completes its direction change, Jian Wushuang has continued to glide forward for some distance, and when the spacecraft is about to continue to chase after it, Jian Wushuang fleeing ahead and immediately began to change direction. This boy is really cunning. No way, the cosmic boat is fast. It can change direction during grazing, but it is much more difficult than the practitioner. This boy knows this and will do so. Trouble. If he continues to change direction like this, we will have a hard time catching up with him, even if we are riding a spacecraft. The 7 ultimate masters in the spacecraft were all gloomy. They already felt that Jian Wushuang, the 3rd-level master, was a bit too difficult, but they did not give up. Abandon the cosmic boat and chase him at our own speed. Although his speed is not much slower than ours, don't forget that he has been severely wounded by Devourer 9. It is estimated that less than 2 remain. Success. And now he obviously relies on the laws of the universe to be able to explode at such an amazing speed. Can he always use the laws of the universe to consume his divine power? Isn't it low? He only has that little power. How long can he support? It's almost the same, and his speed will naturally spread, and then we will hunt and capture him. An ultimate dominator spoke, and was instantly approved by others. Immediately, the 7 ultimate masters put away the cosmic boat and resumed hunting swords at their own speed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang did not need to continue to change direction, but kept this distance and continued to flee forward. On the way out, Jian Wushuang turned back and looked at the ultimate masters who chased him from time to time, but sneered at the bottom of his heart. The level is dominated, so you want to consume it slowly with me and wait for me to run out of power before killing me? Well, the abacus is good, but I'm afraid they will let them down. Seeing those ultimate dominating ideas behind him, Jian Wushuang's heart was not anxious. That's right, he was hit badly, and the divine power left is indeed less than 20%. But don't forget, he is the perfect life. How vast is his divine power? Even if only less than 20% of the divine power is left, it is far more vast than the ordinary master. www. Novel. At least the 7 ultimate masters are hunting him, even if their divine power is at its peak. Wushuang also doesn't think he has less divine power left than them. As for the use of the law of the universe to consume the divine power, it is indeed consumed, but the 7 ultimate masters are also chasing him with all their strength, but they also need to consume divine power. It can be said that in the consumption of divine power, he is not out of disadvantage. Now, it's more powerful than Hues, more powerful than the divine power. Even if less than 20% of the divine power is left, it is worthy of these ultimate masters. Huh, 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 huh. In the darkness of the dark universe, all of them flew across the body in rapid speed, incredibly fast. The 7 ultimate masters were hunting down Jian Wushuang all the way, and they had been killing for almost half an hour. It was thought that the magic power of Jian Wushuang should be consumed, but the fact is that the speed of Jian Wushuang has never been so high. There is a slight weakening. How is it possible? He has tried his best to escape by using the laws of the universe to almost half an hour now. His remaining divine power should have been exhausted long ago. Even a few of us, such a chase at all costs, have also consumed a lot of their own divine power, and it is estimated that they have more than 10%, but this boy obviously has little divine power, but so far there has not been a slight weakness. Look, what's the matter? These 7 ultimate dominators are all confused. They have been staring closely at Jian Wushuang, who has always been extremely weak, but no matter how weak, his speed has not slowed down. At this time, the 7 ultimate masters who were hunting down Jian Wushuang with all their strengths were all moving, and several of them immediately became gloomy. Chapter 4091. Second more. So fast, can you find it? One of the ultimate dominated Shun Shun. No way, this is their place after all. Another ultimate dominates. My lord ordered us to evacuate immediately. It seems that we have to leave quickly, but unfortunately, we failed to catch the kid in front. The third ultimate master said, these ultimate dominators are all from the same party, and their orders to the high level are absolutely executed. Now, they have been ordered to evacuate immediately, and naturally there will be no trace of stay. Let's go. In a sigh, the 7 ultimate masters immediately reversed their direction and left quickly in the direction they had come. And Jian Wushuang, who had been watching the rear scene, felt relieved when he saw the 7 ultimate masters who had been pursuing him and turned away. Did you finally leave? Jian Wushuang still had some fear. Although the 7 ultimate masters have indeed disappeared into his sight, Jian Wushuang still dare not stop and continued to escape at the fastest speed. In the cosmic void where the dust and rain astral space was before, the huge human face became bigger, and it was much bigger than before. Boom, 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 boom. The terrible roar of earth-shattering sounds constantly from the center of the face. Every roar seemed to be falling apart. Every collision of divine power has the terrible power to destroy the world. Like the dusty astral space before, if it is still alive, I'm afraid it has been annihilated by the shock wave. I don't know how many times. The battle of the supreme level strong can only be described as shocking. And this battle does not last long. OM. A figure suddenly appeared around the battlefield. Bite 9, stop. The golden god of war, bathed in golden light, opened his mouth, his voice loud. In the center of the huge face, the cold man pulled away and came to the periphery of this golden god of war. Their people have arrived. We must leave immediately. Golden Shinto. Oh, their speed is really fast in the past. The cold man smiled. Unfortunately, they are still late. This star field has almost been destroyed. The only regret is to let the little one, the guy, escaped. It's okay to escape, no matter how he is just a 3rd-level master. Even if he is really a disciple of that person, he probably doesn't know much. The golden of where he said, followed by he waved, "Let's go." The two immediately left. While leaving, the golden god of war glanced coldly at the huge human face in the back, but this glance surprised the owner of that face secretly. The huge face dissipates out of thin air, and in the void at the center of that face, an old figure slowly emerges. This is an old man with Tong Yan Hifa. He is also stepping on a 10-foot-tall purple alien beast under his feet. The alien beast is not only bulky, but also looks abnormal and horrible. It turned out to be the Supreme. The old man Tong Yan Hifa looked at the direction in which the 2 men left, still with a touch of horror in his eyes. He is the master of that face, and the Supreme who has been hiding in these 9 megastars, and his strength is relatively strong among the Supremes. And the cold man who just met him, in the fierce battle with him, the 2 fight with each other equally. Obviously, the strength is not weaker than him. He was able to cope with this cold man, but just arrived, the golden of war who informed the cold man left, but it brought him great pressure, especially the cold glance when the golden god of war left, and the glance made Tong Yanha, the old man, immediately confirm that the other party has the top and supreme strength. Top supreme. Even in the depths of the universe, there are super existences that can open up the kingdom of God alone. Such superpowers have even come here? Are you still killing in this star field? Who are they? What purpose do they have? Tong Yanha made the old man frown and kept thinking. In Juyao star field, a dark void near the edge, Jian Wushuang fled here in one breath and finally stopped. With a wave of his hand, the frost, the flames of magic immediately appeared in the surrounding void. Fu Jun, are you okay? Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang anxiously. Although she had been staying in the independent space of Zhenshenbai before, she could see clearly what happened outside. She knew exactly how dangerous her husband had just experienced. Fortunately, even though my divine power was consumed by 90%, my life was saved. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. Nearly, I am almost dead. Knowing that you are almost dead, are you still laughing? Lung Rushuang gave Jian Wushuang a white look. Ha ha. Jian Wushuang smiled, even more happily. This is the adventure. This is like a rush in the universe. This feeling of being on the edge of life and death and being able to die at any time is really a lot. It hasn't happened in years. Jian Wushuang, this is a sincere sigh. Indeed, in the early days of the divine realm, although he also had potential enemies and encountered danger, but because his own life-saving ability was too bad, he could survive it. Even though some crises are dangerous, Jian Wushuang still has great confidence and confidence. He knows that he is not so easy to die. But that scene was completely different. In the situation just now, even if he didn't have any confidence that he could survive, he can only do everything possible to make himself live as long as possible. Yes, when he was hunted down by that Supreme, he really thought so, and he could live a little longer. Because facing the Supreme Strong, he really has no ability to resist. In the end, if the mysterious Supreme Strong who has been hiding in these 9 starfields has been shot, he will definitely be dead. Captured. This is the universe. The voice of the demon flame also suddenly sounded. The Master. The universe is dangerous, and the ensuing crises are everywhere, and the practitioners who roam the universe often put their heads on their belts. The sudden crisis is dead. Like this time, this crisis is also sudden. You, the Master, are still lucky and survived, but countless souls and practitioners in this star field, most of them will be killed without any preparation. Now, killing in the universe is so ordinary and so sudden. Chapter 4092. 3 more arrived today. Hearing the words of the magic flame, Jian Wushuang could not help but be silent. Indeed, although this encounter was extremely dangerous for him, he finally survived. But what about the other practitioners in Joyao Starfield? When Supervisor Feishua called him before, he could tell him that the killing of these people in the Joyao Starfield was to completely destroy the Joyao Starfield. With these people's strength, isn't it easy to destroy a big star field? Although there are many astral circles and countless creatures in the Joyao Star Field, after this battle, how many astral circles can be retained, and how many creatures can survive? Compared to the countless creatures and practitioners killed in this disaster, he is indeed extremely lucky. This is the universe. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he has been in the universe for more than 100,000 years, he still truly understands the cruelty of the universe until today. Compared to the divine realm in the early days, the killing of the cosmic boat is more crazy, more sudden, and more bottomless. For some powerful people in the universe, it is not uncommon to destroy a large star field and destroy billions of souls, just like crushing an ant. But these things Jian Wushuang have never seen before. Call. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang took out a summons. Supervisor Blizzard. Jian Wushuang summoned to Supervisor Blizzard. Bloodsword friend, have you survived? Supervisor Fei Shui quickly replied. Thank you for your timely communication, so that I can be prepared otherwise. Jian Wushuang thanked Fei Shui for his main pipeline. Indeed, if Supervisor Fei Shui summoned him in advance this time to alert him, otherwise he might not be able to escape from the Supreme Hand. Even if he could escape, his wife and Demon Flame would not be so lucky. After all, it was precisely because of receiving a message from Supervisor Fei Shui that he immediately let his wife, Mo Yen, and Naba enter the cosmic boat, so he could carry it with him. If they hadn't been able to enter the spacecraft beforehand, that Supreme attacked, and the dust and rain realm collapsed in an instant. I am afraid he would have no time to protect it from the cold. You're welcome. You are my friend of Jyoti Pavilion. As the director of Jyoti Pavilion in this Joyao Starfield, I should give you a warning in advance. It is right that Supervisor Feishua smiled and followed. He asked again, Bloodsword friend, have you left Joyao Starfield now? Not yet, but it is already the most marginal zone. Jian Wushuangdo. That little friend, you don't have to escape now. In the depths of the universe, some powerful men sent by great forces have already arrived. Those who had previously launched a killing ring in Juyo's large star domain now only have to escape. Feishua main pipeline. Did the strong man in the depths of the universe come over? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, but he did not arrive in an accident. Although it is not located in the depths of the universe, the Joyao star field is also extremely close. It has an extremely long existence. It is an extremely old big star field. There are many powerful people born in history. Extreme estimates are many. There must be a lot of involvement in such a large star field in the depths of the universe. How can some of the top powerful players in the universe, or some forces exist, tolerate the direct destruction of the Joyao star field? It is certain that a strong person rushed there. It's just that Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the speed of these strong men turned out to be so fast. Rushing from the depths of the universe to the Joyao Great Star Field, if you rely on the cosmic boat to slowly move around, it will take tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, to say less, or even longer. But it wasn't long before the group of people ransacked in the Joyao Star Field, and the strong man in the deep of the universe arrived, apparently using some cosmic channels that directly reached the Joyao Star Field. That channel, once opened, is costly. Supervisor Feishua, can you tell me what forces in the depths of the universe have sent the strong over here? Jian Wushuang asked casually. It's not a secret. It's okay to tell you. Supervisor Feishua laughed. This time, there was a catastrophe in the Joyao Starfield. A total of 5 forces were shocked in the depths of the universe. Among these 5 forces, 3 of them, it's all because of His Majesty, some of which are related to Joyao Starfield, and one of them is a special camp that contains a mission, and the last one is my Jyoti Pavilion. The reason why the strongest of my 9 Emperors' Court came is because the branch of my 9 Emperors' Court was also destroyed by those people. Jian Wushuang heard, nodded secretly. Bloodsword friends, now that the strong men in the depths of the universe have arrived, there will naturally be no more storms in these 9 starfields, and you do need to rush away. You can come to my Jyoti Pavilion again if you have time. The status of the adults I sent to Jyoti Pavilion this time is extraordinary. If you come to Jyoti Pavilion, maybe I can help you to refer. Feishua main pipeline. Thank you in advance, Feishua. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He soon interrupted the conversation with Supervisor Blizzard. And at this moment, in a dark void in the most central area of Joyao Starfield, the rumbling gathered terrible coercion, forming a huge storm. Within this storm, towering figures stood there arbitrarily. No matter how strong the storm was, they couldn't regret moving those figures at all. There were 6 people standing in the storm. All 6 are supreme. One of them, Yenha, is the one who has been hiding in Juyo's star field. However, when the old man Yen Tongfa faced the other 5 people at the moment, he was obviously inferior. 5 people, that's all I know. As for the origin of those people, what their purpose is, I don't know. Tong Yanhifa, said the old man. The 5 people in the storm. After listening to the old man's narration, his brows frowned. You say among them Is there a top and supreme existence? A puppet man with eyes as sharp as an eagle opened his mouth, his voice with a sense of metal oppression. Yes, although he didn't really shoot, just glanced at me, but I can feel the pressure he gave me. The pressure is absolutely top level and extreme. Tong, Yenha, said the old man. This is interesting. The man snarled and grinned. The top and supreme powerhouse. How much can the entire universe be? You can't recognize it. And when you see us rushing over, leave without saying a word. I won't even say hello. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 40, 93. The first is more. Although the Jiuyao Great Star Field has a lot to do with some powerful forces in the depths of the universe, the party that started this time can send top and supreme power, and naturally the strength is not much worse, at least in the universe. The top forces. And such top forces, there is no reason to hide. A big star field. It will be destroyed before it's gone, so we will run away as soon as we come. A gentle in the storm. The female voice sounded. It's weird. Those who are doing it are extremely fast. They can notice that when we arrive, we leave without a word, leaving no trace. This style of behavior is not like those big forces in the universe. It's like the writing of those people. An old voice sounded. Those people? The bit of super existence in the storm suddenly became dignified. If it is the hands of those people, there must be a big secret in the Jiuyao star field. The reason why they want to erase the Jiuyao star field is to cover up that secret, said the man. The people around me also nodded in unison. They are all top-level beings in the universe, and all of them have extraordinary origins, and they know more about some secrets in the universe. And this time the group of strong shots against Jiuyao, Starfield, really behaved in a way that reminded them of a mysterious organization. If it is really the hands of the strong organization, then these 9 Starfields are definitely not ordinary. Unfortunately, we came a little later. The Jiuyao Starfield has been almost destroyed, and those people have escaped early. No trace of it remains. We want to find out the secret. Fear not so easy, said the vicissitudes. You can't find it. You have to find it. We can't come here for nothing. The soft female voice sounded. Suddenly, in the storm, these supremes talked to each other. One of the figures, that is, the puppet man with eyes as sharp as an eagle, at this moment was a movement. Okay, is this induction? There was a hint of wonder in the man's eyes. I know that there is still a long distance from me, but this induction is still so strong. This is interesting. The man smiled weirdly and then looked around at a few people. You guys, I just came out a lot, but I didn't plan to go back like this. I just wander around in the Jiuyao Starfield. If anything, you just call me. When the man finished speaking, he turned and left. When I saw the man leaving, most of the other Supremes in the storm did not feel anything wrong, but among these Supremes, there was an old man in a yellow robe, but he looked at the direction in which the young man left. This guy is very lazy in weekdays. It is estimated that I was ordered by the above to come to the Jiuyao Starfield. It can be his temper. If those people have left, he will naturally be too lazy to look for it. It will go straight back. But why is there so much time to wander around in this big star domain? The old man in the yellow robe stared. Soon the old man in the yellow robe also left, and the direction he was going was exactly the direction that the Sun man left before. Dark, cold universe void. Qi Jian Wushuang sat quietly sitting there, restoring divine power, as cold as frost, magic flame, and Na Ba. They are standing in the surrounding void and have not come to disturb the sword. In this crisis, Jian Wushuang lost too much magic power, and naturally it takes a lot of time to recover. Even if it is to restore the divine power, Jian Wushuang would not dare to enter some astral circles. although there are still a lot of astral circles in the 9 star fields. But because of the crazy killing of those people before, Jian Wushuang still feels in the darkness of the universe. During the restoration of divine power, we must be more secure. Wu Kuling's sword did not expect that even if he was in the darkness of this dark universe, there were still people who found him. Howl! A streamer suddenly flickered in the surrounding void. The streamer dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared in front of several people of Jian Wushuang. The figure is not too tall, and the appearance is very ordinary, but the most noticeable thing is that he has a pair of sharp eyes like eagles. When he came to this void, the sharp eyes spreading, his eyebrows were full of jealousy. "Is that you?" the man said, but his eyes were completely fixed on Jian Wushuang. "Who?" I always kept the magic flame of the sword wushu protection method, and swept over the first time, staring at the man with vigilance. At the height of the demon flame, Hao Yi was also the ultimate master. He also ran through the depths of the universe. His vision was not low. Although he could not see the concrete strength of the man in front of him, he knew by intuition that the man was not good. "Provoke. The person I'm looking for is him. It's not you. You better walk away." The man chuckled a little, and in a simple sentence he didn't see his shot, but as soon as the voice fell, a strong coercion directly compression came. Under this coercion, Demon Flame's body shuddered, followed by directly kneeling down. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't stand up again. Extreme strong. Demon Flame was full of panic. The frosty coldness and Ba, who were beside him, were also shocked. Suddenly, in front of the void, Jian Wushuang, who has been concentrating on restoring the power, also noticed the movement here and opened his eyes for the first time. Extreme again? Jian Wushuang looked up, looking at the man. His face became extremely ugly. Extreme, the pinnacle of the universe. Even in the depths of the universe, such as the strong, the supreme level of the strong are super high beings. It is very difficult to see them on weekdays, let alone in the universe on the edge. But today, in these 9 star fields, in a short period of time, he has seen 3 extremes. The first one naturally crushed the dust and rain astral world and almost killed him. The second one is the master who rescued his huge face at a critical time. He is the supreme strongman who hides in these 9 star fields. The man in front of him is the third. For a long time, I met 3 supremes. When did the supremes become so worthless? "Sir, are you here for me?" Although there was a trace of, at the bottom of his heart, Jian Wushuang asked incomparably calmly. "Yes, I'm looking for you." The man smiled slightly, but stretched out right after his right hand, pointing away in the direction where Jian Wushuang was. Chapter 4094. 2 more arrived today. A casual finger looks soft as if there was no strength at all. I can see such a finger, but Jian Wushuang's complexion changed greatly. It should be noted that not long ago, the Supreme who chased and killed him outside the dust and rain world was also such a simple and casual one-finger pointing, that one finger was working hard, and all the cards he could not resist were almost impossible. He died in that finger. Now he has recovered less than 20% of his divine power, and once again faces the Supreme finger. How can he resist? Boom! The horrible mighty power acted on Jian Wushuang's body instantly, and Jian Wushuang really did not have any room for struggle. The remaining divine power was only annihilated in an instant, but fortunately, this man didn't seem to want to directly kill him, and gave him a breath. In the dark void, Jian Wushuang still stood there. His divine power was almost exhausted, and he was completely exhausted. I was in the void next to the weak, and I saw that my uncle's sword was unparalleled, and it was cold and frosty. I was about to come over the first time, but the uncle's man waved his hand and flew away very far. The man looked at Jian Wushuang at the moment, but there was a look of ecstasy on his face. "Ha, big surprise, big surprise. I thought that this errand would not be very rewarding, but I didn't expect that I would encounter a special life, and it would still be a perfect special life. Ha, my luck, it's really good." The uncle man laughed wildly, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, his eyes burning as if he was hungry for the beast, staring at his prey. And when this man's hand, I don't know when an extra dark spear came. This dark spear is extremely cold, and it also exudes a very special atmosphere. This breath made Jian Wushuang both shocked. This breath and this spear. Jian Wushuang looked at the lance in the hand of the stunned man in surprise. He knew this spear and was very familiar with it. At the beginning of the demon battle with the Lord of the Clouds in the early days, the Lord of the Clouds had such a black spear in his hands, and the breath was exactly the same. But now the spear that this man took out has a more breath. Chang is even more amazing. After the death of the Lord of the Clouds, the black spear fell into his hands, now in his ring of heaven. He has also studied this black spear before, knowing that this black spear has a great restraint effect on special life, but he does not know why it is so restrained. Now, the same more powerful spear is taken out by the Supreme. Well, since I got this spear, there are a lot of special lives that are beheaded, including some higher-level special lives. But the perfect level of special life, I really have never been beheaded. Today, God, it gave me a chance. As long as I kill you, my spear will probably undergo qualitative change. The man's eyes were very hot. "Boy, you can die in peace." The stunned man smiled coldly, and the dark spear in his hand was ready to pierce the sword, unparalleled. Jian Wushuang is almost desperate. He is very clear that with this man's supreme level of strength, even if he is at the peak, he does not have any resistance ability in front of him, not to mention that his power is almost exhausted now, and the oil is exhausted. At this moment, Black Hawk, you are also dignified and supreme. Even if you shot at a third-level little guy, you may not pay too much attention to your identity. A low voice suddenly sounded in the void of the universe. The man's spear had been lifted, but at this moment he paused. The puppet man turned his head and looked to the side, where the figure of an old man in yellow robe appeared slowly. The old man in the yellow robe was just one of the several Supremes in the previous storm, and the only one who saw that the young man was acting strangely. "Who am I?" It turned out to be the Supreme Heart. The man saw the person, but his look did not change at all. "So coincident, you are here too?" I saw that you were acting weird, so I just kept up. I didn't expect to just run into this." The old man in the yellow robe looked at Jian Wushuang, but his eyes were a little displeased. "This little guy, it's just the third-level dominator. Even if you let the Black Eagle you come all the way to yourself, it also allows you to lower your status. It seems that it should be a special life, and the level of life is not low. Supreme Heart, you know where I came from. Since I encountered a special life at a higher level on the way, I will naturally take a shot. Why, should I kill a special life that dominates the level, you must also control the Joding Pavilion." The man's voice was a little cold. Slaying the Supreme Heart, named after the word killing heart. Its name is purely created by killing. His strength is absolutely the strongest among the Supremes, and he is infinitely close to the top. However, although the Supreme Heart is very strong, but also the background of this young man is not ordinary. Naturally, he will not be afraid of the other party. I didn't want to care about this. I just happened to see it. And remind you, by the way, more or less, you should pay attention to your own identity. Zixin Supreme said. Thank you, Supreme Master, for reminding you. If nothing is wrong, you will leave." The man smiled. Suddenly, the supreme glance of the Supreme Heart was hesitated, and he hesitated. He decided not to hesitate and turned to leave. At this moment, can adults come from Beauty Pavilion? Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. Huh. Zixin Supreme turned to and glanced at Jian Wushuang. What about it? Wu Jian was so happy that he said, My lord, my name is Bloodsword, and my name is on the list of 9 emperors. The list of 9 emperors. The smile on the man's face was abruptly stiff, and his heart screamed badly. Are you a genius? On the list of 9 emperors? He looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Yes, I put my name on the Jiujian list more than 100,000 years ago, and this time Juyao Starfield was in dire straits. It was still one of the directors of Juyag in this Juyao Starfield. Send me a message, and let me flee so that I can survive. Just now, I also exchanged information with Supervisor Feishue. Supervisor Feishue said that this time the Emperor Jyoti sent a very extraordinary supreme strongman. If there is an opportunity, he will also refer me. If the adult does not believe it, he can now call and ask Supervisor Feishue. Jian Wushuanglian said. Chapter 4095. The first is more. Supervisor Blizzard. The heart-struck look moved. I came to this star field, but a supervisor did contact me, but I don't know the name. I asked. Slaying Heart Supreme immediately took out a summoning order and began to ask. The man next to him was a little gloomy. After a few moments, the Supreme Heart inquiry was over. Are you a blood sword? Stark Sword stared at the sword, unparalleled, in the heart of Supreme Heart. He just asked the Blizzard supervisor about everything about Jian Wushuang and got the answers he wanted. The 3rd level dominates, but the combat power is comparable to the ultimate dominate. At the level of the master of the rules, you will realize a trace of the law of the universe, which belongs to a super genius rarely seen in billions of stars. Even if the Supreme Heart Killer learned the information of Jian Wushuang, he couldn't help raising his heart and wondering. The next moment, a decision had been made in the heart. Black Eagle, you can leave. Supreme Heartbeat said, casually. What did you say? The man frowned. Extremely heartbreaking. What do you mean by that? Don't understand? I said you can leave. The heart-beating Supreme smiled slightly. This little guy named Bloodsword is a genius on the 9 Emperors list, and it is also valued by my senior members of the 9 Emperor Pavilion. I won't let you kill him. Heart killing. The man's voice was cold, and his face was still a little angry, but this anger was quickly suppressed by him. I saw the man's expression calm down again, and chuckled. Extreme heart killing, even if this little guy is on the list of the 9 Emperors, he has nothing to do with you. Why don't you sell me a face? So, as long as you leave now, I am willing to give 3 Tianqi godfruits. How? The man is really eager to kill Jian Wushuang. After all, killing a perfect life means a lot to him, and he will get more. 3 copies of Tianqi godfruit. Brow, the Supreme frown. Black Eagle, you're really willing. I really have a little movement. Heart killing, think about it. If you keep him now, what will you get? Even if the highest level of Jyoti Pavilion knows this, at most it will praise you. But these 3 Tianqi god fruits, even if it is you, it is not easy to get it, right? The man continued to seduce. Suddenly, the beating heart is a smile that looks like a smile, hesitating. He was next to the void. Jian Wushuang was very anxious inside, but he didn't dare to speak. He was very clear that his current life and death were tied to this supreme thought. Black Hawk, you are indeed willing enough, but unfortunately, you still want to be disappointed. Supreme Heart beat. The smile on the uncle's face suddenly froze. He even said, heart killing, do you really not give me face at all? Joke, how much is your face worth? Supreme Heart is dismissive. I can only tell you that you are looking for the wrong person. If you exchange for some of my other Supreme Kings, It may still be possible I will sell you a face because of the 3 Tianqi god fruits, but unfortunately you met me, but I sincerely worked for the Jyoti Pavilion, but I did NT have much selfishness. Considerable, even if he is not valued, as long as he is on the list of the 9 emperors. Then I will not let you kill him under my eyes. You should have heard me clearly. I won't say it again. Black Hawk, leave. Heart killing. The man finally rose up with complete anger, and his body also had a violent killing intention rising. Why? You still want to make it with me? Supreme Heartbreaker smiled coldly. I don't look down on you, even if you are 2 or 3 levels of Supreme, even if you come with 2 or 3 at the same time, it's not enough to see me. If you don't get out, I will teach you. Gritting his manly teeth, he stared hard at Supreme Heartbeat, and at the bottom of his heart was a wormhole to fight against Supreme Heartbeat. But this is really just a wormhole. The Slaying Heart is the most famous name in the depths of the universe, but it is more than his Black Eagle Supreme. In terms of strength, the Slaying Heart is rising in the killing, and it is terrible, although he is also supreme. And his strength is not weak in the Supreme. He is indeed far worse than the strong ones such as the Heartbeat. You're ruthless. The man snorted loudly. He unwillingly glanced at Jian Wushuang and immediately turned away. Seeing the man leaving, Jian Wushuang finally exhaled. The cold and frosty flames behind him were relieved. Woohoo! The old man in the yellow robe rushed towards the sword with his heart-shaped figure. Blood Sword, thank you for your help. Wu Shuang's sword immediately bowed and salute, and his heart is full of gratitude. Yes, indeed, this time, if it wasn't for the heartbreaking Supreme that the man was acting strangely and followed him, he must have died in the hands of the man. This beast of supremacy, this time did indeed save his life. Of course, Jian Wushuang must remember this kindness. You guys, you're welcome. Supreme Heart waving, and waved, you are on the list of the 9 emperors. As the Supreme Emperor of the 9 Emperors Pavilion, since I just happened to meet, naturally, I won't watch the Black Hawk kill you. But then again, you are indeed lucky this time. If I hadn't seen this Black Hawk acting a bit weird, I followed him on purpose. Otherwise, you must be dead. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, but followed him with doubt again. Master, I have never met the Black Hawk Supreme just now, nor did I have any contact. How could he directly, for no reason, take a shot to kill me, and how can he find my place? Wu Jianwushuang can be sure the man who just came to see him deliberately. You must know that he is in the darkness of the universe. The darkness of the universe is vast and vast. How could the man find his place directly? Little guy, at first glance, you haven't been in the universe for too long, and it's no accident. Haven't you been in the depths of the universe? He looked at Jian Wushuang with great interest. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. He was very eager to go to the depths of the universe, but he would not wait until the events in Joyao Starfield were completely settled. But now the events in Joyao Starfield have not really ended. Little guy, you just heard my conversation with that Black Hawk. The reason why the Black Hawk killed you is because of your special life. Just kill me because I'm a special life. Jian Wushuang frowned. Chapter 4096. Hey, 2 more arrived today. Just kill him just because he is a special life? This makes the sword unparalleled. Do you know how many special lives there are in the vast universe? A single astral world can give birth to a variety of special lives. As in the early days of the world, Jian Wushuang encountered special life. In other words, there can be 2 or 3 special lives in an astral world and an era. How many special lives can be added to the entire vast universe? Countless? If you are going to be killed because of a special life, how much do you have to kill? And since the vast universe gave birth to a variety of special lives, These special lives naturally have meaning and reason for their existence, and they will not affect the balance of the universe. Why should they be killed? You guys, don't get me wrong. The heartbeat waved and said, since the vast universe has given birth to so many special lives, these special lives should naturally exist, but special lives, because of their special level of life sex, is naturally very different from other practitioners. For example, special life has huge innate advantages. These innate advantages are not possessed by many ordinary practitioners, but as long as they are strong enough, even ordinary practitioners can think of ways to deprive them of these special lives. Advantage. Deprived. Jian Wushuang stunned. Yes, in the depths of the universe, there are many strong men. In order to improve their strength as much as possible, they will continue to study the essence of special life, hair, etc., so as to try their best to improve their level of life. Said extremely. Take a simple example. For an ordinary life, divine power is only the most basic level, but if he absorbs through various methods and refines the core of some special life, thereby improving his own level of life, you can let his divine power increase 10 times, 100 times on the original basis. Jian Sword Wushuang, E. He is a special life or a perfect level. Naturally, he understands the huge gap between the perfect life and the ordinary practitioner. First of all, the divine power alone is too powerful. Like him now, it is obviously only the third-level master, but because of the perfect level of life, his basic divine power erupts, but it is slightly stronger than the ordinary fourth-level master. This is a full interval. The gap is hundreds of times, or even more. The divine power is just one of them. Like the amount of divine power, he is far greater than the master of the same level. These are the innate advantages given to him by perfect special life. And this is only a part of his innate advantages, and his more innate advantages have not been fully exerted at all. To sum up, the innate advantage of special life over ordinary practitioners is too great. If an ordinary practitioner can improve his own level of life through various studies or absorption of special lifeblood or some other things, he believes that there are many strong people in the universe who are willing to do so. Because the inherent advantage of special life is too great, this has led many strong people to yearn for their own level of life. To upgrade, they have to deal with special life. Therefore, in the depths of the universe, there are often strong people with special lives, and the higher the level of life, the more they are desired. He paused and said, of course, this kind of person is only a minority, and even if it is a special life, it must grow to a certain degree. Their essence and blood will gradually come into play, and many have not yet grown up, and some have not broken through to become the special life of the master. Even if caught, there is no use. Just the Black Eagle Supreme. Because of this, did you want to kill me? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the beating heart. No, he killed you not to get your blood, to improve his level of life. He killed you because of the faction. Faction? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. Little guy, you haven't been in the universe for a long time. I'm afraid I haven't heard of Diwu Temple yet. He asked with a smile. Diwu Temple? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Diwu Shrine. He has heard of it. At the beginning of the deity, in the early days of the demon battle with the demon star had brought out that special spear, and at the time the demon star said that the spear came from Diwu Temple. The Black Eagle Supreme who just wanted to kill him also took out the same spear. Looking at you, have you heard of Diwu Temple? The heart-threatening glanced at Jian Wushuang, followed with a smile. Diwu Temple is the top force in the deep side of the universe. To be precise, it is a station. At the highest level of a loose alliance, the significance of this alliance exists to kill special lives, and no one knows why this is so. There are many strong men in His Majesty's temple. These strong men don't need to obey the dispatch of Diwu Temple. They just see special life. And by the way, they kill and kill a special life. according to the life level of that special life and its strength, you can be rewarded accordingly. Like that Black Eagle Supreme just about to kill you. The special spear that he took out was the unique star-spearing spear unique to Diwu Temple. This star-spearing spear has great potential for special life, the restrain effect. As long as it is a person in Diwu Temple, there will be a handle. And at the beginning, the level of the star spear is low, but as you kill more and more special life, the level of the star spear will also increase. The higher the power, the more powerful it will be. As long as it is a special life that was killed with an annihilation spear, there will be records on this annihilation spear. Afterwards, you can take this spear directly to the Diwu Temple to receive the reward. The Black Eagle Supreme, just now, is part of the Diwu Temple. He wants to kill you, naturally to improve the power level of the star spear. On the other hand, if he kills you, he can also find the Diwu Temple for a sum of money. Vulgar reward, which is why he is willing to take out 3 Tianqi god fruits and ask me to leave. Wu Jianzhou understood immediately. The Black Eagle supremely could kill him directly from the beginning, but he did not kill him in the first place, but gave him a breath and took out the spear the second time. Ready to use the spear kill him. I used to kill him only with that spear, so that the Black Eagle Supreme could get what he wanted. I guess that the first shot of the Black Eagle Supreme was just to judge his level of life. The second time was to really kill him. Unfortunately, when the second shot was made, the supreme heartbeat had arrived. I still owe the next update. I will find some time to pay it back in the past few days. Don't worry. Chapter 4097. The first is here. Of course, the Black Hawk is also a dignified, supreme, strong person. Like a special life with a lower level and a weaker strength, he should be lazy, but today he shot at you, and he was willing to give 3. Tianqi God Fruit comes and asks me to leave. You know, Tianqi God Fruit is extremely precious, but a single copy is enough to make the supreme strong eye-catching. But he is willing to take out 3 copies. So it seems that your life level, I am afraid it is very high. Supreme heart staring at Jian Wushuang. Master, I don't want to hide. I am a practitioner of perfect life level. Jian Wushuang Do. Perfect life. The heart-struck supreme eyes brightened. Ha! It really is. I said how the Black Eagle Supreme could be so generous. It turned out that he was following a perfect life practitioner, vast universe, special life. There are countless people who can reach the perfect level of life. I am afraid that there are only a handful of people. In the universe now, there are definitely no more than 5 perfect lives alive. Although this Black Eagle Supreme can be cultivated to this day, I am afraid that even a perfect life has never encountered it. And if he can kill you, the reward he can get from the Diwu Temple will be extremely rich. By comparison, what are the 3 Sanqi God Fruits? The Supreme Master of Killing Heart also fully understood why the Black Eagle Supreme was willing to take out 3 copies of Tianqi God Fruit and asked him to leave. I changed him to him, let alone 3 copies of Tianqi Shenghua. Even if he took out 5 and 10 copies of Tianqi Shenghua, he would be willing to kill Jian Wushuang. It's definitely a great contribution to slaying a perfect life in Diwu Temple. Little guy, you turned out to be a perfect cultivator of life. The heart is so respectful that the new look toward the sword is unparalleled, and his eyes have become a little fiery. He had previously learned the information of Jian Wushuang from supervisor Fei Shui, but knew that Jian Wushuang knew a bit of the law of the universe at the level of the rule master. This is already a super genius rare in billions of stars. This super genius it is estimated that there will not be more than 10 in one era of the universe. Such a genius is already amazing enough, plus a rarer status of his perfect life level. How much is the potential of Jian Wushuang? Although the supreme mastermind is extremely insightful, it is impossible to predict the future achievements of Jian Wushuang. Because in his eyes, Jian Wushuang is completely promising, as long as it does not fall midway. It is possible regardless of the level reached in the future. What he can guess now is the minimum achievement of Jian Wushuang. Little guy, with your potential, as long as you don't fall in the middle, becoming the ultimate dominator is definitely nailed down. And no accident, when you reach the ultimate dominator, it should be comparable to the General Supreme. Killing Heart Supreme laughed. Compared to the Supreme? Jian Wushuang is a stun. Supreme Master, how can it be? It was unclear when Wu Jianshuang did not actually fight before, but after real fighting he realized the huge and irreparable gap between the Supreme and the Master. Before encountering the Supreme Master who killed him, he also dealt with the Ultimate Master, even the Ultimate Master at the top level, relying on strong protective means. The Master of the Thunder Palace showed his best, and there was nothing he could do to him. According to the reason, Jian Wushuang's strength is also strong enough, but when he really met the Supreme, he found his own strength, his own means of protection. In front of the Supreme, how ridiculous. The Supreme who chased and killed him in the dust and rain astral world before just shot at will, which caused him to be hit hard almost to death. And the gap in strength is completely a real difference between heaven and earth. Because the gap is too big, Jian Wushuang can't determine whether he can compare to the Supreme when he reaches the ultimate domination. Little guy, I know, now you are only the third-level master, but in terms of combat power, it is barely comparable to the Ultimate Master. Heartbreaking Supreme looked over. Okay, but I also use some special methods. Jian Wushuangdo, no matter what means you have this kind of combat power. That's the truth. Heartbreak Supreme smiled. You can reach this level in the third level, and then you can reach the fourth level. Then it is estimated that your combat power can barely be comparable to the top Ultimate Master, and wait for you to reach the fifth level. Among the Ultimate Masters, I am afraid that few people will be your opponents. Once you make a breakthrough and reach the Ultimate Master level, then your strength will change qualitatively again. At that time, it will be comparable to the Supreme, not a luxury. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Indeed, he already has this kind of combat power in the third level, and then he has the fourth level, the fifth level, and the ultimate level. If he would use these three levels, all the leap, especially the breakthrough from the fifth series to the ultimate dominating level, was a huge transformation. By that time, his strength will inevitably skyrocket to a whole new level. Maybe it may really be comparable to the Supreme, even stronger than the average Supreme. Master in the universe, is there an ultimate master that is comparable to the most extreme? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, yes, but very few. Under normal circumstances, every tens of thousands of chaos periods, there will be a super genius whose ultimate dominance level is comparable to the Supreme, and there may even be a positive beheading at the ultimate dominance level. Super genius, for example, before the 100,000 chaos period, a super genius named Jiedong. He is a master who reaches the ultimate level, and he is not a special life, just an ordinary practitioner, but he is a master of the laws of the universe, however. His feelings are high and scary, even higher than the top extreme, and some special encounters make him extremely scary. In his era, he was recognized as the first master of the vast universe. With great strength, he had once beheaded and killed the Supreme. Said Heartbreaking Supreme. I heard this. Jian Wushuang could not help but take a breath. An ultimate master of ordinary life achievements, beheading the Supreme? This ultimate master named Jiedong is so terrible. Unfortunately, because this super genius named Jiedong was so anti-sky that he was frightened by the hostile forces in his camp. So his hostile forces did not hesitate to cost a great deal of money, or even lost their digital life. The genius named Jiedong has been killed. If this Jiedong has not died, the 100,000 chaos era has now become the Supreme, and with his talent, it is estimated that he has already surpassed the Supreme, reached that almost invincible level. Sighing, Supreme sighed softly. Chapter 4098. Second more. Dead. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The ultimate dominator is beheading the Supreme. How terrible, how bad. What a pity, such a super genius died a long time ago. Little guy, on innate advantage and potential, you are greater than that of Jedong. Based on my guess, if you become the ultimate dominator, your strength will not be lower than Jedong. If your progress is based on the laws of the universe, faster, it might be stronger than Jedong. And if you can break through and become the Supreme in the future, then you are truly a skyrocket. With your innate advantage, no accident, as long as you become the Supreme, you must be the top Supreme. The heartbreaking Supreme smiled and followed him. The front of words is another turn, but because of your life level, your potential enemies will also be more, like the Diwu Temple now appearing, is one of them. If you are going to move in the depths of the universe in the future, you still have to go everywhere. Be careful. After all, the universe is dangerous, and if you are not careful, you may fall directly. No matter how talented you are and how much potential you have, it will be useless. Qi Jian has no double focus head. He also knows that genius is just genius. Before he really grew up, he just had more talents than others. Only when you really grow up and reach the top level can you qualify as a true strong. Now, he is far from the top of the universe. By the way, Lord Heartbreaker, even if the Black Eagle Supreme wants to kill me, why can he find my place so accurately? Jian Wushuang asked. This question has always puzzled him. Before he was killed, he fled to this cosmic void, and the cosmic darkness was vast and vast. It was too difficult to find someone here. Because of this, he would stay here to restore his divine power. I didn't expect that the Black Eagle Supreme found him directly. This question is actually very simple. The Black Hawk Supreme is not only a strong man in Diwu Temple, but his status in Diwu Temple is still very high. If I am not mistaken, he should be given by Diwu Temple. It can sense the special treasures of special life. This kind of strange treasures can have a certain ability to sense those special lives, and the higher the level of life, the stronger this kind of induction. Heartbeat Supreme smiled. I estimate that the Black Eagle Supreme didn't know you existed before, but when he arrived in this star field, the strange treasure on his body produced a sense of you, which only caught his attention. And then when he got down, he followed the direction of the strange treasure, and this found your place. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned. Existing treasures with certain sensing ability for special life. This induction ability, Jian Wushuang can understand. After all, the universe is vast, countless kinds of life are countless, and the birth of countless powerful people has created a variety of treasures, some of which have special induction on certain things, which is normal. I do talk about treasures. Even between life, there are these special inductions. He is like the magic flame, but he is a swallowing gene family. He was born with a strong sense of all kinds of special crystals. The higher the level of those special crystals, the stronger his induction. If the powerful men in Diwu Temple have these strange treasures, wouldn't it be dangerous to step in the universe in the future? Jian Wushuang frowned. He is now in the Jiuyao starfield, not deep in the universe, and he has encountered a strong man in Diwu Temple, and he is still supreme, and almost died. But in the future, if he goes to the depths of the universe, there are strong men everywhere, and there are probably a lot of strong men from the Diwu Temple. If all the strong men in the Diwu Temple have this kind of treasure that has a great sense of special life, isn't that there will always be a strong person coming to the door this time. This time is a supreme, but in the depths of the universe, there may be a group of supremes or even top supremes. He even said that he would kill a perfect life. The reward of Diwu Temple is very generous. enough to make any supreme be impressed. It is also reasonable for the top supreme to kill him for the reward of Diwu Temple. You guys, you don't have to worry too much. Diwu Shrine is very strong. Your Majesty is indeed a lot, and the power is spread all over the universe. However, Diwu Shrine, as strong CA and T be killed in the universe. Those special lives, they also have a lot of restraints. Supreme Heartbeat began to explain with a smile. First of all, those special lives have huge innate advantages. Anyone who grows up and dares to roam in the depths of the universe has good strength, especially for many special lives. The means of life-saving are even worse. Even if the Supreme Personality, I dare not say that I have the absolute confidence to kill him. Second, those special lives are not stupid. They know that they are weak alone. So when they are roaming deep in the universe, they will also find a good backer, such as joining one of the top forces or attaching to a strong one. His Majesty, the strong man of His Majesty Diwu Shrine, would not dare to provoke it easily. After all, the Diwu Temple is just a loose alliance, and it is impossible to fully concentrate the power. Those strong men under the Diwu Temple, they dare not easily provoke some big forces in the depths of the universe, just like today to kill your Black Hawk is supreme. This Black Eagle Supreme is true. He dares to kill you, also because you are only a strong individual, without any background power behind you. The only one is just ranked as the 9 Emperor. It can only be listed in the 9 Emperors list. It can only be regarded as my friend of the 9 Emperors list. In the final analysis, it is not the core power of my 9 Emperors list, His Majesty's core strongman. Then I dare to pack tickets and give this Black Hawk Supreme to courage. He will not dare to kill you. Wu Jianwushuang heard, and his heart was quite shaken. Yes, His Majesty the Great King of Diwu, in the end, is also an individual. They dare not provoke those great forces deep in the universe. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. In addition to the above 2 points, there is the most important point. Those special beings also know how to unite together. In the depths of the universe, there is an extremely powerful top force, the Temple of Life. Suddenly, the voice of the Supreme Heart was solemn. The Temple of Life, which contains all the special life in the universe, is the belonging of all the special life in the vast universe, and the Temple of Life and the Diwu Temple are old enemies and have been fighting endlessly for years. Chapter 4099. 3 more arrived today. The Temple of Life. Jian Wushuang was shocked inside. He is a member of the Life Divine Palace. A long time ago, in the Blood World, under the guidance of the owner of the Blood World, he joined the Life Temple and also cultivated the life magic. And now he came to the universe. This life shrine is also a big part of him. The Temple of Life, can you compete with the Diwu Temple Chamber? Jian Wushuang looked to the heart-struck Supreme. On the bright side, it is okay. Nodding Supreme nodded. Of course, in terms of overall strength, Diwu Temple is better, but Diwu Temple is extremely loose. His Majesty the Strong are not united, and most of them joined Diwu Temple. Most of them it's just to get the reward from Diwu Temple. As for those who really serve Diwu Temple, there are very few. But the Life Shrine is a lot of special lives. For the sake of their own safety and their own interests, the strength of the Life Shrine is closely related to them. The overall integrity is naturally stronger. You guys, you are the perfect life. The Temple of Life should hope that you can integrate them. When you reach the depths of the universe, you can find opportunities or channels to connect with the miracle of life. The strong come to pick you up. The strong one with the Temple of Life picks you up, and you don't have to worry about being caught up by the strong in Diwu Temple in the depths of the universe. Oh, Jian Wushuang appeared in doubt. It's actually very simple. Diwu Shrine is very good at making special treasures that can sense the existence of special life. However, The life shrine also has the sky strong, creating some special ones that can hide its own life level. Feynman, if you are in the Temple of Life, you can practice those methods. As long as you practice, UCA and be sure that no strong person from Diwu Temple will find you. But in the future, even if you have the kind behind him, Ebao, but also must be extremely close to you in order to barely sense where you are. So it is. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He was just worried that his perfect level of life would be too conspicuous when he entered the depths of the universe, bringing endless trouble to him. But now it seems that there is a solution in the Palace of Life. In my hand, I have the messenger that the owner of the Bloodwave world left to me. He told me that when I go into the depths of the universe, I can use this messenger to send him a message, and he will come to pick him up. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. Am still at the edge of the universe. When I get to the depths of the universe, or near the depths of the universe, I will send a message directly to him. Deep in the universe, it is too dangerous, especially because he is the perfect life. When there is not enough strength to gain a foothold in the depths of the universe, choosing to enter the Temple of Life to settle down is definitely the best choice. Little guy, you should be ready to go to the depths of the universe? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although this star field is not in the depths of the universe, it is relatively close. From here to the depths of the universe, to the first kingdom of God in the depths of the universe, if you take a general-level cosmic boat, it is estimated that only 10,000 years remain time is up. Are you going to go to the depths of the universe by yourself, right? Supreme Heartbeat asked. I thought so before, but now. Jian Wushuang frowned. Are you worried about that Black Hawk? Said Supreme Heart with great interest. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Kill you, Lord, and kill me. The Black Eagle Supreme will receive a huge reward. This time, because of your relationship with the adult. He can't do it, but am sure he will never. I will stop there. I even estimate that he is not far away now, and may be hiding in the nearby void. As soon as you leave, he will immediately kill me. In this case, let alone go to the depths of the universe, then even simple actions are very difficult. Haha, you understand people. He laughed supremely. Relax, good people do it to the end. Since I have already tried to save you, naturally, I will not only save half of it. You will be with me during this time. It is estimated that the matter of Juyao Starfield will not take long, and then you will take your wife to leave with you and go to the depths of the universe. Thank you, Lord. Jian Wushuang rejoiced. UCA and TB so polite, but the Supreme Heart waved and smiled. You have such a high potential, maybe you can really break into the Supreme in the future, or even become the top-level existence in the universe. At that time, maybe I have something to ask for your help. If there is such a time, I will of course give all my help. Jian Wushuang solemnly said. This time, it was indeed the heart saver that saved his life. This is a kind of human kindness, which is much greater than the kindness of the Xiao Shaoran who had given him the purple blood secret code. This adult love, when he grows up in the future, of course he will have to pay back the opportunity. Ha! Then I really look forward to that time. Okay, take your wife and guard, let's go. The heart-struck Supreme laughed, and a wave of a silver cosmic boat appeared in front of the void. Wu Jianshuang took the cold frost, the magic flame, and that ate and got on the cosmic boat, and soon the cosmic boat swept away, but disappeared in this cosmic void in a blink of an eye, and not long after the silver cosmos left. A figure suddenly emerged in this dark void. This figure, naturally, is the Supreme Black Hawk Supreme of the Puppet Man, who is left before. Black Shadow Extreme looked at the direction in which the silver cosmic boat departed, looking dull. Jian Wushuang was right. He was not willing to flew the meat near his mouth, and he was not willing to waste such a big day. He could kill the chance of perfect life, so he seemed to leave directly before. but in fact he stopped shortly after leaving and then hid in this void, watching the movement here. He really wanted to kill Sword Wushuang as soon as Supreme Master left. However, as a result, the Supreme Masters were left, but they left with Jian Wushuang, who has always been with the Supreme Master Duan, which made him completely unable to find a chance to start. Heart-killing, heart-killing. The Black Hawk groaned and yelled, and his heart was full of resentment against the heartbeat. It seems to have guessed that I am nearby, but it doesn't matter. I don't believe you will always carry him. As long as you leave that kid's side, I will immediately kill him, even if he continued to follow the direction of the silver cosmic boat. I last owed a change before, and I paid it back today. Chapter 40, 100. One more today. Juyao Great Star Field, as an extremely ancient large star field, originally had a large number of astral circles. Even a lot of first-level astral circles, second and third-level astral circles are even more. However, after the previous disaster, nearly 90% of the astral circles in the Juyao Great Star Domain have collapsed and annihilated, and only a small part of the astral circles, with good luck, have not been destroyed and have been preserved. At this moment, it was in the second-order astral space that luckily survived, the Muling astral space. ABA girl, from today on, you will stay in the Muling astral realm. I have already said hello to the major forces in the Muling astral realm, and they will ensure your safety. Jian Wushuangdo. Well, thank you. Abba nodded slightly. Ababan was born of a slave. He has always been very humble. Only when he met Xian did his life begin to change. As far as Abba herself is concerned, she has no extravagant desires. As long as she is able to live in peace, she is very content. Jian Wushuang's placement on her naturally satisfied her. Magic flame. Jian Wushuang looked again at the guardian magic flame that had been following him. Master. Moyen looked over immediately. You have been with me for some time. Over the years, you have also helped me a lot, and I said before that as long as you do my part, I will return you freedom, and now I fulfill my promise. Jian Wushuangdo. What? Mo Yen stared. He was taken aback by this sudden surprise. Yes, Jian Wushuang once said that as long as he is honest, he can give him freedom in the future. Kumoyan was very clear. Jian Wushuang said this at that time, to a large extent just to appease him. Mo Yen didn't even think about it. In recent years, he has been with Jian Wushuang, and he is indeed very calm and honest. There is no way. His life is in the grasp of Jian Wushuang. Of course, if he was forced to surrender to Jian Wushuang at the beginning, and he is still unwilling, he can gradually improve with Jian Wushuang's strength, especially the potential of Jian Wushuang's talents. In the star domain, the third is the ultimate of the enemy. These magic flames are all in the eyes, so terrible they are incredible super geniuses, which convinced the magic flames long ago. He has long been unwilling, and now he is willing to follow Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang is also very kind. He will restore his deity as soon as he has a chance. By now, his body has been restored. However, even though the master of the sword Wushuang was very good to him, he was not free after all. And now, without any warning, Jian Wushuang wants to set him free? Master, are you serious? Moyen was a little incredible. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. But before you are free, you must make an oath to the laws of the universe. You must not reveal to me any information about me and my hometown, Taichu divinity. This point, you may do it. Of course you can. I swear now. Mo Yen immediately swears to the law of the universe, and Jian Wushuang also fulfilled his promise and directly eliminated the imprint in the source of the soul of the magic flame. Without the soul imprint, the magic flame was free of restraint and freedom was naturally restored. finally restored. Mo Yen clenched his eyes, his face exulting, but then he looked up and looked at Jian Wushuang, but his eyes became complicated. Master, I have lifted my control from you. From today on, I do and need to call my master again. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Yes, your body has only recovered 50% now, and your strength is still a bit far from your peak. Long distances, and you do have any resources in your hands, so. Qi Jian Wushuang turned his hand, and a Qianquan ring appeared in his hand. In this Qianquan ring, there are 5,000 source stones. You take it. Jian Wushuang handed the Qianquan ring to the face of the magic flame. 5,000 source stones. This demon flame looked at the Qianquan ring in front of him. And indeed, he now needs the source stones very much. After all, only a sufficient number of source stones can purchase a large number of special crystals to restore him. God body. But 5,000 source stones, after all, is not a small number. He needs the source stones, and Jian Wushuang also needs it. Don't be embarrassed. Hold it. Jian Wushuang laughed again. When I was chased and killed by those people before, I killed an ultimate master who is quite rich, estimated to be close to 20,000 yuan sure is around. That is to say, the bottom of my house is thick now. It's nothing to give you 5,000 yuan sure. Master, thank you very much. The magic flame thanked him solemnly, but immediately came out with a sign. Master, this is my messenger sign. If the host needs the magic flame in the future, the magic flame will definitely go to soup and fire. This order, I go on, go. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The demon flame's respectful Chaojian, Wushuang gave a gift as cold as frost, and then turned and left. I watched the demon flame leave, and Jian Wushuang sighed as cold as frost. Demon flame, who has been with him for more than 200,000 years, has always played the role of a servant and a guard, inseparable from the sword, unparalleled. To tell the truth, the magic flame has been around for a long time, and Jian Wushuang naturally has feelings for him. This time, the reason why the magic flame is free is that once he has entered the depths of the universe, he must find the Temple of Life and set foot. Life Shrine naturally cannot bring too many people. It is enough to bring his wife. It is not convenient to bring another guard. The second thing is www. Novel. It is also because of the strength of the magic flame. Now, the help to the sword, unparalleled, is not great. You must know that the peak strength of the magic flame is the ultimate level, but Jian Wushuang can now fight against the ultimate by himself, and the strength will definitely be stronger in the future, and the strength of the magic flame will definitely not keep up with him. Of course, there is also the most important reason, because the flames have been loyal to him all these years, and even to go to soup and dance, Jian Wushuang can only let the flames be free. After all, he knows how important freedom is to any practitioner. Fujun, let's go. Don't let Master Xinxin wait for a long time. Lung Rushuang suddenly said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and the two of them quickly came to the void outside the mewling astral world, where the Supreme Heartbreaker had been waiting here quietly. Why are they all settled? Shou Xinzuan watched Jian Wushuang's arrival and smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded. Now I can go with you to the depths of the universe. Chapter 4101. The first is here. Don't worry, before I leave, I still have to say hello to those people. You can come with me, too. Qi Jian Wushuang immediately followed the beating heart supremely, and as cold as frost, stayed in the independent space of Zhenshenbai, in the center of Jiu's large star field. In the vast universe, several super beings gathered again, including Supreme Heartbeat and Supreme Black Hawk. A total of 6 supreme powers gathered together, and the divine power entrained by itself formed a terrible storm that shook the earthquake. Wu Jianwushu followed beside the heart-struck Supreme, and was also in the midst of this mighty storm. Even with the protection of heart-struck Supreme, it was still a bit trembling. Heart Killer, who is this little guy next to you? A supreme strong man, more than 5 meters tall, looked like an iron tower, and asked, "A little guy you just met. He is also on the list of 9 emperors. He will soon go to the depths of the universe, and I will hit him by the way." Oh, the 9 emperor list. Suddenly, except for the Black Eagle Supreme, the other 4 Supremes were not looked at by Chao Jianwushuang. These Supremes couldn't be more clear about the 9 emperor list. They also knew that they could be valued by the 9 emperor pavilion. Even if they were only dominated by a 3rd rank, they must be superior. If you do NT have enough patience, it will NT be approved by the Jyoti Pavilion, let alone let the Soul King take him to the depths of the universe. And the Black Eagle supremely coldly swept the heart and the sword unparalleled, but his heart was gritted. Perfect life. As long as he killed Jian Wushuang, he can get a huge reward from Diwu Temple. The reward is definitely more than his collection. This is a rare opportunity. What a pity because of the emergence of a heart-struck Supreme. The ducks flying to their mouths flew. Hearing that heartbreaking Supreme wanted to take Jian Wushuang to the depths of the universe, he was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Regarding strength, the heart-struck Supreme is much stronger than him, and the heart-struck Supreme itself rises in the killing. Whether it is the ability to kill or to save lives, he is very good. Even if he desperately asks the top Supreme to take the shot, there is no guarantee that the heart beats Supreme. In addition, the Supreme King of the Heart is still the core strongman of the Jyoti Pavilion. He did not dare to ask the strong to deal with the Supreme King of the Heart. "I've seen this little guy before," said a softer voice, talking to an old man with Tong Yanha. "Huh." Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look at the old man with Tong Yanha. The old boy Yanhafa smiled slightly and said, "Little guy, you forgot. You were chased by the mysterious Supreme before, but the old man shot him to stop him. Speaking of it, you owe me a favor." Wu Jianshuang immediately moved in his heart, and he immediately understood that the old man Yan Tongfa was the master of the huge face. The huge face blocked the Supreme who chased him before, which gave him a chance to escape. Although the child Yanhafa was not trying to save him at the time, from the results alone, Jian Wushuang, he really owed him a favor. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang also immediately bowed and said, "Blood Sword, thank you for saving your predecessors. This kind of humanity, Blood Sword, will be remembered." "Ha, the old man's name is Zhu Shui. You can remember it." Tong Yanha made the old man smile, happily. He didn't hold Jian Wushuang's mind to resist the Supreme One. He saved Jian only purely by the way. He didn't even care about it before, but now he knows that Jian Wushuang is a genius who is on the list of 9 emperors. Can't ignore it. For the talent of a genius on the list of 9 emperors, this is also an unexpected joy for Supreme Zhu Shui. After all, the talented genius who can be recognized by Jyoti Pavilion is generally not too low. In the future, there is a complete opportunity to shock the Supreme, and it may even reach the ranks of the Supreme. At that time, this human relationship will be precious. Okay, don't talk about this little guy. How about checking it all? Waving the Supreme Heart waved. What can you do? No clue whatsoever. One of them shook his hand supremely. Everything that can be checked has been checked. But unfortunately, those people are operating too fast, and they have destroyed all traces, and we can't find any reason. The tall Supreme also said, "Suddenly, erase all traces. This is the style of those people's behavior." A man with long purple hair shook his head and sighed supremely. These Supremes have indeed used all that can be used, but unfortunately more than 90% of the astral circles in the Juliao star field have been annihilated, especially those major astral fields, and the rest are only a few astral fields in the marginal zone. It doesn't matter at all. They tried to trace as much as possible, but could not find out the reasons for those people to do anything. Of course, they actually found the reward offered by Thunder Palace more than 100,000 years ago, but it was such a reward. They didn't even think of it. After all, the reward offered by Thunder Palace was only a first prize. The third series dominates. I didn't care about the reward, and naturally, they tracked down and found nothing. If you can't find it, let's stop here. As for the next thing, let the people below take care of it. I'll go back first. The tall Supreme said after that. His body moved, and he had already left. You goodbye. Several other Supremes have also left. Little guy, let's go. Slaying Heart Supreme with a sword unparalleled, he also left. But in the heart of the beating Supreme and Jian Wushuang just left, the Black Eagle Supreme followed. The vast and undoubted dark universe is empty, and a silver cosmic boat is traveling slowly. The reason why it is called slowly is because the speed of this spacecraft is really not fast, and it is not even as fast as that of Jian Wushuang's previous spacecraft. However, we must know that the spaceship that Supreme Hearts took out is comparable. The sword is unparalleled, and it must be faster. But now the cosmic boat is moving slowly like this. I guess that's right. The Black Eagle is really immortal. I said that he would take you to the depths of the universe in person, and he even followed. The heartbreaking laughed. Here comes the Black Hawk Supreme. Jian Wushuang stunned inside. He knows that Heartbeat Supreme deliberately slowed down the speed of the cosmic boat in order to investigate the movement of the Black Hawk Supreme. Now, it seems that the Black Hawk Supreme has really caught up. It seems to me that the Black Hawk is really not completely dead. Chapter 4102. 2 more arrive today. Since he is going to follow, let him follow. Anyway, by borrowing his 2 guts, he didn't dare to take any shots. And even he didn't have the courage to ask the strong to deal with me. The heartbreaking Supreme disdain, the Black Hawk Supreme. After knowing the movement of the Supreme Black Hawk, contentment accelerated directly at that moment. The original cosmic boat suddenly burst out dozens of times, hundreds of times, and instantly penetrated the void of the universe and traversed distant distances. So fast. Jian Wushuang was startled. Too fast. The speed of this spacecraft is indeed too fast. It is dozens of times and hundreds of times faster than the spacecraft he used to ride before. You know, I took the cosmic boat all the way from the beginning of the divine realm to the Jiuyao starfield, and it took more than 100,000 years. However, if I replaced this cosmic boat with the heartbeat, it would be several times faster. Hundreds of times. I'm afraid it will take only 1,000 years to arrive. The Supreme Heartbeat laughed. In the universe, many times you cannot use the cosmic passage. First, the cosmic passage is not available in every place, and it is not directly accessible in every place. Second, it was the cosmic passage that cost too much. Like this time, I rushed to the Jiuyao star field from the depths of the universe, mainly because the Jiuyao star field suffered a great crisis. It was too urgent to reach the Jiuyao star directly through the cosmic channel, regardless of cost. Domain, but now returning to the depths of the universe from the Jiuyao Great Star Domain, ICA and T used the cosmic channel directly like that extravagantly. Jian Wushuang also understood. In the vast universe, it is not easy to build a cosmic channel, especially the deeper the universe, the more stable the cosmic void is. The cosmic channel is more laborious to build, and the cost of the cosmic channel is also greater. Because of this, even the supreme strong person will not easily rely on the cosmic passage to reach all corners of the universe directly. unless something is urgent. Instead of relying on the cosmic channel, you can only rush through the cosmic void by yourself. A high-level cosmic boat is necessary for every strong person. After all, there is a high-level cosmic boat that moves very fast in the cosmic void. The spacecraft can save you a lot of time. Supreme Heart Indifference said, I am a spacecraft that I bought a long time ago at a special auction and spent nearly 1 million universe source rocks just to be able to hurry in the void of the universe. Of course, my spacecraft itself is very strong in body protection. If there is a crisis, I can hide in this spacecraft directly. Even if it is top level, ICANT help me in a short time. You can just wait in the spacecraft to wait for the arrival of the strong man in the Jyoti Pavilion. Little guy, if you want to go deep in the universe in the future, if you have the opportunity, you can also find a way to get a spacecraft that can take care of life. Jian Wushuang heard it, but was secretly shocked. It took no less than 1 million universe source rocks to buy this cosmic boat. No wonder the speed will be so fast. And this cosmic boat also has the ability to take care of body. Even the top extreme cannot do anything in a short time and really take it seriously. And Jian Wushuang couldn't help but think of his own spaceship that had been crushed. His own spacecraft was indeed too shabby and was not as valuable as an inferior rule. After reaching the depths of the universe, he had the opportunity, but he could indeed find a way to build a stronger spacecraft, although it is at least not too bad compared to the Heartstruck spacecraft. The Black Eagle's cosmic boat is not as high level as mine, and it's not as fast as my cosmic boat. He wants to keep up, but it's not so easy. The Heartbeater laughed lightly. The silver cosmic boat hurried through the void of the universe. Originally at the speed of the sword unparalleled, it took tens of thousands of years to reach the depths of the universe. It only took hundreds of years to follow the supreme heartbeat and arrived. Now, Jian Wushuang has come to the first kingdom of God in the depths of the universe. This kingdom of God is called the Kingdom of Ice and Snow. In the depths of the universe, there are still many large star fields, countless, and there are many powerful people in these large star fields. But compared to them, there are more powerful people and more concentrated ones. Kingdom of God. Like the Kingdom of Ice and Snow, it was created by a super strong ice and snow emperor in the universe hundreds of thousands of years ago. The real super genius. Although he did not change a little understanding of the universe at the level of rule master, but his progress rate is not slower than those super geniuses rare in the billions of stars. Only less than 1,000 since he broke through in 10,000 years, he will break through to become the supreme. And if he breaks through, his combat power will be infinitely close to that of the supreme. After he broke through the 2 chaos era, his combat power reached the level of the supreme. Later, he became a leading figure in the Supreme, and even almost rivaled the cosmic hegemony. Unfortunately, he died after an accident. Slaying Heart sighed. Dead. Jian Wushuang stunned. This ice and snow emperor is already dead, so why is his kingdom of God still so prosperous? Jian Wushuang is in the country of frost and snow. All the way through, the kingdom of frost and snow is extremely prosperous, and the strong are countless. Ha, little guy, you have misunderstood one thing. The kingdom of God really needs the supreme to be qualified to open it, but it does not mean that the supreme kingdom he died will die or even collapse. After all, after the development of a kingdom of God, a large number of practitioners will be absorbed. After these practitioners often grow up over a long period of time, there are also many strong men born, and some of the top powerful men born in the kingdom of God may even hope to surpass the pioneering God, the top of the country. And this kingdom of ice and snow can prosper for a long time when the ice and snow emperor is there, although the ice and snow emperor died later. But most of the strong men and women of the kingdom of ice and snow did not die. These, when the strong are united, they can naturally keep a kingdom of God from decaying. In the depths of the universe, there are thousands of kingdoms of gods. There are thousands of gods who can open up these kingdoms, but not all of them are still alive. There are a lot of them who have already died. Laughed. Is that so? Sword unparalleled. Little guy, don't you have a messenger of the supreme palace of life? Now that you have reached the depths of the universe, you can summon it to him and ask him to come and lead you. Zixin Supreme said, Jian Wushuang nodded, even when he took out the Blood Waves summons. 3 heads. Chapter 4103. The first is more. Predecessor Xuebua. Jian Wushuang soon got in touch with Xuebua. The Shrine of Life should have a cosmic passage directly to the kingdom of ice and snow. We are waiting here for a while, and the strong man that the Shrine of Life has taken over for you should be there. Supreme Heart Road said, Swordsman and Soul Master are waiting quietly in this frost god's country. However, more than 10 days later, a handsome middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the Supreme King. Jian Wushuang, you can be counted in the depths of the universe. The middle age of Hypo Jun, Lung immediately gave out a hearty laugh when he saw Jian Wushuang. Are you a senior of Blood Wave? Jian Wushuang looked at the person. The unique and trembling breath was naturally the respect of the master, and being able to call his name directly should be the Blood Wave himself. However, at the beginning of the blood world in the early days, although Jian Wushuang had met the blood consciousness, at that time, the blood waves in the state of consciousness were just a dark silhouette, and Jian Wushuang did not see the other person at all. Appearance. So now seeing Jian Wushuang will try to ask like this. Who else besides me? Hypo Jun Lung smiled middle-aged, and he naturally noticed the existence of the Supreme Heart Beater next to him. The Supreme Heart Beater of the 9 Emperor Pavilion? Why are you here? Supreme Blood, I didn't expect that you, the Chief Supreme of the Temple of Life, would come here to pick up this little one in person. Suffering from the Supreme Heart was in shock. Extreme Chief? Is it strong? Jian Wushuang asked. Nonsense, although there are a lot of Supreme Masters of Life, but there are only 5 Chief Supremes, and they can serve as Chief Supremes. Those are top Supremes. Do you say strong or not? The heart beats the sword, and gave Wushuang a glance. Top Supreme. Jian Wushuang was startled. When he first came into contact with the blood consciousness in the early world of the gods, he also heard that blood was said that he was the Chief Supreme of the Palace of Life, but at that time he had no concept of the identity of the Chief Supreme and thought that the blood was just an ordinary Supreme. I didn't expect that this blood wave would be the top extreme. Top Supreme that can open up a great kingdom of God alone, like the owner of this kingdom of ice and snow, and the ancestors of the original Red Cloud, are top Supreme. And the blood wave comes from the life shrine, that is to say, he is also a special life and has the inherent advantage of special life. In terms of strength, I am afraid that it is also the strongest among the top. Heart-killing, how could you be with this little guy with my magical power in life? Bloodwave Supreme asked casually. This little guy is not only a member of your Shrine of Life, but he is also on the list of 9 emperors. He is a guest of my 9 emperors pavilion. Previously, a large star field was devastated by the mysterious Strong. When I went there, I met this little guy and just saw the person in the Diwu temple. He was chasing after this little guy, and I rescued him and brought him into the depths of the universe. Is that so? Blood Wave, Supreme frowned, and smiled. Heart-killing. Thank you for taking care of this little fellow. This kind of friendship will be remembered by the Shrine of my life. If the fruit tree of life comes to fruition 30 million years later, if you come out at a sufficient price, I will find a way to save one for you. God fruit. The heart-beating Supreme shook his body, showing ecstasy. Extreme blood, are you serious? Of course, but only if you can afford it enough, said Bloodwave Supreme. Okay, then I wrote it down. For these 30 million years, I will do everything I can to make up for it at a sufficient price. Supreme, thank you very much. Supreme Heart grateful. You can save this little guy from Diwu Temple, and you can be regarded as a friend of my life shrine. My life shrine is not a friend to friends, said Xinggua's Supreme laughed. The heart-beating Supreme is still very surprised. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Little guy, since the Supreme Master of Bloodwave has come to meet you in person, then I don't need you anymore. I will go first. When you get stronger in the future, don't forget what you said before. After the heart-beating Supreme said, his body flew away immediately. After the heartbeat Supreme, Jian Wushuang, what did you say to this heartbreaking Supreme? Xuebu Supreme asked. It's nothing, but this time the Supreme heartbeat really saved my life at the crisis. This is a kind of human friendship. I said that if I grow up in the future, I will have the opportunity to pay him back. Jian Wushuangdo, it's nothing but a human relationship. Bloodwave Supreme smiled slightly. By the predecessors of Bloodwave, what is the fruit of life that you just mentioned to Supreme Heart? Why is Supreme Heart so surprised when you hear it? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. He could see that Heartbeat Supreme was just pleasantly surprised. It is just a fruit, and it is not given to him free of charge, but it is also necessary for him to pay enough. Is it such a surprise? Ha! It's normal to have a heartbreaking surprise. The of life is unique to my palace of life. Even in the vast universe and countless geniuses, it is enough to rank among the top 5 super treasures. Let's put it this way. Taking out of life fruit is enough to cause a large number of Supremes to go crazy. Even the top Supreme will kill him crazy. And this killing heart itself has risen from the killings. Although it is not the top Supreme, but it is very close to the top Supreme. Once you get the fruit of this life, he can not only easily reach the top extreme level, at the same time, he can also get a lot of unexpected benefits. In short, this fruit is absolutely supreme. To kill the heart, it can definitely make them at all costs. Bloodwave Supreme laughed. This precious... Jian Wushuang stared. He doesn't know what the so-called unexpected benefits are, but he can imagine how incredible the treasure of life is simply that he can easily break the heart to the top level. Such a precious treasure. Just because the heart beats the Supreme to save his life, the blood wave promised to leave it one. Predecessor Xiebua, the fruit of life. Jian Wushuang just wanted to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Xiebua waving his hand. I know what you want to say. Rest assured. The reason why I promised to leave him a fruit is not only because he saved your life, but there are more important reasons. These reasons you am not qualified to know now, and you will know when you become supreme. That's good. Jian Wushuang relaxed. If it is purely due to his own reasons that Xiuebo will bring out such a precious fruit of life, Jian Wushuang will be unhappy. Chapter 4104. The first is more. This killing heart is not mentioned, but the black eagle who wanted to kill you in Jiuyao Starfield before, This black eagle itself is a strong man under the influence of a large force in the depths of the universe, but he later joined the Diwu Shrine and have been hostile to my life shrine for many years. I have shot many times against the strong man in my life shrine. With this time, I can remember this sum of hatred. The Shrine of Life has been looking for a chance to kill him, and has already begun to prepare. Wait, it will not be long before this Black Hawk Supreme will die. The blood wave sounds cold, and his eyes are also entrained, astonishing killing intention. If the blood wave, Jian Wushuang secretly shocked. Obviously, not only the strong men in Diwu Temple have been looking for opportunities to kill special lives, but the strong men in Life Shrine are also looking for opportunities to kill the strong men in Diwu Temple. As Supreme Killing Heart said, the two sides of Diwu Shrine and the Palace of Life have long been in the same position, and the killing and grievances caused by each other cannot be resolved anymore unless one day is completely in the universe it disappeared, and this grudge ended here. But that day, I don't know how long to wait. Yes, Senior Shuebwa, this time I will go to the Temple of Life, and my wife will be with me. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the coldness that had been in the independent space of Zhenshinbai appeared in the void next to the weak. Shuanger, let me introduce you. This is the Bloodwave Senior I mentioned to you before. Cold as frost. I have seen the seniors. Lung Rushuang respectfully saluted. This is your wife. Shuebo looked frosty, but frowned. What's wrong? It doesn't seem like your wife feels normal, but she is obviously not a special life. Predecessor Shuebwa, my wife is indeed not a special life, but she is also different from ordinary practitioners. Jian Wushuang smiled. It is true that my wife was sleeping in the soul for a long time before, but then I was a coincidence. She got a heart of the astral world and absorbed it, and she woke up. That's it. No wonder it gave me such a strange feeling. It turned out to have absorbed the astral heart. Siebo laughed. The astral heart is very rare. Your wife has absorbed an astral heart. Then her future achievements are not expected to be too low. Let's go back to the Temple of Life with me. Shuebo waved his hand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and left with the cold as frost, followed by the blood. Under the guidance of blood waves, Jian Wushuang came to a cosmic passage in the Frost God's country shortly after. A master responsible for guarding the cosmic passage, clearly knew the identity of Shuebwa. After seeing the arrival of Shuebwa, he immediately greeted him with great respect. Go open the cosmic passage, Bloodwave ordered. Yes, the master immediately opened the cosmic passage. Cosmic channel. Jian Wushuang looked at the huge and cosmic channel ahead. However, he knew that in the depths of the universe, opening the cosmic channel, even if it was only a short distance transmission, would have to pay a very high price. Predecessor Bloodwave, this cosmic passage can directly lead to the Temple of Life. Jian Wushuang asked, It's not that simple. Siebo smiled and said, In the depths of the universe, except for the kingdom of God controlled by His Majesty's Palace of Life, there is no place that can directly lead to the Temple of Life. We are now writing here, the cosmic passage can only reach the kingdom of God controlled by the Temple of Life. Once there, transfer to another universe passage to reach the Temple of Life. Is that so? Sword unparalleled. What we are going to now is His Majesty's Palace of Life, which is in control of many kingdoms of God. The Twilight Kingdom that is closest to this kingdom of ice and snow. This Twilight Kingdom is only 4 kingdoms away from this kingdom of ice and snow. Convenient, Bloodwave said. Is there only 4 kingdoms separated? Jian Wushuang did not know how big a kingdom of God was, and naturally he could not tell how far it was to separate the 4 kingdoms of God. The Bloodwave continued to laugh. Although there are only 4 kingdoms separated, it is relatively close. You can directly reach there by the cosmic passage, but the cost of the cosmic passage still requires 100,000 cosmic source stones. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Just separated by 4 kingdoms of God. It seems that the blood waves are relatively close, but the transmission cost of the universe channel still needs 100,000 universe source stones. 100,000 source rocks of the universe. Most of the ultimate dominators have lost their homes, and they can't get so many source rocks. Only some of the ultimate dominators, which are extremely horrible, can bring out so many source rocks. But this is just the cost of a close-range cosmic transmission. Looking at the appearance of blood waves, it seems that they do not care at all. Extreme strong, it seems to be richer than imagined, and top supreme is even higher, and their wealth is probably even more amazing. Jian Wushuang secretly said, "Hundreds of thousands of cosmic source stones. This blood wave apparently did not blink." And the former Xiao Xiao from the God's Palace just gave him some appreciation and gave him the purple blood secret, which was worth millions of cosmic source stones. At that time, the sword was unparalleled. Now it seems that the so-called 100,000 and millions of cosmic source rocks are indeed a large amount to their masters. Nothing at all. The ultimate wealth is not what he can imagine. As if seeing the ideas in Jian Wushuang's mind, the blood wave smiled lightly and said, 100,000 source stones of the universe may be a wealth for the weaker supremes, but some of the supremes are strong. Or for the supreme, you can ignore it, little guy. You are still too weak, and you haven't really touched the highest level of the universe. When you break through the supreme one day and set foot in the peak of the universe, you will know the source of the universe, no matter how many, it is just a number. For many powerful supreme, top supreme, and invincible supremacy that has already become a hegemon of a party, yuanshi is useless at all. Many times these powerful supreme are traded using the special resources in the universe. Treasure, like Tianqi God fruit mixed Yuan God fruit. These are extremely rare treasures in the universe, and they are of great use to the supreme strong, as well as the God fruit of life I mentioned before. Just one is enough to make countless. The supreme is crazy. Even the top supreme will break his mind. These are truly valuable treasures that cannot be measured by the source stone. Chapter 40:105. Two more arrived today. After listening to the words of the blood, Jian Wushuang also immediately knew, like the Black Hawk Supreme who wanted to kill him and was blocked by the Heart Killer, the Black Hawk said that he would take out 3 copies of the Tianqi fruit and leave the Heart Killer. However, Taidi did not mention the source stone of the universe. From this point of view, the source stone of the universe can only be used for trading in the Dominion and some weaker supremacy, but those truly powerful supreme, all used for trading, are all kinds of special treasures. My lord, the cosmic passage has been opened. The master guarding the cosmic passage came to the blood. Well, Shuebo nodded, glanced at Jian Wushuang. Let's go. Immediately, Shuebo took Jian Wushuang and his wife into the cosmic passage directly. With a flash of light, the 3 swordsmen Wuxian have reached the kingdom of God controlled by the Palace of Life, Muqian God. After arriving at the kingdom of Twilight, Bloodwave immediately arranged a second cosmic teleportation, and this time the destination was the Temple of Life. After 2 consecutive teleports in the universe, Jian Wushuang finally reached the Temple of Life. Here is a lush, mountainous, and jungle world, and the mountains and trees in this world are generally very tall. When Jian Wushuang came to this heaven and earth, in his eyes there was a huge mountain with a height of tens of thousands of meters, so that he could not see the edge. So big. Looking at the mountain in front, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be shocked. This is not a mountain range composed of mountains, but just a mountain, but the area is so large, I am afraid that it covers tens of thousands of miles. Coupled with the height of tens of thousands of feet, such a mountain is simply a giant. Jian Wushuang has been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has also come to the universe, but this is the first time he has seen such a huge mountain. Extreme blood. Who is this little guy around you? His level of life seems to be very high. A simple, gong-like voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Jian Wushuang was startled. He immediately looked around, and the power of the soul spread. but as a result, there was no sense of existence around him. He didn't even know who made the sound. The blood on the side had a weird smile on his face. Yenshan, this little guy has just been introduced to the palace of my life. Don't scare this little guy, and fight him well, hello. Okay. A gong-like voice sounded again, and the next moment, Wushuang Jian found the amazing mountain in front of him that was quite tens of thousands of feet tall. It just trembled directly, and immediately on the mountain wall of that mountain, there was a vaguely human face condensing. Hello, guy. My name is Yenshan. You can call me Lord Yenshan, or call me Supreme Yenshan, said the fuzzy face on the mountain wall. Are you, this mountain? Jian Wushuang stared. The frost was cold and shocked. But soon, Jian Wushuang knew it. Yes, the Temple of Life is the base of special life, and the vast universe is full of various special lives. In these special lives, there will be life formed by trees, mountains, and even rivers. Jian Wushuang revisited to the giant mountain in front of me. The mood has gradually calmed down. Jian Wushuang, I have seen Yenshan Supreme. Haha, little guy, you are very good. It calmed down so quickly. Many of them came to the Lord of Life shrine for the first time. When they saw me, they were shocked for a long time. Yenshan Supreme continued to issue that gong-like sound. Well, Yenshan, continue to sleep your sleep. Xuebu waved his hand. The face formed by that Yenshan Supreme smiled, and then the face disappeared on the mountain wall, and the whole giant mountain calmed down again. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, but his heart was still a little surprised. Master Shebwa, the Supreme Yenshan just now is a special life formed by mountains. Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xuebwa nodded. The mountain you see in front of him is his body, 6,000 feet tall and 8,000 miles long. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but take a breath. The height of 60,000 feet, the length of 8,000 miles. This volume is too scary. Don't be surprised. There are many special lives in the universe, many of which are relatively large in size. And the larger the volume, the more divine power they have, and the greater the vastness. Like this Yenshan mountain, it is a crest of nature. Special life. And joined my life shrine many years ago. Under the cultivation of various resources in my life shrine, I have developed my own innate advantage of nearly 70%, which has a volume of more than 8,000 miles. And such a huge volume, the divine power that can be stored is a huge amount. Xiebo laughed. A special life at the pinnacle of fortune. Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank. When he was in the early world of the divine realm, the person who heard the blood wave said that the special life is divided into 4 levels. The first level is the initial level, the second level is the universe level, the third level is the creation level, and the highest level, the 4th level of life, is perfect life. Life at the pinnacle level of creation is only 1 step away from perfect life. Unfortunately, this Yenshan has limited talents. He can only develop his own innate advantages by nearly 70%, and many remain undeveloped. This has caused him to have such a huge and incomparable body, but he can't really full use. Even if he wants the compression of the divine power to reduce the volume to the appearance of ordinary humans, he can't do it. If he can't perform the compression of the divine power, he can only keep this huge shape, even move it. It has become extremely difficult, so Yenshan has been staying here for a long time. It can be regarded as a guardian of the palace of my life. Xuebo rode. Guardian? Jian Wushuang looked. You can look down on him. Although his body is too big to move, his strength is very terrible. Depending on the powerful body, he can resist the top and supreme with such a huge volume and endless divine power. Put it here, not to mention the top supreme. Even if the invincible supreme comes, there is no way to take him. He can't be killed at all. Xuebo said, the sword is unparalleled. It is supreme in itself, it can resist the top supreme, and with such a huge and immortal body, the stored divine power is endless, so the invincible supreme cannot help him. Master Bloodwave, can I fully ship my innate advantage in the Temple of Life? And if I play it perfectly, will my body become as big as this Yenshan Supreme? Jian Wushuang asked. Chapter 4106. One more arrived today. Under normal circumstances, the perfect level of life, once it develops its own advantages to a certain extent, will also have an extremely huge body, but whether it can compete with Yenshan depends on luck. But the perfect level of life, the potential is naturally better than the fortune. The level of life must be large, but the premise is that you must be able to develop your innate advantages. Bloodwave Road. How to develop? Jian Wushuang asked. First, relying on mysteries such as the magic of life, was created by the master of the palace. It is purely to allow many special lives to develop the mystery of innate advantages as much as possible. Before, in your hometown, I only used the magic of life. The first volume is for you. This first volume of life magic can at best only let you play 10% more of your innate advantages. In fact, there are 6 volumes of the Life Shrine. If all of them are refined, you can play 60%. Come in innate advantage. Bloodwave said, 60%. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Yenshan can exert nearly 70% of its innate advantages, but it can't even compress its divine power to make its volume smaller. If only 60% of the innate advantages can be developed, then it is not as good as Yenshan. In addition to the magical powers of life, there are some very valuable treasures in the universe that can also give full play to one's innate advantages. And in my Palace of Life, there is an innate advantage dedicated to the development of special life. However, the Nirvana Pool of Life, which has been costly forged, will have a chance to enter the Nirvana Pool of Life for any special life that joins the Palace of my life. In the Nirvana Pool of Life, the innate advantages of special life will be further developed. How much more can be developed depends on personal ability. Shuewa said, everyone has a chance to enter, so do I. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Of course. Shuewa smiled. And this life nirvana pool not only allows you to develop your innate advantages as much as possible, but also helps you to awaken talents. Talented. Jian Wushuang stunned. The special life contained in the vast universe has talented supernatural powers, but this talented supernatural power can't be easily awakened. Only by developing its own innate advantages to 60% to 70%, and then using special treasures, such as those in the Palace of my Life Nirvana Pool. Only then have the opportunity to awaken talents, and the talents of special life awakening are generally for the sake of gaining, and some can even complement themselves. Bloodwave Road. Complementary? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang wondered. Like this Yenshan, he also awakened his magical powers, and his natural powers is a unique means of separation. You must know that Yanshan's divine body is huge and difficult to move, which makes him unable to go out, fight or fight, but with the magical power of the day, he can condense his avatar, which has nearly 90% of his strength, but the divine body is not as powerful, and the divine power is not so vast. So these in the year, the deity of Yenshan always stayed in the Temple of Life, but his avatar has been smashing and killing outside. In addition, because he's just a clone, he doesn't have to worry about dying at all. This talented supernatural power is complementary to him. Bloodwave said, the sword is unparalleled. His deity can't move. He can't go for a break, so he has a talent that can gather unique avatars. This talented supernatural power does indeed complement Yenshan. Come with me. Bloodwave with sword Wushuang swept away in front of the void. Along the way, Jian Wushuang saw a variety of mountains, lakes, and dense forests. There is no doubt that the volume is very large, and Jian Wushuang feels some special atmosphere in these lakes and dense forests. Obviously, there are some special lives hidden in those lakes or mountains. It didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to finally reach the heart of the Temple of Life. I saw a group of ancient towering buildings standing tall. The first thing Jian Wushuang saw in front of me was a huge, dozens of feet high ancient stone gate. This stone gate is so atmospheric that there are 4 stone gates at the top. Bronze characters. Temple of Life. Beside Sherman, there are 2 huge statues of strange beasts, all of which are guardians. At the foot of this stone gate, there was an suffocating oppression immediately oncoming. This oppression was not sent out by a practitioner, but the ancient stone gate, the 4 gilt characters on the stone gate, and the 2 natural beast statues that were naturally entrained by the weak. This kind of oppression is extremely powerful, even though Jian Wushuang can't help shaking his heart. Is this the majesty of the top forces in the universe? Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. Fortunately, he is kept cold as frost in Jintian Monument. Otherwise, with cold as frost under the stone gate, I am afraid that Wolverine. Come with me. Blood Wave took Jian Wushuang toward the stone gate. After a short while, I came to the Purple Temple. At the door of this purple shrine, there is a bear girl with a dirty, dirty body sitting there, holding a chicken leg in his hand. 9 deaths, Shuewa said. Supreme blood. Seeing the blood wave coming, the dirty girl immediately got up and saluted. Why are you free here today? I'm here with the little guy. Xia Bo pointed to Wu Jin's sword. Oh. The dirty girl glanced at Jian Wushuang with a surprised look. The little guy who came to the Temple of Life for the first time let the Supreme Master of Blood Waves personally pick you up. It seems that this little guy is extraordinary. Could it be a top of the best, even the highest level life? Said the dirty girl. Don't ask so much. Arrange a life test for this little guy right away. Shuewa said, yes. The dirty girl nodded and immediately entered the Purple Temple and began to prepare. Predecessor Shuewa, what is this life test? Jian Wushuang asked. It's very simple. It's a test of the level of life. For any special life, the first time you come to my life shrine, you must first pass the life test to check out the specific level of life. And different levels of life within the palace of my life naturally have different permissions. Shuewa rode. Is that so? Sword unparalleled. The dirty girls soon came out of the Purple Temple. Extreme blood waves already arranged. Dirty girls said, well, Jian Wushuang, you go in. Shuewa commanded. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and took a deep breath, even though Xian stepped directly into the Purple Temple. It can only be updated slowly, and I haven't been busy for a while. That is starting next week. It will be easier. At that time, I will start to make changes, plus today I owe the next update, and I already owe the 3rd update. Chapter 40-107. Jian Wushuang has entered the Purple Temple, while Bloodwave Supreme and the Dirty Girl are waiting outside the temple. Being able to let Supreme Master Xia personally lead, this little guy's life level is not low. The Dirty Girl thought for a while secretly. At the same time, she took a quiet look at the Supreme Master Xia, but found that Supreme Master Xia had a look indifferent and confident. This self-confidence makes the Dirty Girl more sure of what she thinks. Well, there are results. The Dirty Girl looked up and looked up at the temple in front of her. I saw this towering purple temple, but at this moment it was a dazzling red light from the abrupt urn. This red light is like a sunset shining on the surrounding void, so that the entire surrounding void becomes red. Red light is everywhere. Is it red light? The Dirty Girl was startled. She has been standing in front of the Purple Temple for a long time. During this period, a large number of special lives came to the Purple Temple to test the level of life, and the final result of the life test was nothing more than 4. The first type is the white light that is emitted. This white light represents the initial life, which is the most mediocre among special lives. The second type is the silver light, which represents a special universe-level life. The third type is the cyan light, which represents the creature-level life. And the stronger the cyan light, the higher the level in the creature-level life. The fourth type is the highest level, the perfect level of life. The light from the purple temple is the red light. And now, the purple temple is glowing with red light. Obviously, the sword unparalleled in the purple temple is a perfect life. It turned out to be perfect. The dirty girl looked so stern, and he immediately understood why Jian Wushuang was qualified to have one of the Chief Supreme's Bloodwave Supremes personally go to pick him up. Perfect level of life. This is definitely a treasure level for the life shrine. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to conceive a perfect life for hundreds of times in the vast universe. Life shrine, although it is the base of all kinds of special life, but in the life shrine, there are only 3 perfect lives. Of these 3, 2 are extremely ancient supreme, who have lived endless years. Until now, that one is the master of the ultimate level, younger, but also lived hundreds of times of chaos. These 3 people, in the Temple of Life, they all have a very high status. And Sword Unparalleled is the 4th perfect life of the Temple of Life. As soon as the sky is full of red light, those old guys are probably shocked, right? The dirty girl secretly said, "It is true that the sky is red, although the coverage is not too large, but here is in the Palace of Life, and there are countless powerful people. As soon as the sky full of red light appeared, many strong men in the Temple of Life were shocked, and their statures rushed over at a rapid speed. In just a few moments, dozens of figures had gathered in front of this purple temple. These dozens of figures, among them the Supreme Strong, accounted for nearly half. After they arrived, they also saw the existence of Bloodwaves. Bloodwave Supreme. I've seen Bloodwave Supreme. These powerful men all saluted, although they are all strong in the Palace of Life. Even the Supreme is present, but the Bloodwave Supreme is one of the chief extremes in the Palace of Life. Both are higher. Bloodwave. Another person rushed over. This is a big man in scarlet battle armor. The strong man was carrying a giant axe behind his back, and the whole man was like a big axe who wanted to split the sky. And this strong man is the only person present who can directly call the name of Shuebwa. Obviously, his status is not lower than that of Shuebwa. Big Axe, you are also here. Bloodwave Supreme looked at this big man. The sky is full of red light, representing perfect life. I'm in the palace, and not far from here. Naturally, come over and take a look. The sturdy man smiled slightly, then looked at the purple temple ahead. Who in this temple? Returning to the great axe, now in the temple is a little guy named Jian Wushuang. This little guy was personally introduced to the palace by Blood Boss, and when he came to the palace for the first time, he must be treated in accordance with the rules. Perform a life test, and that's where it is now, said the dirty girl. Bloodwave, did you get this little guy personally? The strong man looked at Bloodwave again. Yes. Shuebo nodded with a smile. More than 100,000 years ago, my consciousness living in the universe was in an ordinary third-level astral world. When I saw this little guy, I saw that he was perfect life, so he approached him at that time and asked him to join the palace of my life. Not long ago, he came to the depths of the universe and sent a message to me, and I brought him to the palace. Bloodwave Channel, leading a perfect life. Blood, you have given me great contribution to the palace of life. The strong man laughed. The level of life is important, but whether this little guy can become a top powerhouse in the future is still unknown. Bloodwave waved his hand. At this moment, Bloodwave Supreme raised his head in response to the strong man. I saw the purple temple full of red light in front of them, but in the middle of that temple, there was a sudden burst of bright golden light. What? Supreme Xinghua was astonished with the strong man. Golden light? What's going on? The red light is full of sky is indeed the perfect life is not fake, but how can the golden light glow after the red light of the sky? This purple temple dedicated to testing the level of life. So far, it seems that no one is testing out the golden light. When testing, what's the matter? The strong men in the surrounding life shrines have also become strange. Special life for different levels corresponding to 4 different rays. But there is no golden light. It seems that this little guy's life level is not just as simple as perfect life. The strong man's eyes narrowed. He's out, Xuebwa said. The door of the purple temple has been opened again, and Jian Wushuang has slowly walked out of the purple temple. As soon as he stepped out of the temple, Jian Wushuang immediately saw a large number of strong men gathered in front of them. The strong ones had an overwhelming breath, and the weakest were the ultimate dominating levels. Among them, there were more than a dozen of them. Make him feel trembling. Obviously, these more than 10 people are all supreme-level strongmen. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but startled. Chapter 4108. The first is here. So many supreme? Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. The supreme strong, the peak of the universe, exists even in the depths of the universe like the strong. It is very difficult to meet one, but now in the temple of life, right in front of him, there have been more than 10 extreme, and more than a dozen supremes are staring at him, obviously all because of him. Sword warriors, come here. Blood waves beckoned toward the sword warriors. Predecessor Xuebwa, Jian Wushuang, immediately came to Zuebo's side. I'll introduce it to you. The one next to me is a giant axe. He, like me, is also one of the chief supremes of the Temple of Life. Bloody Road. There are a total of 5 chiefs of the Supreme Palace of Life, all of whom are tops. Since this giant axe is also the chief supreme, it is naturally also a powerful one. It can open up the top supreme of the kingdom of God alone. I have seen the supreme axe. Jian Wushuanglian salutes, respectfully. 3rd level dominates. The magnificent man's giant axe looked down at Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang, how long have you cultivated? More than 300,000 years. Jian Wushuangdo, only more than 300,000 years. The supreme axe couldn't help wondering. The powerful men next to the Temple of Life next week were surprised when they heard this. For 300,000 years, it was too short for everyone present. You must know that the time required for an ordinary cultivator to grow from birth to is extremely long. Except for those who have a background in the sky and cultivated with a lot of resources, they can save a long cultivation time. But even in such cases, it only takes 300,000 years to reach the 3rd level master level, which is still considered to be that's great. But the sword is unparalleled. There is no background in the sky, and she is on his own, slowly practicing at the edge of the universe. The most important thing is that he is still the perfect life. Difficult to count. All these conditions combined, he still reached this step in about 300,000 years. It is incredible. It seems that it won't be long before my life shrine, and I will be able to give birth to another heavenly powerhouse. The giant axe laughed, but suddenly he turned his hands, and a whole body of crystal fruit appeared in his hands. He took the fruit in front of the sword without double sides. It's rare to see another perfect life with great potential in my palace of life, and it can't be without any expression. The God fruit of this middle-class rule can be regarded as a meeting gift for you. Meeting ceremony? Jian Wushuang stunned, hesitating. Let us take it down. This rule is so fruitful. You need it. The blood wave on the side laughed. Thank you, Supreme Axe. Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated, reaching out to take over the crystal fruit. He put this crystal fruit in his hand, and Jian Wushuang felt the power of a good cosmic law from this fruit the first time. This rule of God fruit, although it is more common among the many God fruits in the universe, is also the most widely used. A law God fruit contains the power of the universe's laws. Under normal circumstances, a master if you can devour an ordinary inferior law God fruit, there is hope to understand a little law of the universe. Shuebo said, Sword unparalleled, have you ever understood the law of the universe? I have come to understand the laws of the universe. Jian Wushuang said, but did not say that he has reached a certain level of understanding of the laws of the universe. Oh, Bloodwave Supreme eyes brightened. Only the third series dominates the hierarchy, and you can comprehend a rule of the universe. And this understanding is extraordinary. It's very good. Great Axe Supreme nodded with a smile. Since you have already realized a certain rule of the universe, then this rule of God fruit will be more useful to you. After all, those who do not understand the law of the universe, although there is a certain chance that they can understand it a little by swallowing the rule, it's too low. And if you realize a bit of the law of the universe, after you swallow this fruit, the speed of understanding the law of the universe will increase greatly in the next year. This is just the fruit of the top quality rule. And the giant axe has just given you the fruit of the middle class rule. But in the universe, you can sell 500,000 cosmic source stones. If you swallow this of quality in the next 10 years, your speed of understanding the laws of the universe will increase greatly. Xiebo laughed. Qi Jian Wushuang suddenly rejoiced. The fruit, the rule of Chinese goods worth 500,000 yuan of stone, is expected to have a lot of effects even for the General Supreme Strongman, but for him, the effect is certainly greater. Of course, although the God of Fruits is very useful to you, do NT hurry to swallow it. After all, there is only one God fruit. You can wait for an opportunity. For example, if you have a special occasion, swallow it again. Serving this fruit will do more with less. Shuebo said again, I see. The sword had no double focus. Well, the meeting gift is also given. If you practice well, I will leave first. Thank you, Axe Supreme. Jian Wushuang thanked again. The giant axe waved his hand and left. After the great axe left, Shuebo suddenly spoke. Bloodwave Supreme. A Supreme next to him immediately stepped forward. This little guy has just come to the Temple of Life and has not been baptized by the Nirvana of Life. And this Nirvana of Life has always been your responsibility. You tell me, when will the Nirvana of Life be open next time? Shuebo asked. The Nirvana of Life is usually opened once every 1 million years, but the sword Wushuang itself is perfect life, and it has only been cultivated for about 300,000 years now. Naturally, there is no need to wait so long, so I will go back and prepare a little one turn. 20 years later, Nirvana of Life was opened. Okay, Bloodwave nodded. Jian Wushuang, come with me. I will take you to the palace to find a place to stay. After the sword Wushuang and the Bloodwave left, the strong men of the Temple of Life, who were strong in the Purple Temple, were all talking about it. The treatment of perfect life is not the same. Not only will he let Bloodwave Supreme personally take him in and take him for a life test, he will even take him to find a place to live. Not only that, did you not see the giant axe just now? Did you give the gift of a meeting? I dare say that if you change to a creature of good quality, even if it is a creature of the highest level of life, the giant axe will not be of Chinese goods. As a gift to him. The fruit of the rule of Chinese goods is a fruit. Is it a more valuable treasure for ordinary supremacy? Chapter 4109. 2 more arrived today. But this sword Wushuang is really powerful. It is a perfect life in itself and has also learned the laws of the universe. What's more important is that he has cultivated so far for more than 300,000 years. Such a genius is indeed worthy of the blood, and the Supreme takes it so seriously. 3 years of practice. You have such achievements. Look at it. Maybe this sword Wushuang can really become another super existence of my life shrine in the future. These powerful men are talking quietly. They all feel that Jian Wushuang is highly treated, but no one feels that there is anything wrong with doing this. After all, in the Temple of Life, and even in the entire universe, strength determines status. Qi Jian Wushuang is the perfect level of life and understands the laws of the universe. Such super geniuses are absolutely rare in the Palace of Life, and they have a very high level of treatment, and that is justified. At best, these strong men are envious of one or two, but there will be no complaints. The Shrine of Life is huge and immense, and there are countless powerful people hidden inside. With the sword, unparalleled, Sun Xuebu passed through a large group of buildings and finally came to a continuous mountain range. There are many kinds of manor houses in this huge mountain range. My Shrine of Life can be said to be the base of countless special lives in the entire universe. There are too many special lives throughout the vast universe, and those who choose to join my Shrine of Life account for more than half. And most of these special lives are wandering outside, and only a small part of them choose to live in the palace of my life. But even if they are only a small part, there are still many. Because there are too many, there are 9 mountains in my Shrine of Life for living. Among them, the 1st to the 3rd mountains, the inhabitants are the supreme class strong, the 4th to the 9th mountains. The dweller is the master and the ruler of some rules, and you are now in the 6th mountain. This 6th mountain range stretches for 3 million miles and has countless manor houses, lofts, and temples. Many of them are uninhabited, and swords are unparalleled. You can choose a residence by yourself. Xuebu said. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. He let Lung Rushuang come out of the independent space of the town Tianbei, and immediately they searched in this 6th mountain for a while before they found a relatively satisfactory manor house as their residence. The sword is unparalleled. In the Palace of Life, generally for creature-level life, you are qualified to let the palace arrange some slaves and maids for you. You are a perfect life. Naturally, you also have this authority. Should you arrange some for you? Asked again. Servant maid. Jian Wushuang showed surprise. Don't worry. These slaves and maids have been carefully selected from the kingdom of God in my Palace of Life, and each one has been cultivated since childhood and is completely loyal to my Palace of Life. Xuebu Deo. Slave is not needed. Choose 10 maids for me. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay, I'll let people arrange it. Xuebu smiled slightly, and Jian Wushuang glanced at his wife beside him. He doesn't really need any maids. The reason why he wants to arrange 10 maids is purely for his wife. After all, I am in this Palace of Life. Most of the time is used for cultivation. I really cannot spend too much time with my wife, and my wife has no friends in this Palace of Life. For a long time, it is inevitable I feel boring, and with these maids, I can at least accompany my wife to talk. Yes, this sign is for you too. Bloodwave waved and took out a sign. What is this order? Jian Wushuang doubtfully accepted. This order symbol is the content of the 2nd to 6th volumes of the Magical Power of Life. Xuebu looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I told you before that, as a special life, to develop your own innate advantage, you must first rely on mystery. This life is supernatural. Normally, if you refined all 6 volumes, at least 60% of the innate advantages can be developed. You have only cultivated the 1st volume before, and only barely developed 10% of the innate advantages. After 20 years, Yi will take you to the nirvana of life. At that time, you will get the baptism of life so that your innate advantage can be exploited as much as possible. And at that time, you can directly cultivate this magical power of life. Predecessor Bloodwave, do you want me to practice this supernatural power at the same time when performing the baptism of life? Jian Wushuang stunned. Yes, Shuaba nodded. Life magic is quite esoteric. Most people want to make all 6 scrolls of life magic. It is very difficult, and the progress is very slow. This mystery will do more with less. Many of the special lives in the Shrine of My Life, mostly during the life baptism, practice this life power. Generally, you can cultivate the life power to the 4th or even the 5th volume and cooperate with the life baptism to absorb a lot of treasures. You can develop your own innate advantages to 60% to 70%, and some can even develop to 80% or even 90%. Is it just 80% or 90%? Didn't you develop your innate advantage to 10%? Jian Wushuang asked. 10%. It is almost impossible to rely on mystery alone or special treasures, but the combination of the two is hopeful, but it is too difficult to fully develop all of our inherent advantages. Now, since the birth of my life shrine, I do indeed know how many special lives I have, but I can truly develop my innate advantages perfectly. In the whole history, there are no more than 10. Bloodwave Road. Since the birth of the entire Shrine of Life, there have been less than 10. Jian Wushuang was startled. How long has it been since the creation of the Temple of Life? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of chaos. Even longer? How many special lives have you joined in the Temple of Life in these long years? This number can definitely scare people, but with so many special lives, there are only less than 10 people who can fully develop their innate advantages, which shows the difficulty. Of course, although the difficulty is great, at least some people have succeeded before. This is a great hope for Jian Wushuang. He is perfect life in itself, if he can fully develop his innate advantages. To fully develop your own innate advantages, you can work as hard as possible, but it is best not to give too much hope. Bloodwave is pouring a basin of cold water on Jian Wushuang. But you are perfect life, even if you will not, the innate advantage has been fully developed. Even if only 70% to 80% is developed, it should be very good. Chapter 41:10. The first is more. Well, everything I have to tell you is already told you. As for the rest, you should slowly explore it yourself. I will go first. Bloodwave said. Thank you, Senior Beibei. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. Xie Shuiba waved his hand and left directly. Fu Jun, this Temple of Life is really strong. Lung Rushuang sighed as he watched the blood waves disappear. The entire universe, countless special life base camps, of course strong. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at his wife. Shuang heir, I am afraid that we will spend a long time here. As long as you are by my side, but anywhere you can. Lung Rushuang smiled. Unfortunately, Qing heir and Xian heir are in the early world of God. If they were here, it would be perfect. Qing'er and Xian'er are too weak. They still haven't been able to break through and become the master. There is no capital in the universe at all. Wait for a while. They will break through and become the master. I am in the depths of the universe. I also completely stabilized my heels, and I thought of a way to take them all over. At that time, our family would reunite. Jian Wushuang said, Well, I believe this. It won't be too far away. Cold Rushuang nodded. The following time, Jian Wushuang became familiar with the environment of the life shrine. But soon, the news of a perfect life in the Shrine of Life also spread throughout the Shrine of Life. Is also in the 6th mountain in a delicate loft group. Master, Master. An old man in black hurriedly walked to the top floor of a loft. I was there. There was a white-haired boy, drinking the wine in a bowl, leisurely. This white-haired boy looks like when you has a beautiful face, and is charming. It looks better than many women, especially the pair of eyes and eyes of the white-haired boy. They are like gems and emit a special light, which is extremely attractive. Note, slave, what's so anxious? The white-haired boy still drank and glanced at the old man in black casually. Is the name of the old man in black? The old man in black was himself one of the slaves of the white-haired young man. Because he was most heavily regarded by the white-haired young man, he would rank first among many slaves. Master, just got the news. There is a red sky full of light in the life test temple. There is a new perfect life came to the temple of life. Inu said, "Oh, a new perfect life." The white-haired boy looked. His wine bowl dropped involuntarily. After all these years, has the palace finally ushered in a new perfect life? Slave, can you find out? The white-haired boy asked. It has been found out that this person's name is Jian Wushuang, who was personally brought back from the outside world. He heard that the sword has been cultivated for more than 300,000 years, but has reached the third level of domination. I have also realized a trace of the law of the universe. Inu said, understanding a bit of the law of the universe. The white-haired boy stared. He practiced for 300,000 years and reached the third level, which he didn't care about. After all, there are various opportunities for the promotion of the realm. There is not much difference between 300,000 years of cultivation and 3 million years of cultivation. But at the third level of the level, you can understand a bit of the law of the universe, which is not ordinary. You must know that perfect life belongs to the rare horns, plus the third level can understand the laws of the universe, which must belong to the most incredible super genius in the universe. The potential is so great that it is completely inestimable. It is a perfect life in itself, and it is able to have a little cosmic law in the third order level field. It is no wonder that the Supreme Master of Blood is going to lead in person. The white-haired boy smiled slightly. Not only that, after the sword Wushuang tested his level of life, the Great Axe Supreme rushed there in person and gave the sword Wushuang a meeting gift on the spot. He was ordered to manage the Nirvana Supreme of Life Nirvana Pool and ask him to open the Nirvana Pool of Life after 20 years. The god of fruits of Chinese goods rule. The white-haired teenager's complexion finally showed some changes. Well, even when I entered the Temple of Life, I was only given an enlightenment god fruit. It was still inferior. The value is less than 100,000 source stones, but this man named Jian Wushuang was given a fruit of the rule of Chinese goods, or was given by the Supreme Axe Supreme himself. Seeing those old guys in the womb, compared to me, we should be more optimistic about this sword. Not at all. A slave nodded. Now the news of the sword, unparalleled, has spread throughout the Temple of Life. In our 6th mountain alone, a large number of servants quietly talk about it, saying that the Temple of Life, the senior executives, are too eccentric and are fighting against you. Eccentricity? There is nothing eccentric or eccentric. In the Palace of Life, any resources must be tested for their own strength. Since those old guys are optimistic about this sword Wushuang, they feel that the sword Wushuang has greater potential than me. So I only need just prove that the sword Wushuang is worse than me. The white-haired boy smiled. Slave, do you know where the sword Wushuang lives? Like us, also in this 6th mountain. Master, are you going to find the sword Wushuang trouble now? Inu looked over. Stupid, the white-haired boy rebuked. This sword Wushuang has just arrived at the Temple of Life, and has not even visited Nirvana Pool of Life. If I go to him now, even if it is a shot defeating him, is nothing glorious. To fight with him and prove that he is far inferior to me It also requires him to go through the baptism of life, develop his innate advantages to his extreme, come out of the nirvana of life, and then go no later. The master taught it. A slave smiled. Wait, in another 20 years, he will go to the nirvana pool of life. At that time, we can take a good look at how much benefits he can get in the nirvana pool of life. His inherent advantages can also develop a few percent. The white-haired teenager smiled. The owner went to the nirvana of life for the first time. With the help of the magical power of life, he developed 70% of his innate advantages in one breath. Later, he got some special opportunities to develop his innate advantages again. Now he has developed 80%. In terms of life, being able to develop 80% of his own innate advantages is very good. And the sword is unparalleled, but he has been practicing for more than 300,000 years. He is definitely not as good as the owner. I guess he is in the nirvana pool of life and can use himself. It has been considered good to develop 60% of the innate advantages, said Inu. Let's wait and see. The white-haired teenager also had a look of hope in his heart. Chapter 11011 Expectation, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading.